the last day, Super Week TV 2025. I'm almost going to cry, guys. How has Super Week been 2025 for you guys? What's some of your big memories?
For me, a bit short because I just arrived on Thursday evening. Yeah. But it's really nice to be here back again and see all these people and also new people and met really incredible people. And of course, being with you again. It was really nice. Thanks a lot.
It's great to see pretty much the same production crew here again as well. So thanks for the great support. What about for you, Rick?
Tiring.
Tiring? Yeah. No, but we're supposed to be energized. That's the thing.
No, amazing. Yeah, really great experience again. Really happy I'm back at Super Week. Really happy our team is at Super Week. I really, really enjoyed my experience again. It's not over yet. We still have a full day.
Full day ahead. Yeah.
But yeah, already super happy about Super Week.
So if you can't tell already, it was a fairly late night for some, right?
It was
Except
a late
for Fosca.
night.
Yeah.
I have my beauty sleep, but I think that trick really take your head.
It was a long, interesting night. I ended up chatting to Matt Gershoff until 2 a.m. or something like that, which is, it was really a Super Week chat, you know, like it was a Super Week experience, but it is definitely late, especially if you have to then show up here again.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. And so last night we had the big golden punch cards, right?
Yes.
I unfortunately was in here. I didn't get to see it, but give us a roundup, Rick. What?
Yeah, you're gonna interview some people. So.
Yeah.
Yes. So right after this, I'm gonna interview the winner, Siavash, who he has already released a Lukas Studio dashboard in the last couple of months called Watson, which you can use to basically do a data quality check on your Google Analytics 4. Works really well. A lot of people are really happy about that. And yesterday he announced basically version 2 or the big brother of that solution called SHERLOCK. That runs on top of the BigQuery data set. So I have some interesting questions for him because I'm super curious about how it works exactly. But the demo looked great. And yeah, that's obviously why he won. So that's going to be really cool.
And that's great to see because the first time I met him was in Super Week in not the last venue, the venue before, 17 or 18, I can't remember. But I met him and he was, and I was talking to Lukas at the time as well before Google acquired them. And I remember saying, I'm thinking of going into the training side with Lukas and I really believe in this. And it's so great to see that he's got such a great reputation now, you know, talking to...
Well, he put in the work.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just really shows that it over time and persistence, things do pay off.
Yeah, and he always released, like he gave a lot of stuff away to people for free or for nearly free, so that is paying off, right? He's a community darling, so he won the popular vote for sure. Yeah. So that was really cool. But there were 13 other entrants in the Golden Punch Card. Fosca, you wanna name a few that come to mind for you?
Yes. Actually, there was Vlad. No.
Yes.
Yeah. OWOX, that actually it was the second out of them because there were 3 winners of the punch card. And I think you're gonna interview. No, you are gonna interview him.
I will be interviewing, but so
on a different topic.
On a different topic, but you will see him
on a totally different topic. Yeah, we actually did a prep meeting last week, so he's got a super interesting story. Based out of Ukraine, and he also had his own events that he was running many years ago near Chernobyl before the war. And just a very inspirational guy with all the companies he's created and what he's done and the products that he has and the service he does. So it'll be a great chat with him and good to congratulate him on on winning as well. And
we had also Matthew as third.
Yeah, so he's been on TV a couple of times already. Yeah. I'm not sure if he's still around, but he came in third. He had I'm going to butcher it, but a data dictionary. So basically his solution was for every possible event that you can think of, he has a naming convention thought out. Yeah. And the good part about that is that you will get consistency, right? If you use that for your implementation. So the people in this crowd could really value that. So that was a really useful submission.
Yeah, I mean, I think, naming conventions as a general practice, even in marketing these days, I mean, I'm using it with event production as well. You've got to have that consistency, and it's about, being able to have your data, being able to stitch together and have, good data quality, tags and naming conventions are just such an important discipline. So great to see Matty Two Shoes. He's also an inspiring figure as well. At Web Analytics Wednesday, the evaluations, he blew the charts away. Like, he's just such a great presenter, such a great guy, and another community guy as well. So he's doing a lot of stuff with community, and look out, we're going to be hopefully having more of him in Copenhagen as well with the brand leadership community. So, as I threatened you guys earlier on, to import you into Copenhagen at some point in time for some of the events that we have. Yeah.
And by the way, so Matty's thing is fully open source, so it's on his social media. You can get the link. It's on the GitHub. And
apparently he didn't spend a lot of time in preparing the...
I think he already had it. Just repurposed this for the... But there were a bunch of really interesting tools. Google Sheets got used by a bunch of people to build some very elaborate contraptions. I'm actually going to have Lukas Oldenburg on at 12-ish today to interview him about his solution and the other solutions that he has built, because he's maintaining a couple of community favorites when it comes to these Google Sheet. They're like basically software as a service within Google Sheets, what they're building to do like these really complex management tasks. So I'm going to have a chat with him, so that should also be fun.
So Google Sheets starting to give Excel a run for its money these days?
For sure, AppScript makes it so, the integration with other tools, that's the real benefit of Google Sheets.
Yeah. And then the rest of the day, we've got other things to cover from last night before we move forward?
The karaoke?
There's not.
Well,
but it's nice.
I'm super proud. Like, 2 of my team members jumped into the golden punch card. So Peter presented a Google Tag Manager AI assistant, the Chrome extension. Unfortunately, the demo gods didn't favor him. And Jim presented a data quality monitoring framework that we're also going to be open source releasing. On doing data quality assurance in BigQuery. So it's super cool to me to see them on stage. It
is super great as well to see that energy of actually not just coming to a conference, but getting involved in a project on the fly, right? And that's, the energy. As I said, unfortunately, I think I caught a bit of the tail end, but, you always hear, and I remember at IH, before I'd even come to Super Week, Steen came with the golden punch card and with the gloves, and we had the whole company a presentation in the morning, and we published it on LinkedIn, and it just really adds so much recognition in the industry, and even today, if you walk into IH, you'll see the golden punch cards, sitting there.
It's nerd pride.
Nerd pride, absolutely.
So what are you guys going to talk about today? Who are you going to have a chat with?
You already speak about maybe Vlad. I will have 2 people with me today, and one will be Artem. So he also one of the ideator of GA4 Dataform, but we are not going to speak about that. Mainly we are going to speak where he sees us in the future as analysts due to if there is a future for us. Due to AI, and so on. So it will be a really nice talk. He's really direct. I really like the fact that really speak his mind. So I'm really looking forward for that. And I will have something nice as well. This year we missed one person, I think. Most of all is Tim Wilson. Hi, Tim. And we will have him online this afternoon. So we're going to speak a bit about feelings in analytics.
Feelings.
Yeah.
Well, analysts have feelings?
Yes, that point.
I didn't anyway. No, that's great. I have, as you mentioned, Vlad, and I've given a bit away about what we're going to talk. You meet people here and there's so many things you could talk about them. And for me, I'm always trying to talk about Super Week to an audience that wouldn't necessarily come here, but are dependent on the people in the room. The people in marketing and brand, in C-level, and try and have the conversation at a very more open level within the industry, not go too deep with the acronyms and all that stuff. So talking to Vlad, a guy who is also an entrepreneurial guy who's gone out there, who's built community, who's done events and stuff like that. There's so much inspiring things that he's done for the community as well. I'm also working really hard to get David Vallejo in, and it's
all of us.
He doesn't want to, huh?
You know, the humility that the man has is just.
You should kidnap him.
Well, that's what we should do. Like what I did with Serge from Steak. Yes, from Stape yesterday. Just pulled him in at the last minute. But you know, it's these people that are humble. That you know, he has. I think it's 140,000 users of his free tool, and you're very community minded, but not necessarily the outspoken, loud one taking the stage. And it's amazing that community is for everyone, right? It's not just for one type of people. So
he's also doing a presentation today, and I'm just going to pitch him, but he is launching his software as a service product somewhere soon, and it's a little bit secret still, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be amazing, and people like us will use it, buy it. So
and it
would be great if we can get him on.
It's amazing if you're a product developer, if you're a product manager, if he moves into a software service paid for commercial product, the whole thing about freemium, of getting people, you know, developing a product with a community before taking it to the next level, I think that's also a really interesting conversation. So talking about marketing technology, it's called technology from the outside. All this is referred to as marketing technology, right, from the industry perspective. So really look forward to the afternoon and to have a different pace. We're on the third day. Some people have gone home, but I think, you know, just that chill pace. I'm really looking forward to those types of conversations today. We're all tired, aren't we?
Yeah.
Ready.
Yeah, we're ready.
But it's going to be nice.
Yeah.
It's been a really nice long day. Do you want to go a bit through what has happened yesterday? So just really fast. Yesterday we had the first speaker, Katie Willey. At the end, I also interviewed her yesterday about snowplow, but she didn't speak about it. And she spoke about machine learning from analysis to campaign activation, campaign activation. And I wasn't able to follow the speech. I just get there the last minutes, but it seems really interesting. I'm really looking forward to see if I can get a hand on the recording.
I actually had breakfast with Katie this morning and found out that she's Australian. So again, wonderful person, right? And it's always
really
great.
smart. She's
and
really
super smart. Yeah, and what she's doing, Australian-based in London, and it's, you know, great.
Yeah, great person. Then we had Vlad and Daniel. I don't know if you spoke with them, but actually their topics were kind of similar to the interviews you've made, because they were speaking about developing the analytics function in an organization, growing from an early startup to $1 billion public company. So it kind of also may be interesting for those people that are building up from scratch. It could be nice also to review your interviews if someone wants to.
Yeah.
And then we had Lukas check data democratization, which is actually a really keyword in these days.
Yeah. I first heard Mark Edmondson mention it about 5 years ago, and everyone going, oh, what's that? But it's when people can have access to data themselves and start, not necessarily analysts to have the technical skills, and just seeing the data further out in the organisation, I think is really important, right? So because I had him on the chair after that as well.
It's perfect.
So and the story was about, you know, getting, you know, data throughout other parts of the organisation, and that's something that analysts need to step out of their comfort zone of the tribe they're in and really engage the other business units within organizations and brands.
Yes, so it was really interesting, I think, the morning, but also in the afternoon. Actually, that was really interesting for me is Balas Vainia. I really hope I pronounced the name correctly. Creating a marketing data warehouse in BigQuery, it really gave some tips and tricks and his way of thinking about how to create that. It was really, really interesting. I've also there, it was difficult to follow everything due to the fact also doing interviews, but it really gets a point of view that can be interesting for those that are building pipelines and LTL processes.
He gave a lot of learnings that he experienced, and yeah, I know him, and he has a lot of hands-on experience. So yeah, that's really great to share it.
And it was also funny.
Yeah,
we have a couple of nice laugh. So yes, and Timo Aiden about attribution, I think is one of his main topics. Also last year he spoke a bit about attribution. So as usual is kind of something that we are always interested in. So
yeah, he has a lot of experience being so long in the industry. So he can obviously share that very well.
Yeah, and he's founded 2 agencies, right?
Yeah.
And the one that he's at. So he's
and he was also one of the participants of the Golden Punch Card.
Yeah, with their commercial solution. So that didn't get a lot of community votes because it's a little bit more about the open source than the commercial solutions. But yeah, it was definitely an interesting solution.
Yeah.
And then last but not least, Elena. So the last year winner of the Golden Punch Card. That she spoke about sustainability. I had an interview also with her, and it's nice to understand that it's not just sustainability, but it's also a way to save money and help the planet. So that was the day yesterday. I think that it was really interesting. A lot of nice speeches.
I like that she had a direct impact. So in the Golden Punch Card, I think it was Eivind who was like, I'm now a little bit scared to show how many lines of codes I written because it's not really green.
Yes.
So she had a direct impact on the audience.
Yeah.
No, it was really nice.
And as the reigning queen of the Golden Punch, I asked if there was a handover ceremony, but she said but it was.
She was really overwhelmed, but all the day in the so.
And again, last night I had a good chat with her, and she came and she said, the first public talk I gave was at Measure Camp Copenhagen, I think 3 years ago, and it's like all the work that we do for community, the more you do it, the more you see it, the benefits coming out of it through other people. So and we're all very active in community in our areas. So I think it says a lot for those to get involved in community because that's where we're where we grow and where we develop, right? So yeah, and looking forward to the rest of the programs today. And
I have the book, and actually we already spoke about David, that it will speak at 11. So
I think Robert is doing a talk today. I talked to him. He was asking me during breakfast, should I add these slides or remove these slides? So I always remove. Less is better.
Yeah, good.
Fred.
Fred bike usually is really. It's a bit. It's really nice because it's overcoming imposter syndrome. Yeah. So it can be helpful for a lot of people.
That's funny. Like I've heard multiple people at Super Week mention imposter syndrome, and it's funny because the type of people who mention it, I'm like, hey, you are one of the one of the smartest people that walks around here. So it's really, I think it will resonate with a lot of people here.
Actually, what's amazing with the word imposter syndrome was the first time I heard it was Juliana Jackson mentioning it when she was here at Super Week, and it's the same reaction. You excuse me, what? Yeah. How can you have a feeling that I have had for the last 25 years of my career, right? Yeah. But I think it's a sign of humility because you feel that there's always more to learn. Yeah. Even Yeshua, he still gets it now. He gets pulled into projects that, but I'm not the expert in that. Yeah. But then he triangulates, but I know this and this and that, but I'm probably the best person in this circle to find out about that. So, okay, I'll take that. I am the expert for now in this room. And it's embracing that imposter syndrome, saying, but it means that you need to learn, ask, and discover. And I think that's, now that the word imposter syndrome is kind of like almost mainstream, I think is a good thing, because people feel relieved in a way, as you were saying, So it's great that these kind of conversations can come out at events like this.
Yeah. Anybody else?
Dark Hole it will open actually in now. It's beginning now to speak. Don't lose data because of consent, which is kind of warm topic.
Controversial statement. Very good, Dark.
But consent mode, we also hear this year a lot about this keyword. We will have Ugur Gursel. I had it I had him yesterday for two diagnostics, so actually it was what he is gonna speak right now. I'm really curious about it.
He also had a really fun punch card entry, by the way, that the live demo exploded on him, so it was as it should go, right? Like
I'm sure he would have handled it very well.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
totally cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, it was fun.
And it will be all for today. So we will have a wrap up with Julian at the end of today. Julian and friends.
Who started the conference also on Monday, so that's good.
Yeah.
And I think,
Yeah, and I believe now we are crossing over to the main stage, if that is correct.
yeah,
So, so this is our last morning briefing or pre-briefing. So again, it's so cool hanging out with you guys and crossing paths and swapping times and swapping guests and stuff like that. And again, I really enjoy the last 2 years. I look forward to it.
next year.
Every year it's semi-holiday, but stress, with some kind of stress. Yes,
It's work.
I said, yeah.
It's really a lot of work.
We're in a beautiful hotel in Hungary.
Really thanks, Hotel
So
Reyes,
at least we
everything.
just turn around and we feel this is lovely, isn't it? You know.
Yeah.
But we're here, you know, with things that we love, with people that we love, and in an industry that we love and care about. So that's almost a holiday, you know.
A bit.
It is a lot of fun, that's for sure.
Intense fun.
A lot of friends.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think we're going to be crossing over soon.
Thanks a lot to the crew.
Yeah.
Amazing job. Really, thanks a lot.
Yeah, great
You're
people,
amazing.
new faces there. Hope to
Without
see you
you,
again.
nothing
Yeah,
can
absolutely.
happen.
And to the crew in the other room that we don't see, but we know that they're switching and doing
You will
stuff.
see pictures of them, I think.
And also to Zolly and Petra and Barbara and
Bernadette, everything.
And it's such the welcoming experience, and all we can say is for those of you who haven't experienced Super Week before, it's definitely something to put in your career path at least once, if not, if it's a healthy addiction to have, right?
It's a great experience,
Yeah. So over and out, guys. We'll be seeing each other lounges, but again, it was a pleasure. And
hopefully be here next year again.
Yes.
Absolutely, unless they cancel me for something. I have to go through what I've said over the last 3 days. Okay, we will all see you throughout the day, and from the three of us until next year, Super Week TV. Thank you once again.
Yeah. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. How are you feeling this morning? Last day of the conference. I'm so sad this is the last day. But I know we have quite a few really exciting speakers this morning. So I'm sure we'll enjoy the rest of the day. Before we get started, I don't see our organizers here. I should have organized that better. I'd like to thank our sponsors. Conductress, do I see Conductress here? They've gone AWOL. They're checking out. Oh, okay, perhaps I'll do that later on, but okay. I won't sing this morning. I did practice a little bit with the fresh air, but I won't sing. But let's get started. Our first speaker of the day is our Doug at Dugger Digital. I'm fascinated about your subject. I know this can be a quite touchy subject depending on how we do it. So whether we can, why do we keep losing data? Is there any way of not losing the data and at the same time making sure that we are compliant, etc.? So show us how we can do that.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is happy Friday to everyone. You made it to day 5. Give yourselves a round of applause. You made it here. Well done. Exciting stuff today. Yeah, I'm going to say it first. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. Okay, so this is technical advice only. Now I can say whatever I want. Do you stress your consent mode? COMO, consent mode. Okay. This is me. Yes, you're probably right. I should have had a change of clothes between taking the picture and standing here this morning. Nothing if not consistent, okay?
From last year.
It is from last year, but it has been through the laundry. Don't judge, okay? So that's my LinkedIn. Let's address this elephant in the room. So many people have asked me, what the heck is Duga all about? I'm not an imbecile that can't spell my own name, all right? This is an Old Norse English word. Dan Truman, who I hope many of you have met this week, he's here. He came up with this word Duga because it means to help to or produce. This is what we do at Duga. We build, we create, as you've seen. We work in partnership and we share knowledge. This is what I'm doing today so that we can all grow. This is my intent. So hopefully now you understand Doug at Duga@digital.com is a bit of a tongue twister. You can get in touch with me and you know what Duga means. Okay. We're talking about consent. It's a thing. It's a fact of life. Consent banners, cookie banners, call them what you will. They are here now and they're here. They're probably here to stay. And we've got to ask some serious questions around consent. How does it affect your data collection? It is going to have an impact, but exactly how? How much? Why? And what can you do about it? And a lot of that is going to have to do with the consent management platform, the cookie banner, the CMP. We'll call it the CMP to make things go quicker. So what does the CMP need to deliver? You know, there are some really key questions you must ask of your CMP to get the most out of it. Some questions I'm going to go through today you may not have thought of. There's a lot that it can do, a lot that it needs to do to give you support because, and I'm adding bold for extra emphasis, why consent mode, what does it do, and how can you safely adopt it? These are really key questions, but loop back and say, with regards to consent mode, how does the CMP support you in implementing consent mode? What can it do? And then, with COMO, supported by your CMP, how does that affect your data collection? So why I'm asking these questions, because I get it from clients all the time. We go COMO V2, what's going to happen to my data? And I think the analyst answer of it depends is actually really quite lame, okay? And it does depend. That is an honest answer because everybody's data collection is going to be different. Everybody's user base is going to have some difference there. So, you know, we need a better answer. I want to give a better answer. I'm going to walk you through a journey that we went through at Duga in investigating and building out this framework because you can use this, okay, as a commercial advantage. You know, compliance can be your secret weapon. There's a great post on LinkedIn by Siobhan saying compliance doesn't have to kill growth and innovation. It's not a stopper, it's not a blocker. Look at it as an enabler and you can get, seriously, millions worth of value from this. What we're talking about today could save you millions or your clients millions. Now, at the same time, because we are talking about consent, because we're talking about doing things right, ethically, bear this in mind, bear this quote in mind from Henry Ford. And it doesn't just mean be really good at technical stuff even when you don't have to. Do that, but also think about what is right, always. Even if nobody is looking, can you look yourself in the mirror and say, yes, I'm using this data for the right reason? Now, am I compliant? Me? I don't know. Why should I be compliant? Well, it is the law, okay? That's a fairly reasonable starting point. But actually, the ads vendors like Google, Meta, Microsoft, they actually have far much more of a compulsion to be legal.
Welcome back to the studio. I am joined by Siavash, the winner of the Golden Punch Card. So you just told me this was your third entry to the Golden Punch Card competition.
Yes.
You've won the silver once.
Once.
And now you have the coveted golden punch.
Now I've got the gold and I'm running for bronze next year.
Nice, nice. That's also nice to keep some spots open for the rest, right?
Yeah.
I like that. Community. No, but congratulations. Super cool. So a couple of months ago, you released Watson. Watson is a Looker Studio template that you can apply directly to GA4 and will automatically scan for everything that you can scan for, basically.
Almost whatever we can scan for through the API.
Yeah. I've used it. It works amazingly. It's a time saver. It's just it's an easy way to do a lot of stuff that you would otherwise do manually. So thank you for that.
Of course.
But you didn't win with Watson.
No.
You won with SHERLOCK.
SHERLOCK. Yeah.
So tell me, what is SHERLOCK?
So SHERLOCK is fundamentally different. It's not a Looker Studio dashboard. It's a Looker Studio connector. So instead of going through the API and trying to investigate through the API, it investigates directly the GA4 export table in BigQuery.
Yeah.
That's why it can perform more checks, more complicated checks, because it has more visibility. And because it's running in BigQuery, it has more analytics power.
Yeah.
So it's like going from API, which is aggregated, sampled, limited, incomplete, to BigQuery, which is complete with all the finest details, and from Looker Studio's functions to BigQuery's SQL and BigQuery ML. So
yeah,
I would say 10 a step ahead.
Exactly.
Most times.
Going from a bicycle to a Lamborghini.
Exactly.
So I'm very curious if you can help me understand a little bit how this works under the hood, because I have a Google Analytics 4 account. I have enabled the BigQuery export.
Yep.
I have raw data coming into into BigQuery. Now, this raw data is not that useful for me as an analyst. I would normally apply transformations. Now, the guys from GA4 Dataform are doing a great job in democratizing that and building a standard for that, so to say.
Absolutely.
And then that transformed data is normally what I would use to do analysis.
Analysis, reporting, yeah, everything.
In your case, what it seems like is I only have the raw data, and then Magic, and then SHERLOCK.
Yeah.
So what are you doing behind the scenes?
Behind the scenes. So in a little bit more technical terms, what it does, it's a Looker Studio connector, okay? So you start using the connector in your Looker Studio, and we ask for three things. First is the ID of your table. So we need to know where it is located, data, so we can transform it and analyze it. Second would be a license key, which helps us know who is using the tool. And the third one is a service account.
So the ID of the table means that my...
Project dataset table ID.
Exactly, and that means that the service account that I'm going to provide later needs to have access to that table, because that is the way you're going to connect.
Yeah. So the service account credentials that you provide to the connector, it stays in your Looker Studio instance. So we cannot see it.
Okay.
You're saving it in your Looker Studio account as part of the configuration of that connector.
Okay.
So it is safe in that sense. Whenever you try to connect through SHERLOCK to your dataset, SHERLOCK uses that service account credentials to create a one-time access token for each request. So it's not a permanent token, it's a one-time use. With that token, it goes, transforms data in your BigQuery, and on the fly provides the results back to Looker Studio, and for record keeping, it writes the results back in your cloud. So during this process, nothing, no credentials, no data, no processing, no raw data or processed data will leave either your Looker Studio instance or your Google Cloud. We don't have any visibility on that.
That's a very elegant solution. I'm impressed. I'm looking forward to
it's
play
like
around
privacy
with
by
it.
design.
Yeah, well, no, but that's great. So the risk, so to say, is people need to understand that the cost will be in their GCP account, right? So if they run this on a humongous GA4 data set.
Yeah. I mean, it's a private detective. Usually when you hire a private detective, you have to cover the cost of like transfer and food and all that. It's like, but we've been optimizing the hell out of SHERLOCK for the same purpose. So we know that BigQuery processing could be expensive for larger accounts. We know that BigQuery ML, because it trains a model on your data on the fly and then use it to forecast. BigQuery ML could be much more expensive. So we design it in a way that it processes the minimum amount of data that is needed. And because it's keeping track of the previous investigations, it will process them either once or as few times as absolutely necessary.
Nice.
So for a medium-sized account, they were getting 1 million events per day.
Yeah.
When we run an audit with all the bells and whistles, like the ARIMA and the logistic regression and the usual transformation, it usually costs around just $1. So it's not that expensive.
We can miss $1.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing. That's really cool. That's really cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to applying this. So there's going to be, and the third thing you mentioned was a license key. That's the license key on your end, right?
On our end, yeah. So we can just make sure the person who's using the connector is authorized to use the connect.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. And is it already available right now?
Right now, we made it available to everyone at Super Week yesterday. We haven't decided how exactly are we going to release it to the public, but we will release it publicly soon, in a maximum couple of months.
Nice. Yeah. So for you, this obviously takes a lot of time to build, right? What's the end game for you? Do you think you are becoming a software as a service business for the industry? How do you see it? Do you think it's just a tool that you use and you share, or what?
Yeah. So we have the agency business, which is right now the main source of revenue for the agency. I do the education side of the business, which is primarily me running Lucas Studio Masterclass, which is a side business. It's good, but it's not the primary revenue streams for the agency. We are creating these tools for several reasons. One is I'm excited about them. Two is I'm always trying to figure out something to create for Lucas Studio because I can share it and I can use it in training because there's overlap. And then many of these come from the requests that we get from the clients of the agency. So usually the trigger is that they need something. We look into a solution, we provide a solution. It's like manual, it's like queries in BigQuery that we run. And then we think about everything that we've already done for the clients and which one of them can we package in a way that we can release it to the public. It won't be software as a service because I'm not coming from a development background. I don't want to go 100% software as a service in terms of like actually managing a software company. But things that are built on the kind of maintained system, something in BigQuery, something in Lucas Studio, something that is scalable in that sense without extra maintenance and support that comes with SaaS. Yeah, we will go that way.
Yeah, it's a little bit the sweet spot in between. Yeah. Yeah, and I think we see a lot of tools, a lot of things in the Golden Punch Card have the same kind of approach, right? Like it's a little bit. It's probably also not a super viable pure software business, but it's really useful to the community and for the things that we do specifically. So that's a really interesting sweet spot, and I think, you know, especially for your agency business, it's good karma, right? Like it will come back eventually.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the kind of goodwill that you cannot necessarily track or attribute later on. But what I figured out in my business is that usually most of the leads that come in and the business that comes in, it's somehow related to something that we did, I don't know, 2-3 years ago without any expectation whatsoever. We released something to the public, we did a talk, we did something for someone, and then it comes back. Unfortunately, you cannot make it saleable, you cannot control it. It was perfect if you could. But for us, it's just keep doing things that are exciting, save people time, save people money. It gives us exposure. And then we know that it comes back in some sort in sometime in the future.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So is Watson done? And is it now fully Sherlock? Or what?
No. We have an active roadmap for Watson. There's still a lot that we want to release, but it won't be weekly releases for sure, either bi-weekly, monthly, depending on what we're going to release. But in parallel, we are continuing to work on Sherlock as well, because those are two different audiences. I mean, Watson is for anyone using GA4. I would say that's 1,000 times more and bigger audience than the audience for Sherlock.
Probably.
And different needs too. And Watson kind of covers like 80% of the checks that can be done.
Especially for small accounts, like if sampling is not an issue, Watson is really good.
Sampling is not an issue, cardinality is not an issue, coda is not an issue. But there is a completely different audience that have the need for more advanced checks, like the ones SHERLOCK does, and they have the technical availabilities to set it up and all the big queries. It's exactly like the amount of people that go to the police versus the amount of people that go to the private detective.
Nice. Yeah. So if you think about the SHERLOCK roadmap, what is the most challenging, interesting thing you want to create for it? Think about the Super Week audience, right?
Yeah. So interesting is primarily things that we are going to do with ML.
Yeah.
Because even right now, in the first version, the checks that SHERLOCK is doing, they're not available anywhere else in any free or paid solution. Yes, some people might have written some code themselves to do it, but at this scale and as a kind of a product, it is not available to the public. So stabilizing these checks.
What are the ones that are there right now?
Right now, we are checking for two different buckets of things. One are checks that Watson cannot do due to aggregation.
Yep.
So, for example, duplicate page views, things that you cannot get from the API, or the values of properties of events, things that the API doesn't give you. They might be truncated, dropped. We are then using the analysis to perform some transformation. We are estimating the number of users that have not provided consent. I mean, everyone could see events, but we are estimating users and the ratio of users. We can do it. And we are using two of the features in BigQuery ML. One is ARIMA plus time series forecasting for anomaly detection.
Okay. Yeah.
Which, I mean, in the GA4 interface, there are some anomaly detection. You don't have much control, but in SHERLOCK, you can specify the events that you're interested in, the time frame that you're interested in, and the threshold that you're interested in. So based on all these, it goes, trains the model on your data on the fly, and then applies it to your most recent data in the date range that you're interested in. So this is very exciting. Yep. And the other one is bot detection, because we have dynamic labeling for a logistic regression model for bot detection. Again, we train on previous 6 months of the same account, and then we apply it to most recent data to understand the bots, which is nothing that we've ever seen anywhere being done in the market. So these are the exciting ones. But the challenge is to make it as simple and as quick as Watson to use. Because right now, you should have your BigQuery table. You should know how to create a service account provided to the connector. But if we can make it like closer to just click, 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 like a wizard or something, that is the biggest challenge. Yeah. But the analysis is the biggest excitement for us. Yeah.
I think, the service account will always probably be necessary, right? Like just from a...
Yeah, but probably we can use ORGANISATIONAL or authorization. I'm working with the developers on that to see what other simpler solutions are available for us to allow the connector just, they click, they provide the authorization, and they're done with it.
Yeah, well, it could be interesting. I think for the audience here, it's already good enough, right? So that's great to play with. Cool. I think I've asked all the questions I wanted to ask you, so I'm just excited to start playing with it once I get back home and hopefully use it for our clients. Thank you for sharing it with the community, and thank you for joining me on Super Week TV.
My pleasure.
And, enjoy the rest of the day.
Thanks, and thank you and the whole team for the
opportunity. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Repeatable. So what then? What do I do now? So we do some automated testing, and I've got to give a big shout out here to Ellen Inessi, former winner of Golden Punch Card. Last year, Eleanor won the punch card using the data playground. Oh, hello, hello. Shout out to Eleanor! Yeah. So cool piece of kit. So I lifted the good bits. That was a lot. There was a lot of good bits. And I produced this sort of API. It's a Python automation using Selenium to load a page, to do a field entry, to submit a form, to load a page, to click a link. So basically, we're going through an interaction, an automated interaction with a consent banner based on consent settings that I've set using GA4 or scripts or whatever. And I can do it 100 times, or I do it 1,000 times, and then see what happens in the data. Okay, so I'm doing this on a non-production environment. I'm going to make sure I've got my test name along with my container ID and version as an event parameter, so I can see in the data the effect of doing these various things at scale quite safely. So I'm using Python as a local web server, execute the script, and it just does it. It's very, very straightforward. Then you watch what happens in real time. Observe the real time. That's really important. Because then after 24 hours, you're going to look in your GA4 reports and say, OK, what have I got? Then a little longer than 24 hours, it'll be dumped in BigQuery. You flatten the table, put it in Data Studio, and then we can see exactly what the effects are of these various changes. So the tests in the calibrator, we'll start off with a control again, where no consent is set. All right. Then we're going to experiment 2 versions of the defaults. One set by the script, as we would normally do according to the documentation. Then we're going to use the GA4 configuration and say it's denied. What happens to that data? Test 3 and 4. We'll keep the denied script and denied by GA4. Then we'll add on a granted by after update with the script. And then we're going to try the assume granted with the GA4 setting. Then a test for no default and assume granted. Default denied with a script, and then assume granted GA4. So we're just going through all the combinations, permutations of setting it with the configuration, setting it with the script, see what happens. What happened was these tests, the data was visible in real time, and this should tell you something really, really important, really clear about the power of or the necessity for the update. And if there is no update, you don't see the data in real time. These tests weren't visible in real time, but they were apparent in the data later on. So in GA4 report, notice that was interesting. I actually dropped one iteration there because the internet, it can happen. It doesn't affect the results of the test, really. I can see what's going on there. I can see that it was in real time. I can see that it was in GA4, and I can see that it had analytics storage. Yes, in BigQuery. Okay, so I get to see what's going on after the fact. Right, what does that mean? What does that mean? So actually, useful tests, but these tests prove that if I were to put this in production, this would not be useful data because it is limited activation. There is no analytics update. If I was doing the same with the ads granted, again, it would be limited activation. So I can't really use this in production. Fine, we can remove that from our scope. Test 5 and test 6 were also very limited in activation. Can't use this data, doesn't appear in reports, and it's not granted. Fine. Even though I assume granted without a default, it's useless. Only seems to work with no default. I had the assume granted on GA4 here after a default denied using a script. Didn't work. That assume granted on GA4 is a curious setting. I would not use it myself. This one, this was not useful data, but it maybe appears unexpected. If I have default denied using the GA4 setting, and I assume granted with the GA4 setting, come on, GA, decide, are you going to allow it or not? Well, remember, this setting overrides all other Google Tag default consent settings, including the granted by default. That's bad news. Overrides anything. It's a howitzer. So test 3 is the only useful data we actually found. And that was done using scripts. Kind of defeated my object here, but did we? Did we? Because this didn't work, right? Default denied by script and assume granted GA4. Let's flip this the other way around. Let's use the denied in GA4 and then use granted after update using a script. We definitely use an update with a script. That was worth testing, so I did. And it was promising. You know, we're getting the right signals through as part of that test. Results look good in real time. Fingers crossed here. Yes, it's looking like that could work. What if we had default denied by GA4, but that update didn't require you to write any script? What if the consent management platform did that for you? Not just sending a data layer push, not just giving you a function to add your update to. It can actually do that for you. That's the absolute ideal. That's the gold standard. So you can get the update in before the TMS, before the tag management fires if you want it in real time, or bare minimum, it can happen on window loaded, and that will be absolutely fine. So it is plausible. So what actual use was this whole process? Not being legal advice, I'll emphasize that again. So yeah, consent is here, and we're not going to get rid of it. It's not going to go away, but we can use it to our advantage and our client's advantage as well. So remember, we're doing this for the right reason. We're protecting the rights of the users. We're doing this for regulation, and we're doing this for commercial reasons as well. I will add some bold emphasis there to really underline that legal and commercial, or commercial compliance is really important, because if you don't, then your data will essentially be useless, all right? Default denied in the GA4 is aggressive, be careful. The update command is absolutely essential. Your CMP must support update. It's absolutely vital. If you do one thing after lunch today, go and check your consent management platform. Is it doing updates for you? If you're going to go through this kind of testing, if you're going to use this framework, I will publish all this work on our blog, so you will have all the slides available. If you do this, then prove the functionality that you're testing away from production data. You can use production data to quantify the impact, but don't activate that data. The consent setting hub is useful. I think that's one of the most useful updates I've seen on GA4 for a wee while now. But at a fundamental level, you don't have to drown in hypotheticals. You don't have to apply thought experiments and hope that your Como V2 is going to work. Put it to the test, but make sure that test is properly structured. You've got to be accurate. You've got to automate and be rigorous. But then you can trust the data that you're getting off the back of this. We're not going to have an argument about, I think Como does this, I think Como does that. But if we've quantified that change in production, but not using production data, then we can rely on the output. We can actually head towards a scriptless consent mode version 2 advanced. It can be done with default in GA4, with an update from the CMP, and then we're home and dry. And that's it. You've done 103 slides on Friday morning. Thank you very much.
That was so fast, but also very fascinating.
I was slowing myself down deliberately. I hope that was okay. Yeah.
I try and take photos because I just couldn't take in everything.
I'm going to publish this on Monday, okay? So Monday you'll have all this, and
wonderful.
Yeah, I'll put it on LinkedIn, and if everyone can repost it. I nearly said retweet. That's so 2024, isn't it? But yeah, repost. Feel free to share it. Ask me questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dan. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Let's take the questions from the floor. We'll go with Till first.
Till Büttner.
Thanks. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning to you.
Thanks for presenting. Even if it was about GA4, which is not as interesting for me, the whole content topic is very interesting for me.
Yeah.
And did you experience with all your testing that, or like, did you test it not just for BigQuery and GA4, but also for Google Ads? I'm asking because we see a lot of pushbacks from marketeers with putting Google Ads behind content mode or like content banners, complaining that they almost get no triggers.
Yeah, no, I didn't. That is a really good point. You're making me think there's a follow-up to this talk now. Thank you for that inspiration. No, I'd love to do that. I mean, the talks I've seen this week, I think it was Balash was talking about the data warehouse and the data connectors, the dumps from Google Ads into BQ. I definitely leverage that. I know the tech is there to be able to do that using this kind of framework. Not just setting analytics granted, but ads granted as well, or the right ads setting. Yes, you could do that, and yes, I would definitely repeat this framework. I would use the the second methodology to understand what data is coming through. I think because it involves ads, to do this in the wild as well with the serial test, I think that will be a valid technique to follow up on as well. But yeah, it could definitely be done. It's a really good idea.
Super. Julien?
Bonjour.
Bonjour, monsieur.
I'll
Ça
stand
va?
up.
Ça va.
Ça va bien. I had a
Look, I'm a native.
I had a quick question, and maybe you know the answer. I know that Saint Simo has something to do about had something to say about the heads being rewritten.
Yeah.
What is your perception of that happening if you have GA4 streaming to BigQuery? I don't think the heads get rewritten, do they?
It probably won't get written in the stream, and I'd have to test this. I'm just working through my mind here, but
See what I'm doing?
the update in the shall I call it the full dump, the permanent dump, because they can change up to 72 hours after. There is reprocessing there. So I think you're right. If I'm not seeing it in real time in GA4, it's unlikely I'm going to see it in the BQ stream as well. But I do expect to see that data later on, but with ad storage and analytics storage set to true or false appropriately. Yeah. So I think the BQ stream is a really good point to make as well.
I have my moments. Thank you.
I cherish those moments.
I saw another hand over there. Sorry, I'll just shout. On that, I'll come back.
So yeah, first of all, everything very interesting.
Thank you.
But I was just wondering, regarding the inbuilt consent checks from Google.
Are we okay here? Yeah. Right.
What I was wondering, because with many clients, and like the inbuilt checks, so if you're using the advanced mode, for example, for GA4, it's only the analytics storage. But in case you're exporting conversions to Google Ads, I was wondering how exactly then this is handled, and if I should put additional consent checks in that case, because actually, the data, if it comes to GA4 and then it is later exported to Google Ads, it should probably be using others as well.
Good question. So if I go back a little further, is this one? No, I'm going to go further back here. So there we go. So I can set my defaults in here for analytics or ads, specific or all regions, okay? I can use this, whenever I use this, whatever I set elsewhere, this will override it, okay? So this is, whatever you do elsewhere, this is going to stomp on it. That's my experience so far. So if you're doing any sort of default consent checks or additional consent checks, I just remove those from TMS and rely on this guy to set those defaults, okay? Does that? Yep. Awesome.
Great stuff. Artem?
Morning.
Morning.
How are you?
All good, thanks. So
I'm fine. Carry on.
You did great tests. I also like to do such stuff and play with data. I also sometimes include this intradate BigQuery table, so it's surprising. So it's not always the same, but it's also interesting. One question. I hate this setup, but sometimes some clients do it this way. Sometimes they combine tags inside GTag, like GA4 stream and Google Ads stream. Did you try to play with such a setup that they combine a few streams inside GTag?
Because combining streams is not documented. It's not directly supported. I think there was a really useful conversation on Measure Slack a while back, and one more recently, where the question was asked: Can I just comma delimit a whole load of streams in one? I'm not sure you can still even do that. I think I would avoid such a thing. So with my parallel server side, I'm using a default GA4 client to spin off the normal server side GA4 tag, but then I'm using a custom client to do it explicitly separately and make sure it is quite separate. I needed to do that because the setting to say don't use cookies is in the client configuration. So I experimented with using a lookup to say, if I've sent this event parameter, set this cookie. If I've not set the event parameter, then don't set the cookie, and so on and so forth. It was messy. It wasn't reliable. I didn't like it. I think about if I'm going to present this in this kind of context, how can I make it as simple as possible to make the effect as clear as possible? Don't try and be cute and clever with parlor tricks with layers and layers and layers of bloody variables and lookups. Let's just make it super, super simple. And if that works in an environment like this, it's probably going to work in production as well. And I'm happy with that. Yeah. Does that answer the question? I hope so.
So I have the same opinion.
Hang on. Let's make sure you've got the mic here. Go ahead.
Yes, I have the same experience and opinion that we shouldn't use this combine, and I really frustrated why Google did this. There is no actual reason. I don't know, at least I don't understand this. So yes, I have the same. Thanks.
Great stuff. I have perhaps a very simple, a silly question.
There are no silly questions. No silly questions.
Earlier, when you said there's a page and then consent happens on that page and then update happens as soon as the consent. So that update applies to all the hits on that page, not the page before that page.
No, that's really, really good clarification. Yeah, it is specific about the page. Anything that happened prior, think about it, if we applied the update to everything before, then we could do session stitching back to right to the very start. That's not actually respectful of the consent choice.
Indeed.
So in the consent choice being made on the page, any signal that's collected, any data that's collected on that page, we can say, yes, consent is relevant to that page from then onwards. Yeah,
yep,
good point.
Makes sense. Yep, very good. Thank you very much. I think you deserve to gong yourself.
May I gong?
As loud as you want.
Oh, no.
Going to be told off now. Well done. Give a big round of applause to Doug. Thank you very much, Doug. Do I have David? Ooh, our next speaker has gone AWOL. Oh, is this where somebody volunteered to sing or dance? Come on, I heard this karaoke going on last night. I thought I was sort of having a conversation just outside the conference hall, and there was a big party going on. Gaia kindly invited, she did it under duress. She invited me to karaoke. Having heard me, I think she just wasn't quite sure, but seriously, nobody volunteering to sing? Kalia. Oh, David is here. I was about to sing. I think we will have David. David, would you like to bring your laptop here and we can plug that in?
Hello and welcome back to another episode of SPWK TV. My name is Jomar from the Brand Leadership Community, and today this episode we are going to be talking about trends and innovations in the MARTECH community. And with me today I have esteemed gentleman Peter Meyer from Alamedia and Vlad Flaks from OWOX. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you. Happy to join us.
Great to have you. And Peter, your background is really behind the scenes with tag management. Give us a walk through, your career path over the last 10, 15 years.
Ooh, yeah.
Quick walkthrough.
I come from a developer background, and then I moved into mostly tag management. Back when Google Tag Manager was launched, I worked with the first version there. And now, fast forward, I'm working with implementation of tag management, Google Analytics 4 and stuff like that, everything around that, but also CDP. Right now, Telium CDP, audience stream and event stream stuff. And I do that at Alamedia, a big Nordic magazine publisher in the Nordics.
And that's interesting. It's a company where the web traffic is the product of the organization that they also need to sell, right? So that's super important. And for you, Vlad, OWOX is your baby. You've had a great career of changes and community. Do you want to walk us through your career path?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So as OWOX is started many years ago as digital analytics agency. We pivoted to product company in 2016. Now we help companies to bridge the gap between corporate data and spreadsheets. Our product is used by 160,000 users worldwide. And I'm obsessed about how everything related to self-service analytics and data enablement.
Yeah, and you've also had a history with community as well, and the events. Please tell us about that.
Well, it was before OWOX. The reason why I started learning development and software engineering is because I want to launch the website for students and teachers to review each hour, and this was a way, and there's a reason why I started, learning programming languages. It was, 20 years ago.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. I mean, it's all about learning, right?
Right.
And if we talk about, we can look at how technology and it's called marketing technology in greater circles, how it's evolved. We've seen the cloud really play a role in that, right? My background now is using WordPress front end, HubSpot for our CMS, and various ticketing companies. Peter, how have you seen like the cloud really, if you take almost like a holistic view, it's really changed the way that the technologies we use today are? I mean, they're all cloud-based technologies, right?
Yeah.
But you've also probably worked before the cloud, I'm guessing, with technology as well?
Yes, log file analysis and stuff like that. Yeah.
So it's kind of like something people take for granted now, right? That it's in the cloud.
Yeah, that's it. You could say it's you suddenly got Google Analytics, and that was nice, and then everyone used that, and now it's kind of hard to choose because there's a lot to choose from. So that's a good thing that there's a lot of tools to choose from, of course, or between, but then it's also harder to find the one you need, what actually fits your needs, instead of just using, for instance, Google something.
Yeah.
But a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, absolutely. And for you, again, still looking back a bit, Vlad, the cloud, cloud computing, have you seen that driving, the technology landscape?
Yeah, you're right. Clouds changed a lot, and especially in terms of the time to value. So, and clouds, it's not. Not all the services are cloud. There are like public clouds, there are private clouds, but it's all about the scaling. It's all about the easiest to roll out. So it's easier than ever to test hypotheses, to test new services.
Yeah, and Peter, you're talking about there's a lot of tools out there, which is great, but also a problem. So integration, how do you see that? Is that's also of integrating these tools together? Is that a problem that you often see in your workday?
I actually wouldn't say, because there's usually some sort of webhook or something you can use if you're missing a connector somewhere. But I think the challenge is that it's very important to choose what you send where.
Yeah.
So for instance, at Alamedia, we don't send personal data to GA, but you can. We send that to our CDP.
Yeah.
But you need to be careful there, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
To kind of route the stuff the right directions.
Yeah.
And do that in a knowledgeable way, might I say. So it makes sense to have it here because this and that, and not here because this and that.
Yeah. And that's really where the evolution, probably leading to is a CDP, right? And that's almost, I think, remember back in the days when we had this term DMP, right? So what's your, I suppose at this stage, creating the architectural look of a CDP, if you were to explain to an internal colleague in marketing or having to approve the purchase of a CDP, how would you describe it to someone who doesn't necessarily work with data at the same level?
Yeah, I would say if I say GA again, Google Analytics is very much aggregated data, and it doesn't that much matter who people are. Whereas in the CDP, you can actually know who people are and then have really nice segments based on that you then send to, I don't know, Facebook or whatever you have connections elsewhere. so that you have this kind of combined user profile, that you're the only one knowing in your CDP, and then you pick and choose what you need to send to, for instance, I say Facebook, maybe I should say Meta.
Yeah.
And then they only get what they need, as opposed to maybe doing that in a pixel, for instance.
Yeah.
But in a publisher company like where I work now, Alamedia, then that we have also user profiles of people looking at our magazines.
Yeah,
so
subscribers, for example.
Yeah. So it's very much a match there. We know what the normal user of a certain magazine is, and then we kind of have that digitally as well in the CDP. So that's kind of a very optimal tool to have in a company like ours, I would say.
And of course, I promised I wouldn't be talking acronyms here, but customer data platform, as I was pre-briefing you. Now, and Vlad, for yourself, and pivoting into a marketing technology or a technology tool, business intelligence tool. How did you see the need of creating a new product in a space where there are literally thousands of products? What made you see the opportunity there?
So thank you for this question. So first of all, I need to highlight that marketing is just about 30% of use cases covered by our product. We see, all the reports all around organizations in product, finance companies all around. Talking to marketing, there are two trends that I want to highlight. The first one is definitely integration and data ownership is not a problem when you have a professional or specialist like you, and data ownership is really challenging because unless company ingest and collect data in their own database or warehouse, they literally cannot deal with this data and allow it to gather any insights.
So we're talking about the personal data, in terms of owning that,
right?
Having the consent.
It might be not a personal ones. For instance, ad campaigns. Yeah. If organization runs some ad campaigns on Facebook or Google, they don't own this data unless they extract it and save on their own storage. Because as we know, there are a lot of cases, then services change the API and add some restrictions to add customers' data. So if someone reads, terms and conditions of all those services, they found out that they literally cannot, deal with this data freely. So data ownership is a really, really huge trend here.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we have, privacy, which is a big thing as well. So having control of the data ownership is a big thing. When we talk about the technology, one of the things that's great about our industry and greater areas of brand is the sense of community. And Peter, you've been a very active member of the community. Can you give us a description of what community has meant for your career and how it is moving forward in your career? And I'll just put one more thing. The very first Measure Camp I went to in London, I was asking you what it was about. I still remember to this day, this is 7 years ago, he said, I won't explain it to you, but you'll only find out about it when you go. And that was, and then after going, it's like, and now I get it. But I'd love to hear, with your career and the work that you've done, how important has events like Super Week and Measure Camp and Web Analytics Wednesday been for you?
Very important. It means everything to me, more or less, I would say. I'm here because of community. I'm doing what I'm doing now because of community. So I strongly believe that we kind of build each other up, or how you say, we make each other stronger in the community. So it's kind of like you have to give back to the community when you're getting so much, I would say. It's insane, especially here at Super Week, I would say, but Measure Camp is a nice mention. People sharing knowledge that they don't need to share, but they do it because they want to. And all the comments you can get if you present something that people have, but you should maybe try this, or that's cool, can I talk to you about that later? It means a lot. networking and also the knowledge itself, of course.
Yeah.
I almost have trouble putting words on it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think you've expressed it really nicely. And for you, Vlad, you know, you have had that with the events that you've created. What's your feeling and sentiment towards community, especially now, putting a product together? I mean, would have you been able to build your company without a community journey?
So I'm biased here. I truly believe in community. And let me put it from this way. Everything that people build and have is because of the teamwork. There is no way to, to build a cell phones, cars, and everything like that without collaboration. And put into the marketing, everyone have a connectivity challenge to research data schemas and put everything together. So community is a way to share the knowledge, how data is connected, how can we consume it and simplify. This is one of the key reasons why we made our connectors open source, just to share this knowledge and let everyone to make their contribution and get the data from everything that already exists.
Yeah, and I mean, open source has been around for decades of years, right? And again, the cloud is only bringing open source more and more common. Just thoughts from you, Peter, when we talk about open source and being accepted in enterprise. What's your feeling and thoughts on that? Because, often IT departments may have an affliction to something that is open source, but then the users of the product who are benefiting from the tool, stand by it, and having a support network of a community. Tell me about your thoughts on open source in general.
I would say generally I'm a very big fan, but if you move it into something like a big enterprise company, you need to be aware of certain factors. And one thing is, if you use some sort of library or tool that some guy made in his spare time, it might be the best tool ever for the purpose, but you also need to be aware that the guy who made it might change it totally, and then something you use it for will break or something like that. So you're going to need to calculate the risk. Not saying that it will happen, but that's kind of what can happen with open source. But I wouldn't say that a lot of the stuff we're using today would exist without open source. Microsoft and Google and whomever are using open source or making open source as well.
Yeah.
So that's the community thing again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And for you, I mean, you did mention open source. If you could describe what it means for your product.
Yeah, if I may, the risk that someone who made a product change everything and it's ruin your processes. It's not about open source only. For instance, Google Optimize. It was it was not a
true
open source product, right?
True.
At the same time, Google released Google Meridian as open source, right? So for those of you who don't know, it's open source framework for marketing mix modeling, and it's truly open source, Python backed. And so this is a huge shift for community, not to use just the products, but the frameworks, the mindsets, the knowledge that embedded to the code.
Yeah.
So open source is not just about the products; it's about the code and the expertise in this code.
Yeah, and the community around it, right?
Yes, for sure.
So so that's a thing.
And it's a sad part about open source, because back to yesterday on a PUNCHCARD, at least half of attendees said that the projects are open source, but unless you have a community that's willing to contribute to your product, it means nothing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So looking forward, I mean, it's how do we see? What are your thoughts on trends? I mean, having great knowledge of the past and working in the present, where do you see, as Peter, where do you see the technology landscape for analytics and marketing heading towards? We've gone from, a DMP to C data management platform to customer data platform, right? Now we have AI. We we've gone this far and we haven't even mentioned AI yet. So that's fantastic. But where do you see the future of our industry in regards to data and the technology behind it?
That's an interesting question. I think where we are now, people put their data in different buckets. So I talk about putting data in GA4, then it's on a Google server somewhere run by Google and in our CDP, and that's then run by Telium. It's the thing about walled gardens. Is that walled gardens or not? I think what will happen is, I know there's at least talks about that where I work, composability. So for instance, having our CDP composable in regards to having the data on our own servers and having the CDP tap into that or send to that when stuff happens. So kind of, maybe that's maybe a funny answer, but the fact that you own your data, that if it's on your servers, you own it. I think there's a lot of stuff going on about that.
There's a lot more to come, right? When people start valuing the data that they have and realizing they can do a lot more.
But also the fact that you can use all sorts of tools for all sorts of purposes. Yeah. For instance, AI, that's also very much important. Data's on your own servers. But it gets to be more and more important that you are certain that you own the data and it doesn't end up somewhere. Not only in regards to AI, but in regards to whatever you do, you could say.
Yeah.
So still cloud, but your cloud and not some sort of walled garden.
Yeah, absolutely.
So.
And yourself, Vlad, where do you see, the trends in data and marketing technology and how we use it?
It's a hard topic, especially if a person like me can recall my previous prediction and previous thoughts, and to have some training set of prediction accuracy. So I believe community is definitely a trend. So it's so hard to build mindful products for any organization, including Google. That's why they open source it. So and adoption to AI is keep being a trend, because AI starts with quality of the data, and every organization pushed by KPIs, by their targets, their goals, and in order to implement AI, get all the advantages from it, they need to start with data governance. So that's why community and data governance are key trends from my perspective.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. I was talking to Thomas Tuckner, the CEO of Gentis, and to see the shift in mindset from launching the company that community is so powerful, but it's not something you can put on a spreadsheet of the value. Right?
Oh yeah.
So it really seems like the future of things we've discussed plus people. I think AI will always need people as well. And if we could maybe just have a last question, deep dive into AI, because this is always something that's hot on everyone's mind. It was very much all about generating graphics, but I think, a year down the track, people are discovering stuff with AI. Have you, Peter, started using AI, or have you seen it impacting your workplace at all?
Yes, I don't know how much detail I can go into, but what we use it for and what we would like to continue using it for is a helper, a kind of helper. So we have a lot of editorial people. It would then be tools helping them do their work, maybe kind of considered like a, not necessarily junior colleague, but something like that. You get a colleague that can help you with stuff without the company having to hire people.
Yeah.
So
or the other argument is your current people can do more things as well, right? So
research and whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
So tools for helping the normal employees and not just the IT people in the company.
Yeah. And Vlad, how do you see AI affecting your world of technology with your product and your users?
It's hard nowadays to answer no, right? So the AI is everywhere, and the biggest thing that I see is a hype. So especially businesses and the leaders, business people and leadership team, they overestimate time to value from my perspective. because not every organization is AI ready. And Steve had a great topic the day before yesterday about the importance of processes during AI transformation. So I believe that the biggest impact from AI would be not just AI itself, but company transformation that helps them thinking from the data perspective on a business processes focuses.
Yeah, no, fantastic. Well, it's certainly an exciting future ahead for data and marketing technology, or all kinds of technology behind companies. So thank you again, Peter and Vlad.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jomar from the Brand Leadership Community. Coming up, we also have another episode on innovation and culture using data. We still have a lot more coming today on the last day. Don't forget to follow Super Week on LinkedIn. We will be continuing for the rest of the day, and thanks for joining. We'll see you soon.
It needs to have a payload, a host name, and a website parameters in that specific order. Then we have a Snowplow, which, being one of the biggest big players, they have also a Chrome extension. So all of them have a Chrome extension. In all the extension slides, you have the link on the bottom. I didn't mention that, if you want to try them. And so if you are using the Snowplow endpoint, all the hits are going to go to the collector Snowplow.net domain, but you can use your own domain for user app. So the way I found to check that the current hit is a Snowplow hit is checking that the post data, the body on the post data on the request, contains the schema Snowplow analytics. Again, all these request things are from 6 months ago. I don't think anything changed at all, but I mean, should be working fine anyway. So there are more tools. I mean, I think each month I found a new tool from some new company offering cookieless tracking. There are two patterns in here. So all the vendors has a browser extension, all of them, and all the big ones, the big companies, has some kind of way of checking the data coming in real time. That's it's common in all the vendors. Of course, you have like a lot of external tools that might fit better your needs. Okay, but I think it's good. I feel that the vendor should be the best one, like finding the way to showing the data to the client. So focusing on the important things you need to check. That should be the idea, I think. So even if you are using any other tool, data slayer or or offset point extension, whatever you want, any other extension, I think it's good trying the tools from the vendors, because it's going to help you. Because maybe I don't want to talk about myself, but offset point, I think they have some an extension that covers a lot of vendors. If you need to give support to a lot of vendors, you cannot focus on something specific. And the vendor's tools is only for the specific needs. So even if you are using any other tool, I will advise to try the vendor extension. Not for your daily basics. And here goes one of my advice from me. Never trust an extension at 100% rate. And it may fail. Okay? The only right way to check that something is going onto the server is checking the network request. Any extension might have a bug, might fail at some point. So I mean, it's something, it's weird on the extension. I'm saying this because I get a lot of people opening tickets on my own tools, complaining. But, I mean, it's so hard covering all the sites. So don't waste time. I mean, your extension you are using is not showing the data, go and check the network request, which is the only source of truth to checking that the data is flowing to the vendor endpoint. Okay, yeah, so that's all. I mean, I didn't want to go to all the tools, so that's, I mean, any of these things you can be applied to any vendor. So thank you. If you have any questions about anything, let me know.
A big round of applause to David. To be absolutely frank, it was all gobbledygook to me. I was sort of desperately trying to pay attention. No, I'm just saying. I mean, David is I would call him debugger king. I have to be careful when I pronounce that.
That's too much, I think.
I mean, you tested different debugging tools from different vendors. Which one do you, in your opinion, if you are sort of debugging different sites, etc., which one is best for you? Piano.
That's...
No.
I mean, I didn't find any perfect one, and that's why I build my own tools. Okay.
Good answer. Good answer.
Okay.
No.
Yeah. So I mean, being honest, there is no perfect extension, not mine, not anywhere, because not all the people have the same needs. So. Piano ones is right because it shows the raw data. I mean, if you have one extension that is missing, is skipping data. That's I mean, even if you do, some user doesn't need all the data. So GA, for example, on GA, okay. So most people is going to check the event, the parameters, and the user properties. That's the main thing for checking. But I mean, I need to check all the rest of the payload because I might need, you know, even if the focus is going to be the event name, even parameters, even user properties. I mean, I may want to check the consent mode status or whatever. So there are some tools that don't offer anything, just some overall data. That's not useful for debugging. It may be useful for marketing people to check that something is going on, but not for debugging purposes.
I'm actually glad because I think during this conference we talked a lot about website. I think someone during dinner time said, oh, we talked much less about mobile apps. So I'm glad that you touched on a little bit on mobile apps side. But my personal experience, this was a few years, maybe 6, 7, even longer than that, years ago. We had a client who were using so many different platforms. So this is a broadcaster. So you can imagine it's not just a website and mobile apps. We are talking about smart TVs, Chromecast, Apple TV, Android TV, Samsung Kaizen, and all that stuff. And you can imagine when we were debugging, our consultants were saying, we need an Android TV, we need an Apple TV, we need a Chromecast, and because we had to actually use the device, each device to debug. Hence, I think there were in the evolution in creating this sort of debugging tool that works across all platforms, platform agnostic, so you can do real time. But things have moved on, you know, in a positive way. We have, Alash, I'll come back to you.
Hi, David. Thanks so much. My question is Android still allow ADB, debugging bridge, for nothing change in the Android operating system?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, I think changing that is going to break so many things. So I don't think that's going to change at any point.
Okay. Since a long time for me, it haven't been work, so maybe just asking if it's still available and working for debugging through connection, USB connection, right?
Yeah, so I mean, the only thing I found, I mean, that's, I found that if
Hello and welcome to Super Week TV. My name is Jomar from the brand leadership community. This topic we're going to cover today is the culture of data for organizational innovation. And today I have with me Steen Rasmussen, welcome back,
Thanks.
Kelly Wortham, and Till Büttner from DHL. Just quick round introduction, self-introductions. Steen, just in terms of data and organisation, what's your overall involvement been?
So I think from my side, probably there's a lot of different aspects. I will probably take the angle for a lot in relation to IH Nordic that I co-founded, that back in 2017, based on a long data journey, we made the transformation being able to go to a 30-hour, 4-day work week with full salaries.
Yeah.
So that's kind of saying, how can you use data in practice, not just talking about, not just using it to sell more stuff online, but actually if you look at it from an operational perspective, there's so much to gain.
Yeah. Yeah, no, fantastic. Kelly, this is right down your alley, right? You want to give us a bit of a background?
Yeah, awesome. Kelly Wortham. I am the founder of the Test and Learn community, and obviously in experimentation, we use data all the time to make better decisions. And one of the things that the experimentation industry is kind of known for, hopefully, is using experimentation to push the envelope in innovation. One of the things that I like to do is use experimentation outside the digital spectrum for innovation. So for example, in hiring practices and retention practices, so a little bit further trying to find the right people, keep the right people, and make sure that we have not just customer satisfaction, but employee satisfaction.
Absolutely. And Till, not a small organization, right? Yeah,
for sure not.
So, but, and by no means have any lower focus on innovation. Do you want to give us a bit of a background on where you're at the moment at DHL?
Sure. So Till Büttner, working for DHL now since 11 years, trying to push our organization to work with online data more and more. I actually say online data because we are a data-driven company. Logistics doesn't work without any data. It's just not a thing. But when it comes to online, too much in corporate environments, too often people think about gut feelings and how they behave online with this, think this is the best. So actually driving them to use data, to see how customers behave and what's in best interest for the customer and how we can drive innovation with this, online innovation really with this is a thing for me.
Yeah, because it's amazing, you know, with online and with your existing data that you have with transactional data, it's what they've done where online really shows intent, right? And that's how do you communicate that across to the other departments? I think is probably not a small challenge, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Now, Steen, if we look now, all full transparency, I was a part of that transformational team in the organisation. So what I can say, what was fantastic was yourself and Henrik saying, hey, you know what, this is where we want to go. We want to go from 5 days to 4 days, but that's not your journey alone.
No.
You guys, we're going to give you the empower to tell us how we are going to do it. And to me, that was so transformative, and also in the sense that, you know, we've had a book written about that journey. We've all been interviewed by television and radio and stuff like that. If we can go a little bit deeper in terms of the 4-day work week, what role did data play in that transformation?
So you can say data played probably the most dominant role in the sense that from the beginning we were running a platform called Office Vibe that was constantly measuring the vibe in the office. So on 36 different parameters were people feeling that they were getting the attention and so on, and overall it's job satisfaction. So like Kelly talked about the people first, because we couldn't make this change. Well, we couldn't force this change on people. We needed to have them as part of the journey. So it's really important having this constant dialogue with them, or this constant input from them to know that we were still on the same journey. Because honestly, I think we tried. So our manager of the director of the manager of the board. He came to us and he said he had never seen a company trying so many change management processes at the same time. It was insane with 400 something with different things we tried and kept a bunch of them, I think we ended up usually keeping 90 or 100.
Yeah, they were the post-it notes, right?
Yeah. but so things we tried and failed, and kind of so to do the iteration. So we were only so finding all the ideas that people had everywhere, and then testing them to see if would be part of a package we could actually use for something, and if it makes people's lives harder or better or worse. So having this meter all the time monitoring people, or making sure that we kept them in a safe space.
Yeah.
That was an intense process.
Yeah, absolutely.
But also a bit of cheating, right? In the sense that, because if I said to Till, listen, Till, I want you to work 20% faster every day. You have to deliver 20% more every day. You'll say, well, Steen, that's right.
Nice try, Steen.
Yeah, that sounds very ambitious. I'm not sure I can deliver on that. And then I say, well, if you do that Monday to Thursday, I'm going to give you Friday off. Then Till is more likely to say, hang on, let me check my calendar if I can squeeze something in.
Yeah. And some of the results actually came higher than the 20% efficiency, right? So again, I have inside knowledge on that one. So Kelly, tell us about, dig a bit deeper on how you use data in your I suppose your objective with innovation.
Well, it's very similar. I mean, a lot of what you just said is actually an experimentation culture. Very much so, right? It's about failing quickly and learning from those failures. It's a test and learn culture where, you talk about sticky notes, whether they're physical or digital, but the idea is you put all the ideas out there in some sort of idea library that you share with the organization. And that is, so important. You get the ideas out there, you share them with each other. You talk about, what is the problem you're trying to solve, why it's a problem, why you believe that it's a problem, what data you have out there that says it's a problem. And then you have to try. And when it fails, you have to talk about why it failed and what we learned from it and what we're going to do next. And that conversation and that sharing is how we learn together. And that continuous process of iteration is how we learn. And we all do it in our day-to-day jobs on websites and apps. But it's when we turn it around, like I was talking yesterday with Fosca, we do that. We should be doing that with our test results, like we personalize on our website, but we can also personalize in our results sharing. We also can do that with our hiring practices and our retention practices and, pretty much so everything that we do internally. And we do that with the same data and with the same intentionality.
Yeah.
And it makes a huge difference.
Yeah. And for you too, sorry.
I like this a lot, especially having this in a kind of library, however this library looks.
Yeah.
Because I see often that, especially in bigger corporations, a lot of silo work is done and people test, people do also like around HR stuff. But this gets siloed and then others can't benefit from it.
That's right.
And actually, I felt myself with this because we are going through a transformation with my team since 2.5 years, since 5 years. And every year, we are actually changing something in the way how we work together, in the way how we work with data, in the way how we collaborate with stakeholders. What I haven't done until today is note this down so other team leads, other areas can really learn from this, learn from our mistakes so they don't step into them. And the thing is, which I often also in bigger corporations see is they see it as a failure. And with this, they're like, oh, hide it. Please don't talk about this.
Put that under the rug.
And that's why I like Steen's approach of, no, we share this. We get everybody in and we talk openly about this. Because everything we test is always a win. Because if we wouldn't have tested, we wouldn't have known that this is not good. And if we test, we always test against the second worst thing because we don't know what is best. So we just take the next thing we think is good. Doesn't mean it is good. So for sure, we need to have this mentality of, it's okay if we fail, but we learned, we go on, and we note down so everybody know.
Yeah, someone has said, I don't know who said it, but failure is the most important part of success.
That's right.
Yes.
And if no one said that, you can quote me on it. but I'm sure I've heard something.
We had a concept we called, it was a different F word, but we can call it Failure Fridays if you'd like. And we literally had a board, and you would put up the failures of the week, and we would share the failure ups, if you will, and literally share what we learned that week.
Yeah.
And we would ring a bell.
Yeah,
I love it.
And celebrate it. We would have cake.
Yeah.
And it became part of the culture because it was so important, because this is where learning happens. This was Gary Angel who introduced this. And it was so important, because if we don't share, when we mess up, we don't learn.
Except, and that's fine to share, but I think the challenge is if the culture isn't there
That's right.
to do that. So
that's how you introduce it, though.
Yeah, so that has to come from the top, right?
Yeah, but someone needs to start. I think that's it. We have a fantastic colleague who's a product owner, who has a Scrum Master mindset, kind of gone through all of those in all the years. And at some point he came up and was like, I will invent the fuck up Friday for us. We don't share the dailies, but he wanted to create this culture of let's talk openly what is going wrong. So every Friday for half an hour, people can get together and talk about in general what was going wrong in their life, where they fucked up. I love the idea of doing this actually for a week or for like the last period, whatever it is, but it needs someone to step up.
But I don't think it has to be an executive sponsor. I argue against that, actually.
Well, I also feel, if I can argue for that, is that who's got your back when you do make a mess?
I'm not saying it's not important to have an executive behind your back. I'm saying it doesn't have to be the executive that introduces the concept, because the executive can leave.
But you have the culture thing. We at one point we were talking to a client, and they were, as a basic thing in relations to introducing A/B testing with them. But they're a very strong engineering company, and they had one of their core principles. They were a zero-error culture. And the problem was that then you couldn't possibly do an A/B test, because if the result came out better than if you had a positive outcome of an A/B test, that meant that the first guy hadn't done his job correctly. So then, because then it wasn't perfect, right? So you had an error. Does it make sense? So because they were like, everything has to be perfect the first time.
Oh.
Right? Yeah, and that was so ingrained. So it took them years to get out of that and saying, okay, world is changing. This is not physics. What we're doing, it's about people. So people change. But they're like, we build bridges. We cannot tolerate errors because that will kill people.
I would like argue a little bit against, not completely against this, but we have a saying in our company: right the first time is your mindset. So you strive for being right the first time. It doesn't mean you are always right, and you will fail, and that's completely okay. But at least you try to be right first time. Well, and that's kind of also a mindset thing.
But I like, we had a client in the Middle East, and their core principle was that you had to get it right second time. So the assumption was that you would mess it up the first time, but then you have to learn and had to make it better the second time.
Like an MVP.
But it's a really positive approach to things, right? So you feel that, okay, now I just have to get started so I can do something, and then I can improve it.
But there's also the concept of what's happened to the word play. Yeah, we've forgotten that. And if we realize what the importance of play
That's where innovation happens.
That's where kids learn, and it's drained out of, there's no time for play, it's all work. Where's the innovation time? Where's the play time? This has become our play time, right? Super Week. So who's going to ingrain, the 20% innovation time from Google? That was transformative. Why hasn't greater, now I'm becoming a panelist as well, right? Why hasn't this been adopted by greater industries? Because a part of play is messing up. My son is a skateboarder, and they fail most of the times at the tricks. But when someone finally succeeds, it's great joy, not only for him, but for everyone in the skate park. You'll hear them cheer. And this is what happens with the golden punch card, right? So my question is, how can we use play to help organizations be more, not just engaged, but integrated across departments? I suppose that's a general question or for comment.
So on an overall level, I think we are in a space where people need to understand that not playing increases risk because you stagnate. So people are really risk averse right now, and they try to make this safe decision, but sometimes always trying to make the safe bet will mean that you lose. Because you don't grow and you don't change, and you're always following in somebody else's footstep that went there first. So play is kind of, you know how I like to say, I like to fuck with the formats.
Yeah, well, Till's already dropped the F-bomb, so go ahead.
I'm sorry.
And that's kind of it. Saying if we don't do that, then we'll get stuck in the format that we're used to.
But I think there's also a time and a place to do that, right? There's a time to
all the time
to drive the format and maximize it, and then there's a time to
But it also needs to be embraced. Like I can see that, especially like people here at Super Week, we are all somehow nerds. We all have this play gene in us. We all want to do this. So actually, most of us perhaps find the time to do and to innovate. But we talk about the organization, we talk about stakeholders, we talk about product owners, we talk about people we try to influence perhaps for innovation. And there it's really hard, because what I see is they're so packed with stuff that actually, just from our perspective, actually working with data is already on top of what they actually want to do. So if you then try to squeeze this play in, it will go wrong. So I think it needs the cultural change, so play has a part which is embraced by everyone. And there I think this needs an executive sponsor, because it needs someone from the top who says, you have playtime. Perhaps we should phrase it differently.
And it's not just a mission, but it's like...
So now we're all yelling.
I would argue the easiest way to make time for play is to encourage an executive to attend events like this, because it will light them up.
Absolutely.
And then they, seriously, and I'm not just, trying to blow smoke up, but very seriously, their synapses will be fired, and they will be inspired, and they will realize where innovation happens, and they'll get the spark, and then they will go back to the organization and go, we need to do X, Y, and Z.
And I brought up Thomas Tuckner in the last episode, and I'll bring him up again, because that light bulb has clicked. I think this is second or third Super Week, and they've been involved in other events. And, a 5-day commitment here for many includes the work time, the downtime, and also play time as well, right?
Yes.
So that's where I think that is a great point.
And it's hard because for some of us, that means you have to give up your spot. And you don't want to do that. But if you have the opportunity to tell, I'm lucky, I'm a solopreneur, it's just me. But in the past, before that was the situation, I did actually encourage my leadership, you need to go, because you need to understand what these events are providing. Because until you understand what's happening at those events, number one, you don't understand the value of the events, and then you'll understand who you should send. That's what I tell them.
And I think the challenge is when they hear the word events, they think of big trade shows with no soul, with lots of...
That's right. And so then I explain to them, until you attend, you don't understand what's actually happening, and you don't know who to send,
Well,
and that's why you need to go.
And exactly the point being, in 2016, this man to your left said, we need to do Measure Camp Copenhagen, and I went into event mode. Okay, what does that mean? Da da da.
And you're like, everyone
I asked, I said, Measure Camp, what is it? They said, yes, it's on a Saturday, but I can't really explain it until you've experienced it.
That's exactly.
And the same with Super Week, right? You can't really explain it until
you go.
No, because then you try to quantify. You say, okay, who are the speakers and how many slots are there, and and that's just half of the experience, right?
It's also not about just the sessions, or
and
it's about the small talks. It's about the things you have in between, the connections you build.
The conversations we have over lunch and dinner.
Exactly.
In the spa.
And I'm like, I'm a first joiner this year. I wanted to go here since 5 years, and I never had the chance to. And I knew what Measure Camp is, right? Going to Measure Camp since 11 years or something like this. And everybody told me it's Measure Camps on steroids. I was like, I think I have a feeling what this is. I didn't. I didn't have. So being here now and like completely exhausted after 5 days and excited at the same time, taking so much home, I think you have to really experience this, or at least get them into like a Measure Camp or something. Yeah. But what I see missing, and I will already think about if I can convince my boss to get here, or at least to a Measure Camp, but is the commitment. We are all passionate, like I can't describe. I don't know anyone who is not passionate who's here. Sometimes I don't see this commitment and this passion in our VPs, SVPs, whoever in corporate. And so I can see there's a problem getting them into those so they really understand what we're talking about.
Yeah, and it is, so we're talking about data and transformation. None of you have measured any metrics at all, right? So it's all emotional. So I mean, the question is, how do we feed that back to management again? Because we can't always say try, but hopefully they're watching this, you know, because this is we're expressing the emotion in terms of what it actually means when you're sending staff here, or when you're promoting it to senior professional, and when every year you're coming here and saying, hey, we need to represent here. Yeah. And it is not a lead generation activity. It is a really source of innovation. But it's been such an honor to have the three of you from very diverse areas here to talk about innovation and data. Thank you, Steen. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Till. And stick around. We still have a few more episodes to come. My name is Jomar from the Brand Leadership Community, signing off for this episode of Super Week TV. Look up Super Week on LinkedIn, and we'll see you next time. Thank you.
Because most guitarists don't learn to read music. They're learning to read tab, they learn chords, and I didn't learn music initially to read music. And so it's a specialized skill to be a pit guitarist because, again, 20% of guitarists maybe read music. And this one is from Legally Blonde. This is the opening song. Looks like a really simple lick. It is not a simple lick, and you'll see me try to play it in a bit. But again, it's a very tight community. It's very specialized skills. And what I was trying to get to is that over time, we have become T-shaped guitarists, just like in our professional lives, we have become T-shaped marketers. We're good on a lot of things, deep on some things. On the guitar, I might be deep on guitar and mandolin, not as deep on ukulele, not as deep on a banjo, but I have to do all those things. So talk about an environment that just fosters imposter syndrome. How the heck am I supposed to play this banjo piece when I barely play banjo or whatever? How am I going to play oud? All right. So my first professional gig, I started in community theater, basically. That's how many of us did. And we still play a lot of high school stuff. But my first professional gig for one of the 2 theaters in Milwaukee that hires professional actors, hires professional musicians, et cetera, was for the Spitfire Grill. I played guitar and mandolin, and I had to audition for it. So already, it's a different environment. And already I'm feeling, I'm not sure this is where I belong. This is a pit on opening night. All of them are professional musicians. That's all they do. They have masters in performance in their instruments. They might play with a symphony. And what the heck am I doing there? I mean, talk about imposter syndrome, because they are so far ahead of me musically. And I'm thinking, all right, this is going to be interesting. And interestingly enough, I had an A/B test here. What happened is that the composer of Spitfire Grill had never conducted it anyplace. He's won a bunch of awards for it, but he never conducted it. So they invited him to conduct the first weekend. And then the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth weekends was the normal conductor. So I had an A/B test, which is going to get better results. The Iron Fist, the composer, who was very strict, nice enough guy, but holy cow, really kind of engendered terror. Or the Velvet Glove. That's a normal conductor who is just a loving person. So the Iron Fist, opening weekend, very strict, I'm terrified. The end of Act 1, the guitar ends with a chord. I played an A minor 7 flat 5, which is a beautiful chord, but totally frickin' inappropriate for that. And there's no recovery. It is just ringing out there. I have no idea why I did an A minor 7 flat 5. That's just what I happened to grab by accident. And it's like, oh, the composer was furious. He rushed off stage, he yelled at the music contractor and stuff, and it's like, talk about feeling like a failure, which really I was. I mean, I really fricked up here. Then he left. We went back to the Velvet Glove, which was love, peace, and satisfaction. Yeah. Richard Carsey was this conductor, and he just surrounded the whole pit with appreciation, with love, and I'll tell you, I played pretty damn well for him. He's now on Broadway. He's a conductor on Broadway, and I really miss playing under him because I've never had that type of experience of that love and acceptance. And so, variant B1, the environment does have a big impact on success. When I was playing with the composer, it's like, I was so stressed out that I just messed up. Versus variant B with love and satisfaction, I played pretty damn well. So it's so important. I mean, this is so dumb, right? But the environment has such an impact on your performance and on whether you're going to play up to your level or you're going to play like an imposter. So that was a big learning for me. But the other thing I learned is that if I'm going to be doing this, I've got to become a lot better. I'm never going to get a master's in music. I don't have time for that, nor inclination really. But I have to become a better guitarist. I need better feedback. I need people to tell me, Fred, you need to improve on this. So what I did, the Berklee College of Music, which is really, really well known in Boston for producing fabulous musicians, and a lot of the pit musicians come out of Berklee. They had an online master's certificate, 8 courses, 6 weeks each. So in a year, basically, you got this master's certificate. It's not a master's in music, it's a master's certificate. So I took it. The first course was blues guitar with Michael Williams. Fabulous course. He's a great instructor, a great guitarist, gave really good feedback. And then every course after that just really suffered. What happened, it became a participation award type stuff. So, oh, Fred, you're holding the guitar with your left hand. Nice job. Oh, it's in tune. Look at that. Way to go, Fred. We're so proud of you. You didn't drop the pick. Congratulations. The feedback was worthless. And I was paying a lot of money for this. And I dropped it after 6 courses because it's like, I'm not getting what I need. I need better feedback. Coincidentally, at the same time, I was a ski instructor for years, and I was getting my Professional Ski Instructors of America certification, level 1, which is pretty easy. If you can breathe, you get that. Level 2 is pretty difficult. Level 3, I will never get because I have never spent years in the mountains. But I did get level 2. And one of the things that, one of the reasons I succeeded is because of Don Phelan, who we called Uncle Don, and he was 80 years old when I started. He was still out there skiing, and he kind of took some of us under his wings. He'd been a trainer, a tester for years for the PSIA organization, and he took us under his wings and really worked with us, and his feedback was quite different. I remember one time where we were going down and doing some turns, and he said, Fred, those were shit. Those were shit. What are you thinking? So it's not a participation award with Uncle Don. He really gave more feedback like this, but very focused feedback too. And shortly before my wife and I got married, he took her aside in my hearing and said, "You can do better." You can do better, which is true, but she didn't take his advice then, and so we're still happily married. So feedback is important. If you want to improve, if you want to move from failure to competency, if you want to get better at the things you're working at, again, this sounds so silly, but the feedback is really important. And one of the things that was really drilled into us as ski instructors, is to be specific. So we don't say, that was a great turn, that looks so nice. I mean, that doesn't help you. What we would say is, I like the way you led with your inside ski. I like the pressure that you were exerting with your shins. Maybe you were a bit too far back on your heels. You have to be specific. And that's the thing that's difficult about a ski instructor, because there are many things that go wrong in a turn, and a good ski instructor is going to identify the root cause and give you specific feedback about that. And that's what I wanted. That type of specific feedback is what takes you from failure to competency. And oops.
Welcome back to the studio. I'm joined by Lukas Oldenburg. Lukas.
Hello, Rick.
Hi. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, great to talk to you.
Yesterday was the Golden Punch Card, and you presented a solution for PUNCHCARD Pro that you've been working on.
Exactly, yeah. I didn't win, but it's still hopefully a tool that will help PUNCHCARD Pro admins and especially users of PUNCHCARD Pro Tag Manager to do their work more efficiently. And that's the tool I presented. It's basically a Google Sheets extension called PUNCHCARD Pro Manager. It's free. Anybody can use it. It's basically you go to my GitHub repository, copy the app script code, paste it into a Google Sheets, run the setup. You need to provide some credentials from PUNCHCARD Pro, of course, but then the tool works and you can do a lot of admin-specific things with it. And yeah, it was born out of a necessity. So I had a client that had a really messed up PUNCHCARD Pro setup with like 1,500 tags and 4,000 or 5,000 triggers, and making any sense of that or cleaning that up was impossible with the PUNCHCARD Pro Tag Manager interface. So I built this tool, and with this it was possible. And it's not just for cleanups, but also for daily work, especially if you have multi-site setups. Yeah, the PUNCHCARD Pro HTTP API really helped with that. It's really good. The Tag Manager interface has its challenges, but both together, yeah, I think we should work more with APIs anyway, so build our own tools. It's become much easier these days.
So you scratched your own itch, and I think you've done that before, because this is not the only tool you created and support, right? You are also the famous creator of the what is called Adobe
Analytics Component Manager for Google Sheets by Datacroft. Great name. Yeah, that was my first tool, and actually the PUNCHCARD Pro Manager is built on the same infrastructure, so I didn't have to reinvent the wheel. Of course, it's still a lot of work to figure out how the API works and all these methods, and the PUNCHCARD Pro Manager doesn't do the same things as the Component Manager for Adobe Analytics. Yeah, I could set it up on top of the same infrastructure, even runs in the same Google Cloud project. Yeah, so it's more than just AppScript. It's really a whole GCP infrastructure behind it with cloud functions, GCP workflows to make sure that longer processes and sequential processes happen successfully, stably, that there's no problem with cloud function timeouts. That longer tasks, like copy 100 tags to 10 different sites, that takes a long time. You could never do that in AppScript. AppScript runs a maximum of 6 minutes. So it's broken down into individual chunks. Firestore helps with that tremendously as well. So that's still a lot of work, but the infrastructure was there, and I thought I might as well use it for PUNCHCARD Pro.
Yeah, but it's a very interesting point, right? Because the way you're describing it, you could call it a very expensive hobby. right? It's a huge time investment from your end. It requires a lot of work. It requires a lot of maintenance. Is it all just because you can't help yourself? You just love to build these kind of things, help the community. What do you think it is? What drives you to do these kind of projects?
Yeah, I think I'm not on the level of David Vallejo or something, but to be fair, the PUBIC Pro Manager was partially also a client project, but it's usually, or with what both the PUBIC Pro Manager and the Adobe Analytics Component Manager share is that they started with a very small feature set, just for something that I needed the client, and then I thought, then it's like, okay, if I have this, I might as well add that, I might as well add that, and then over the weeks and months, it grows and grows and grows. So it's not something that I really plan. It is usually caused by some client need, and in the beginning, there's also usually a project where I can bill at least part of that work, but it's by no means like if I made the calculation, the time that I spend on the Adobe Analytics Component Manager for Google Sheets, even though it's a paid tool, PUBIC Pro Manager is free. It's not a profitable business at all. I mean, I have like 10 or 12 paying clients, and I can say it's like a 50 grand per year that I can raise additionally, but I have to share this with the company that sells the tool, Datagraph or Feldm, and if I count it against the hours that I put in, I shouldn't do it. It's a bad business.
Yeah, so it's passion. Right?
Yeah, it's passion.
Curiosity.
It's reputation, and the most important thing is, and I think that's what drives so many of us to create tools. And we saw the submissions yesterday. The PUNCHCARD thing were amazing. Is this incredibly rewarding feeling that you get when you see other people using your tools and saying that they're useful for them. I think this is the main driver behind why I do it, or I did it. This is, client work is great. Client projects, you get a lot of reward and good feelings from that as well. If you see clients using the stuff that you built for them, or they say, okay, now we have a good analytics setup and we can drive deduct some decisions from it, etc. So helping others is rewarding, but building something and then somebody, whatever, in Canada uses it and says, oh, great, really helpful, that's really unparalleled. And that's the thing that drives us to, that's why we put so much more energy into these tools than we might financially sensibly should.
Yeah.
But,
well, and obviously finance should probably not be the ultimate driver for everything, right? So that's, but indeed, I think the Golden Punch Card is a great example of, there's this sweet spot between when a problem is big enough that a serious company will try to solve it, right? Because it's financially interesting enough to build a company around it.
Yeah.
And then there's this sweet spot in between there where it's not really big enough for that, but it's definitely a problem that is, for this community, very valuable to solve. And I think that's where a lot of these tools exist. And that obviously is also what you're hitting the sweet spot on with your Adobe tool, and also now with the PUBIC tool, I think.
Yeah, and several of the Adobe Analytics Component Manager clients said this is a tool that Adobe should provide.
Yeah,
because Adobe Analytics is it's a great tool, but as with any tool, it has its challenges, and one of the challenges is that it over the years, it just gets really, really messy, and it's really hard to clean it up. And if you offer a tool that inherently gets really messy after a while of using it, you should offer good methods of cleaning it up.
Yeah.
But that probably for Adobe is not a priority, because in a sales pitch, you're not going to win the sales pitch because you offer a method with which the client can then in 3 years clean up their Adobe Analytics. So that's when the community steps in and does certain things. Yeah.
I think Eivind, I'm definitely mispronouncing his name, but the GTM documentation tool, GA4 GTM documentation tool he created, he released version 3 this year.
Yeah.
He also showed like, hey, Amplitude has something like this in the tool, and Avo also has something like this in the tool, and I want that for GA4. It doesn't exist, doesn't look like they're going to build it, right? Probably not on the roadmap. Yeah. So he just invested also a significant amount of time to build something really valuable that, that serves the community.
Yeah, he's built a couple of nice tools in the past. I think he won 2 years ago. 2 years ago, right?
Yeah.
No, that was really impressive too. I'm sad it didn't even make it in the second round, but I voted for that one.
Yeah. No, it's very nice and very useful, very applicable. Yeah. So, thinking about building tools, is it like is this like a sporadic thing, or are you you're now gonna plan for next year's Golden Punch Card, build something new, or improve upon what you're creating? You have some ideas?
I haven't planned on anything yet. Let's see. It usually comes out of a necessity, and then you get into a zone, and then you just really work hard on something for a couple of weeks, and then you already have a certain level of that tool ready. So no, I'm not planning anything at the moment. I'm now trying to get the PWIC Pro Manager a little bit of publicity. So let's see how many are actually going to use that, and everything else we'll see.
Yeah. If somebody else is thinking about a tool, a problem that they would like to solve, something, with the tech stack you're familiar with, right? So the Google Sheets, AppScript, BigQuery, whatever kind of combination. What are the pitfalls you've learned by building your Adobe tool and now the PWIC tool? Like what can you help people with?
Maybe it's don't be so self-delusional just because you are totally convinced that this tool is absolutely time-saving and money-saving and whatever. It's really hard to make that obvious for other people in many cases. I mean, there's some that immediately agree, and others don't see the value in it. So to make a tool that whose value is understandable for others is probably hard. So the whole marketing and sales and explanation aspect is really big, and that's why the serious tool vendors have a huge sales crew and account management crew to bring the message, to spread the message, to keep explaining certain things. And of course, as a one-man show, I can't offer that.
So maybe that also means
that's not a technical barrier. It's more like a marketing, sales, communication.
Yeah, but you could flip it around. Basically, what it would mean is you want to verify your assumptions, right? So before investing an endless amount of time, you probably want to verify your assumptions a little bit if what you think is so valuable is actually also valuable to others.
Yeah.
Maybe join a Golden Punch Card competition to see how many people get excited.
Exactly, yeah. And I forgot what I want to say. If you want to build something that's financially successful, you really have to be super invested and have a long breath as well, because there's so many tools out there. I mean, I don't know how you work, but even though I built some tools myself, I try not to have too many tools because I try to have a few which I use intensely, but not too many. If too many just divides my attention too much. Yeah. It's really hard to get a tool to a level where it can be scalably sold. Yeah. And if you're good enough to sell your manpower, your hours, financially, that's always unfortunately not always, almost always a better investment.
Well, at least in the short term, right? I think tools have the potential for outsized outcome, but it's very unlikely that it happens. So
and also the thing with maintenance, like I have this Adobe Component Manager tool, and as I said, I have some clients, but that also means I'm tied to maintaining it. I'm selling yearly licenses, so if anything goes wrong on the weekend, I have to step up and fix things or communicate problems, etc. So this is something that you might see not as clearly when you're in this stage. Oh, it's so
this
cool.
is amazing.
It's amazing.
Yeah. Well, so we we have created some courses last year already. And when we did that, we were considering like, okay, maybe this is something we could ask money for, right? Mm-hmm. But then we on purposely figured, no, we don't want to go down that path, mm-hmm. because we also don't want to be held accountable for mm-hmm. updating the courses. Yeah. Like it is what it is. Yeah. Yeah. It is out there. Yeah. This is for the community. Hopefully it gets us some good karma by sharing it. Mm. That's our win. But we're not going to charge money for it because we don't want to support it, right? Like it's a strategic choice not to. And yeah. The same with the tool my colleague Jim presented. Like we were like, yeah, we're not going to sell this. We're also not going to be held liable for it or maintain it. So let's just make it open source. And then if people want to join and help out, that's amazing. And we hopefully continue to use it ourselves.
So your main reason for doing this is then like reputational?
Yeah, you could call it marketing. Like it's contributing to the community that we have also got so much from.
And a good feeling of it for it, yeah.
Yeah. Because the moment you start asking money for it, like you said, then you kind of have to support it, right? Like you make that obligation, sort of.
That's it, yeah. And with the PWIC Pro Manager, I had a similar thought because now, I mean, it's free. Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't say it's going to be free forever. Maybe if lots of people sign up and want it and maybe ask for support or SLA, I might offer a freemium version at some point, but I'm not planning this at the moment. But one of the reasons for that is also literally not having the burden of being responsible for maintenance. If you have like then maybe 2 paying clients and for those you have to do maintenance and support and PWIC Pro updates its API and then you have to update the tool. It's you really have to think. So the tool is what it is. It's at your own risk, no guarantee. Yeah, it works and you can write to me if there's a problem, but I'm not obliged to do anything about it.
And I think that's a great way to do it. The community benefits, you benefit from the sharing aspect of it, and then like you said, if tons of people start using it, you can always take a next step.
Exactly. Right? So let's take this approach this time.
Yeah. So if people are interested in the tool, they can just look you up on LinkedIn is probably the best way to do it, and then they find a link to your GitHub.
Yeah, I'll post something there in the next couple of days. So otherwise, just write to me on LinkedIn.
Yeah. And otherwise, you're also on Measure Slack.
Yeah, Measure Slack.
People can find you.
Blue Sky. Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing your insights.
Thanks, Rick, for having me.
And enjoy the rest of Super Week. What's left?
Yeah, just a couple of sessions more and then back home.
This was my last interview, people. So thank you for watching. And I hope you enjoyed it. And hope to get to be here next year to walk you through some fun interviews again. Bye-bye.
And it has some similarities to what I played earlier too, right at the top of the presentation. There could be chocolate involved there. So let's listen to a little bit of this. Renting or owning? I'm still renting. I'm close to owning. I'm still renting. I'm still renting that. It's going to take me another time before I really own that, I think. And that whole thing about pit cams is a kind of a fascinating subculture to, it's not that you're trying to say, oh, look how cool I am, because I never put these online because I don't want people to see the mistakes. It's like, what did I do? How can I learn from this? So that pit cam thing is really interesting. And I think the next time I go through Legally Blonde, I'm going to own it. Now, professionally, consent mode is in that same thing for me. And I really love that Doug had that session this morning. So I'm not owning it yet. I'm pretty close. I'm still renting it. But there's so much to consent mode. And you opened my eyes to a few more things and some better ways of testing. So again, I love Zeit. And last July, I was really diving into consent mode because obviously a lot of clients are asking for it and stuff. And so I made a video it's like, these are all the things I know about consent mode. I don't know everything yet, but I just wanted to document all the things I know about consent mode. I'm not owning it yet, but I'm helping myself be a solid renter and getting to the point where I actually do own it. So Zeit, I mean, I wish I had stock in this company because I love these guys. I love being able to do super quick videos. A lot of people use Loom. I use Zeit. So this is everything I know about consent mode as of July 2024. All right, then the final thing. Competent is better than world class, at least sometimes. Now that doesn't seem to make sense, right? So back to this example. Pre-COVID, there was a really, really good bass player in this group, and 5 times a year I would sub for him. And then post-COVID, he said, yeah, I really do not want to come back into here. So they asked me to step in full time. And this guy has endorsements from bass amps, from bass guitars. He's just a really, really good musician, far above my abilities. But I'm competent, and I'm also a hell of a lot easier to get along with than he is. He was very much a prima donna. Anytime there was any break in music, he'd say, oh, let's do a little bass fill here, which is fine sometimes, but God, not all the time. You know, you can only take so much bass. So I want to show you, oops. Let's back up here just a bit. So it's a praise band. It's not my favorite type of music, but as I said before, it's a really well-paid gig, and I really enjoy playing with these musicians. And I love the pastors. As it turned out, the pastors are great, and my wife and I just joined the church in December too, so very fortuitous. The universe will provide, right? So this is right before Christmas, a song called Glory to the Newborn King, I think. But I want you to look at the players. I'll be on bass. You'll see that I'm competent. You'll see I'm enjoying myself. And you'll also see at one point the drummer does a kind of cool fill and just makes me smile, and I turn to look at him. But so we'll talk about this in just a bit. Is that fun? All right, so the bass players, Johan, Robert, you know they're bass players who could play better than that. You know that they could do more interesting fills, add a few more notes and stuff, but that's freaking competent. And I'm happy with that. I don't have to be that superb bass player. I want to be competent and support the environment I'm in, listen to the drummer, support that. And so I am really happy in that gig, just being competent, and I don't have imposter syndrome here because I'm in a team of people that I trust, that I love, that support me, and so this is a great example. I think you don't have to be world class, you can just be competent and do pretty damn well, I think. So, wrapping up. One thing that has really struck me about this whole preparation for this talk is that the process is all about progress, not perfection. And that is a change in my mindset, because I thought when this show starts, I need to have it perfect. When I do consent mode, I need to have it perfect, and maybe I do, but very few people do. So it's all about progress, not perfection. That's what you should be striving for, because you can't start at perfection. You can start at progress. There's a Pivot podcast from August 6th that is kind of relevant here between, so Scott Galloway is talking at this one, and he's talking about a palliative care research. And the #1 deathbed regret that people had, I wish I'd been less hard on myself. And I think that's, when you are worried about being an imposter, when you are worried about how you appear to people and stuff like that, God, you are so hard on yourself. You know, you can be so mean to yourself.
Hi, everyone. Last interviews of the days and last interviews of Super Week. We are almost at the end of the day, but still a few gold nuggets waiting for us. I'm here with Artem, a really nice friend. Can I call you a friend?
Of course, yeah.
I think we met here at Super Week 3 years ago, kind of. Maybe?
I think last year, actually.
Also, just last year?
Yeah, I think last year.
Wow, it seems so long.
Yeah.
He really helps me a lot in different things. Measure comes, and he came also when I was working in a previous business to give some workshops. So I'm really thankful to him. And today we are not really speaking about practical things, more about philosophical. But first of all, I really want him to introduce himself. So can you tell me who you are?
Thank you again for inviting me. And I treat myself like a full-stack tracking engineer. So it's like really technical. It's about tracking, about data engineering, about everything. So I like tech guy. Also, I try to contribute to community, to build some tools, open source projects. It's really good to be feel like
we had
part of community.
Yesterday as well.
Yeah. So it's really cool. Yeah, that's my.
Okay.
It's about me, like technical stuff and like this related to tracking.
I really love to have you here with us because I really feel that you're a direct person and you really speak your minds without telling or using a lot of words, and I really like it. And we're with AI. That is the word that is really coming a lot these days, and there are a lot of discussion about there will be work, there will be possibilities for us in the future, or AI will take over what we are doing, and we will not be able to do what we are doing anymore, and so on. So I wanted to understand also your point of view. You are also using a lot of tools to automate.
Yeah.
So it will be nice also to discuss that. And
so I have my personal opinion, and it's really about me and about my life and how it's changed. So I think it started 6 or 7 years ago. I was on the conference, on Google conference, and they show it was really new, deep learning things, and it was really small clip. You know, this small game like Arkanoid or something, you control the platform and ball. And you should break the wall, something like this.
I remember
I was a little kid and I played this game. I said, oh, cool. And they said the algorithm, nothing. It could just move left and right and just optimize the scoring. Oh, good. And they show it's move it randomly, so absolutely nothing. In 10 seconds, it starts more logically. And then, in 5 minutes, it understands it should make a small road and put the ball on top, and things is done. So, and I understand for myself, I never can do this way. So I never can compete with this tool because it's so fast learning, it's understood. And even if I can understand this path, I can't do this.
It's a bit scary, no?
Yes, and it was absolutely scary. And at that point, I started thinking, okay, everything will change really soon. I have maybe 5 years, maybe 7, I don't know. And my first idea was, okay, it will be about math. So I should learn math a lot. I should stop doing everything. It's about math. Okay. And then, because I really was scared, for me, it was a really scary moment. I understand.
Change.
Everything is changing. And there is no options. The only one idea I saw, it's like this. And you know, it's the same play with chess with computer. No any chance. So it's not interesting at all because they still know all your moves in 5, 10. So you have no options, when you start to play, you already lose. So no options at all. That's why it's not interesting to play the computer. And so I'm thinking, okay, I have 5 years, I can learn math. But then I just stopped myself, and I already have like I'm mathematician education, something like this. And I remember this, I know what is it about, and how is it like, do I like this? Is it like really what I want to do? And then I understand, no, I don't want to spend 5 lives because of fear. So it's stupid. I like to do another stuff. It's not my way. Of course, it was really stressful, but I somehow used to this, and you know. And now I think about the so like I don't stressful so much now because, you know, for me it's more about then I interact with AI, with all these assistants. So I do my code together with assistant, and I see this assistant already understand like my 3-5 next steps. So I do a lot of advanced things, but still it's really clear for assistant what I'm going to do, and then this assistant like help me to do this. So I really predictable, I really simple for the assistant. So assistant much smarter than me. Of course, it's like really like broad. It's not like easy like this, but still, it's more like about chess game. So yeah, I understand my next move. So okay. That's really cool. But now it's not scary anymore like this.
Yeah, I wanted to ask what changed from the first.
And the first thing I understand, there is no future. No future anymore. There is no future. It means no predictable future.
Okay.
Nobody knows. So before that, maybe previous generation, they can have like 5 years planned. No future. So the only way you can do what you like, really.
That's nice. It's kind of scary, but at the same time, it's
really good, because now you can't like, I wait like a couple of years, and after that I've got maybe another job or do something else. So if you have any opportunity to do what you really want, try to do this. I don't think like, don't pay your bills and go out of job. So no, but just try to, if you have any chance to do what you really want, like human being. Mm-hmm. So I feel I really want to build some product, open source solution to other guys, work with a cool team, cool engineers together. So I have my full-time job, and I try to find some time, evening or weekends or vacation, to do something together with other guys, just because I love this. I don't have chance to do it like my whole day, but that's not problem. I just try to do my best to do what I like personally think. If you like dancing, if you like writing poetry, anything, do this. There is no future. And now it's like the best way, especially if you do like technical stuff. Now you have assistant that can help you, and you can do it faster. A lot of boring things like A/B testing, or I don't know, unit testing. Now you can do together with assistant, and it's much faster. So you have some time. I don't know, like 3 months, I don't know, 5 years. Nobody knows. But again, for me, it's like everything is done. Now it's only a chance to do what you really want.
But at the same time, what I feel, if you say no future, I kind of put myself in the shoes of someone that is just starting their work career, because you already have your work career, so they have money to pay bills and so on. Maybe someone that is just get out of the university or get fired and see someone that told them like there is no future, of course it gets scared. But
I know.
Do you think there is something, or I don't know, other things that can help us going through this?
Just try to stay humans, you know, really, because this is important things you just told. You know, we know each other like a couple of years already. Yeah. We just met maybe 3 or 4 times, but it's really this, you know, this is like human feelings between friends, between others. It's really important. So if you just, I don't know. So I don't have answers. Again, this is not like, I can't recommend others. I don't know about technology, so I know only my technical stuff. And the most important thing is it's about myself. So just looking at myself, what I really want, and trying to understand and try to follow this. And if you're like in this bad situation, then you don't have a job, or you're just starting, it's really, I don't know, it's really, nobody knows. So. But the only advice, don't try to be like super efficient, like computer or something. stay human beings, be connected to others, be inside the community. It wouldn't solve it wouldn't pay your bills, you have to do something, but still, it's really helpful to be part of the team, part of the group, do something together you like, and understand what you really like. Don't do math because you have to, so that's crazy. That's my advice. But
it's terrifying, but at the same time, it's kind of relieving. You really need, you can focus on the things you like and maybe help AI or use AI for selfishness, kind of, no?
Oh, yeah.
Just to get a job and use this new tool to help you out with things.
Yeah.
So do not matter what job it is, just to pay your bills, but focus your attention maybe on something else and use your head as a computer is not able to do, no? Kind of, maybe.
Yes, but again, my opinion, no future, no options, you don't know. Nobody knows.
Yes,
so
don't
concentrate too much on the future. Concentrate about what you can do now, what you love now, about yourself, about your family, about your friends.
Yeah, maybe just get stressed if you just think about, okay, I don't know what will happen tomorrow. Yes, but it's now. Concentrate, stay on the moment, try to solve problems that are in this moment.
I think before that, for previous generation, it was like philosophical thing, but for now, it's really true. It's unpredictable, absolutely unpredictable. It's too fast. And if you start thinking about it or planning based on future, that's definitely wrong path. So
definitely, there will be always work like a carpentry or
I don't know,
material work, maybe. No,
Of course, no. Of course,
neither agriculture.
Yeah, of course. Why? Why? Because these robots and all this stuff. Why you should no? But again, this is you should again. My point of view. Look at yourself, not outside, but look at yourself and try to find something inside. Nobody knows. We are going to die anyway. So but let's have some fun before. So this is the only option. So it's not optimistic. But again, on the other hand, it's really optimistic because it's really great time. A lot of opportunities. Now, with AI, if you're a developer, you can do you can do faster, you can do better product. It's really amazing. More options, you don't. So before that, you need like really team of like 10 people to do this, and now with AI system, you can do it really faster. But again, I don't know how long it will be. So now we have co-pilots, and maybe it soon become pilots, and pilots don't need co-pilots. So it's really. But again, don't concentrate on this. Concentrate on yourself. This is the only like option how to stay like. Do something and continue.
Yeah, and connect maybe with people, as you said.
Absolutely.
So go to conferences, meet up with people, add him on LinkedIn. No, but it's really nice that there are people around that really try to help you. Yeah. And if you don't know what to do now, try to ask and figure it out something that can help you doing what you like.
Yeah. And find what you like, actually.
And find what you like.
Yeah.
Okay, like is kind of terrifying, but at the same time, maybe it's also empowering.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
Okay, I think I don't really other questions, and it was really nice. I think that is our point of view. It will also be nice if you see that interview to know what you think, and we will see afterwards. And I think I will leave the stage to the live.
Bye-bye.
So for those who don't know me, hello, I'm Elena Nesi. I am a computer engineer passionate about data and also an analytics lead at MOWOX. And this year I spent a lot of time making research on how our own work and our sector have an impact on the environment. So today I'm here to show you the result of my research and what is it that we can do to mitigate that impact. So the story starts with me, Fosca, and Andrea having dinner and criticizing heavily my disgusting eating habits because I am a sucker for junk food. And that's also very polluting and also unhealthy, right? And at a certain point, Andrea goes and gives this statement: "We are one of the most polluting industries in the world." And I'm like, what? Seriously? So if you know me a little bit, this, of course, made me think, and immediately after, it made me fact check. I don't trust anybody on their world. So it turns out that actually the food industry, it is one of the biggest polluter on the planet, and mocking me for my habits was very much justified. But still, doing the research, I found out that the ICT sector has quite the impact. For ICT, I mean information and communication technology. So to put things into perspective, who do you think has the biggest greenhouse gases footprint? Aviation or ICT? Bravi. So estimates suggest that aviation contributes to 2% of total emissions, while the ICT sectors contributes between the 2 and 4%. The number is not very accurate because up until now, and still today, there is no must for companies to report on it. So data collection is poor. But still, based on the reports of 2024 of the International Energy Agency and World Bank, reporters and people who study this topic, they think that 4% is going to be the most accurate number, based on indirect calculations, like, for instance, how many NVIDIA pieces of hardware are being purchased. Also, keep in mind, of course, that there are other things polluting the planet. It's not only about gas emissions, but still, I think that this is a powerful comparison, right? Second, who do you think consume more electricity, data centers or France?
I'm okay. I can sleep at night.
You can, because indeed it's data centers who consume more electricity. In 2022, data centers consumed 460 terawatt hours of electricity, which is the same of France in 2023. And the amount of electricity consumed by data centers is growing and growing, and it's estimated to reach 1,000 terawatts by 2026, which is the same of Japan. This electricity is being consumed like this. So 40% goes on computing, and just the same amount is needed for cooling the servers. And then the rest, it's for supporting infrastructure. And this leads to another concerning problem, which is cooling, because cooling requires water, clean water, which is very concerning in a moment in time where 2 billion people still don't have access to safe drinking water. The data that you see here only includes Google, Microsoft, and Meta. So you need to remember that private data centers are not here, and also AWS is not here, which I can only assume it must consume either as much or more than Google. And Google alone consumes enough water to have 373 million showers. Just to make a simple comparison. Estimates say that for AI alone, in 2027, data centers are expected to consume the equivalent of water of half of UK total annual consumption. And we should be concerned. In the last 40 years, climate disasters like hurricanes or wildfires, they increased in both frequency and intensity. There's really an escalation there. And this that you see here is the progression of temperature between 1850s and 2100. So this part is the estimation. We are here in the blood red section. And the choices that we have, it's either incredibly hot if we act now, or worst circle of Dante's Inferno if we delay action. So it's getting pretty bad. Also, these adorable guys are suffering. Look how cute they are. Look how cute they are. And you know who's thriving in this condition? Mosquitoes. Blood-sucking, disease-spreading, annoying mosquitoes are thriving, and these guys are the deadliest killer in the world. They amount to 700,000 people dying every year. Worse than men. That's saying something, right? And, you know, if that isn't enough, because let's say that you don't care about the environment, you should know that taking care of this issue also makes good business sense. Based on a recent survey by CO2AI and BCG, it turns out that 40% of companies surveyed say that they estimate at least an annual financial benefit of $100 million for meeting their reduction targets. These financial benefits come from lower operating costs, but also taxation benefits, higher valuation, brand reputation, attracting top talent. On the other hand, if this issue is not taken care of, your bosses will be paying fines instead of bonuses. Another incentive for you guys, because not complying with the regulations will lead to disqualification from public contracts, reputational damage, and of course, fines. The good news is that both industry and governments are thinking about innovative ways to mitigate the impact. So we have regulations. In 2015, 195 countries signed the Paris Agreement, and they committed to reduce carbon emission globally. And more specifically, they are trying to commit to keep the global warming within 1.5 degrees Celsius, which I think it's 37 Fahrenheit, I think. And also in several parts in Europe, California, Australia, China, now companies, sometimes always and sometimes up to a certain threshold of revenue, they are obliged to report on their emission and to have a mitigation plan. Then we have efficient hardware and software. So there are now very efficient AI solutions that will aid companies into measure and find solution to reduce their emissions. We have efficient TPUs and GPUs that are designed specifically for machine learning, hyperscale data centers. Google says that now with the same energy, they can do 7 times the computation powers that they did before. Oh, and also, there are innovations in terms of cooling as well. So in terms of hardware and software, there's now air cooling and special liquid cooling that avoid companies to use safe drinking water. And then we have recycling as well. Still on the topic of cooling the servers, there's a recycling of rainwater and gray water. There are companies that are prototyping biodegradable batteries. How cool is that? And in some cases, data centers are able to reuse the heat they generate to warm up nearby offices, or in the case of the Paris Olympics of 2024, the heat was used to warm the swimming pools. But talk is cheap, isn't it? So believe me, there's effort, but despite all of the effort that everybody's putting in on this, there's still a big gap between the pledges and the results. So based on their own environmental reports, Google says that they see almost a 50% increase in emission from 2019 to 2023. Microsoft sees almost a 30% increase from 2020 to 2023. So there's still a lot of work to do. Now, I'm not saying that technology is bad. I love technology. Technology makes our lives better. It saves lives. And there's even pieces of technology we just saw that help reduce the pollution. But there must be something that we can do. So what is it? Let me show you. Quit. No, that's not what I meant. Well, spoiler alert, it's all about being efficient with your algorithms, with your code, and just like in real estate, it's about location, location, location. So what you see here is the electricity maps. This thing also has an API that big techs and other companies use to shift their workloads into the most appropriate region. So of course, what you see here, the green regions are the good ones, and the darker and the redder, the worst. This is the full map. This map changes over time. It's not always the same because renewable energy is not always predictable. So for instance, France uses nuclear energy. This is more predictable. So I would say that France is steadily green. But other regions rely more on hydro, solar, or wind, or eolic energy. And those can change with seasons or with big climate changes. So it is possible that in a moment in time, a region doesn't have access to clean energy. Then another point to keep in mind is that, we said again, a lot of energy is being used to cool down the servers. So intuitively, we can think that placing something in a cold place is going to be better. In fact, it can reduce energy consumption up to 20% for cooling the servers. So a place like Iceland is perfect because it has a lot of geothermal and hydro energy, so a lot of green energy. And it is also pretty cold, so it naturally aids cooling the servers. It should be around, on average on the year, 5 degrees Celsius, which I think it's 40, sorry, I'm not good with Fahrenheit. I think it's 41, 42 Fahrenheit. 41. Fantastic, I got it. Thank you, Frank. For the same reason, in America, Canada, it's a good region also, because again, it has a cold weather, and most regions in Canada also have green energy available. In Europe, Finland, Norway, Sweden, Denmark are very good regions. And right, another thing to take into consideration is timing. So that's why you might want to use the APIs. The reason why is renewable energy is not infinite. So it's possible that a country cannot produce enough renewable energy to cover all of their needs. So in a specific moment in time when the request, the volume of requests for electricity is very high, the specific country needs to rely either on carbon fossil fuels or on their batteries. So they have to fall back on different solutions. What you see here, still from the electricity map, is that in this specific moment in time, Spain is an importer of electricity. So the line that go down, they're exporting electricity. When it goes up, it means they're importing electricity because they don't have enough of their own. And that 12.3% that you see there, that they need to rely on gas energy instead. I couldn't put all of the screenshot there, but if you can trust me on my word, right before it's 6, so it doubled. So in a specific moment in time, it's possible that the best region to pick will be different. So based on a research by David Patterson and alumni, that I will quote another couple of times here, it emerged that using cloud and picking the right region can have an impact of factors from 5 to 10 in mitigating carbon emissions. David Patterson is a professor of computer science in University of California and also has worked for many years at Google. And what you see here is the Google page related to the carbon footprint associated with their region. So not only you want to look at the electricity map, but also at the carbon neutrality of the specific cloud provider that you are using. So what you see here, the two metrics are CFE percentage and carbon intensity. CFE percentage stands for carbon-free energy. This is the energy that Google either produced itself or it purchased. So for instance, Turin has a lower carbon intensity than Berlin, but it's not a low carbon emission region because it only runs on carbon-free energy 52% of the time. So the first metric tells you for how long during the day the data centers rely on the carbon-free energy. And the rest of the time, it will fall back on the grid of the country. So since Berlin runs 90% of the time on carbon-free energy, even if their carbon intensity is higher, it turns out to be low carbon emissions. So here I put a little heart on my very favorite regions for the cloud. Now, this is my own opinion, so it could be wrong, but my reasoning is that I want to prefer not only regions that have a high carbon-free energy, but I really look at the carbon intensity as well. And the reason why is renewable energy is not infinite. If it were, we wouldn't use a fossil-based one, right? So my point is, it's true, Google is purchasing the energy or perhaps producing it itself, but then other people can't purchase that energy, or it raises the price for everybody else. So you want to also have a look at how much a country is able to produce the renewable energy and how much they consume. And we discussed already that data centers drink water like camels. So something else that you want to take into consideration is a place that is not water-stressed, but rather water-rich. This is a map that shows you, like, the darker, the more water-stressed. So it shows you where the water stress is today. This is an estimate for 2050. Now, again, my own opinion, but I can see here a nice overlap between regions that have clean energy, that are water-rich, and that are cold. So these are three factors that you might want to take into account. Of course, first you want to take care of your non-negotiable requirements that will be data privacy and data latency. But in many of our applications, data latency is not really a factor. And for data privacy, sometimes the only requirement is to have data in Europe, in my case, not necessarily in a specific country. So you can play a lot with that, and it's going to make a world of difference, which is why this is my first point for this presentation. So how can you use this information? You can pick your location well and prioritize locations that have a minimal environmental impact so that they have low carbon intensity, that they allow to naturally cool the servers, and that are water rich. In your cloud provider, you can set a policy that restricts resources to region to low impact only. For instance, Google Cloud has the resource location restriction organization policy. Try to say that 3 times. And then you can also try to delay, when you can, the use of your resources to when the power consumption is lower for that specific region that you picked. If you want to step it up a bit, you can also implement dynamic optimization, which is what the big tech companies do. So you can inform through the APIs your load balancer or your supervisor to move the workloads in the region that has the lowest environmental impact. Let's move on to measure and optimize. We're analysts, so we know this point very well, don't we? There are a lot of measurement calculators out there that you can use to aid your research. These are only 4, they are my favorites, but I promise if you go online, you will find a bunch. The first one will give you a measurement on how green your website is and specific recommendation on how you can make it better. Normally, the main mitigations measures there are to compress your content as much as you can without, of course, compromising user experience. Videos on loop are a big no-no. And of course, unused or not needed JavaScript code, it's also a factor. The second one, it will allow you to measure the carbon footprint that it's needed for streaming kilobytes data from one region to another. The third one of my favorite, this CodeCarbon, it's a Python library that will allow you to measure electricity consumption and carbon emissions of all of your code or part of your code. And then the last one, it's the equivalencies calculator from the US government. This one will translate kilowatt hours into carbon emissions and also give you equivalencies in concrete terms that you can understand. So it will tell you, well, this much carbon emissions correspond to driving for a year 40 cars gasoline powered, for instance. This is my favorite, the cloud carbon footprint. This one is my favorite also because it's free and open source. It's on GitHub. You can deploy it on your cloud provider. And what it will do, it will collect and report data on, again, electricity consumption and carbon emissions, both in aggregate, but also with granular detail for provider, account, project, and service, and region. It provides a map. This one is, for instance, is for AWS, where the greenest regions are. And my personal favorite, it uses machine learning for the good. It uses machine learning to give you recommendations on what you can do and to mitigate the impact of carbon emissions, and it will give you the potential cost savings, but also the cost savings, energy savings, and carbon emission savings. If you're too lazy to implement that, I understand. There's something out of the box. For instance, in the Google Cloud Platform, which I mention a lot because it's the one that I'm more familiar with, but I invite you all to also have a look to the others because they probably have solutions as well. There is this page out of the box, which is the overview of carbon footprint for your billing account. It will give you information again with a breakdown per project and per service and per region. And it also allows to export all of this data in BigQuery so that you can create a nice, neat dashboard, both for your reporting to your country and for yourself. Another interesting tool that Google provides is the Unattended Project Recommender, which uses machine learning to identify projects that you abandoned and that you could delete. And then last but not least, Code Green. Code more efficiently can have a big change. So again, from David Patterson, he says that choosing an efficient machine learning model can reduce computation by factors from 5 to 10. And he mentions specifically sparse models versus dense models. So I would call it the Marie Kondo approach to ML. Sparse models, like this is some sort of representation of how sparse models are different from dense models. Everything that is 0 or near 0 is not being stored. So it gives you reduced memory usage. And also, because those neurons are not being stored, it leads to efficient computation as well, because operations can be skipped for zero-weight connections. Now, of course, there's a caveat to this. Dense layers are normally more appropriate if you need to analyze data that has a lot of complexity, like audio signals or images. But there is the possibility to use a hybrid approach, which would be using the sparse layers earlier in the network to reduce dimensionality of your input data and use the dense approach later on in the network to capture the complexity. And other important factors that I found in my research are improve efficiency of your code. So there is such a thing as choosing the right algorithm or the right data structure for your problem. And with the library that I showed you before, and others as well, you can identify the areas that you need to focus on because they are the ones that spend more energy. To make an example, for instance, let's say that you need to make a key-based search. So you have a table with records, and for a specific user ID, you want to know everything in that row. If you use a dictionary, a hash table is going to be much faster. It's going to take unitary time. There's going to be a little bit of overhead to build the appendix, but it's going to be like reading to appendix where Elena is. It's a page 272. Go to page 272, and bam, it's there. If you use sorted list instead. In the worst case scenario, where Elena is at the bottom of the list, then the machine will have to go to each and every slot of the list before finding the record that it wants. So then the complexity of the problem will be proportional to the input of your file. And if you have big data sets and you do this operation very often, the choice is obvious, right? Then we have reduce code size. Keep your code base small, reduce waste and code bloat, don't import libraries that you don't need. I'm guilty of this. I only recently commented the Flask import library from my tool on GitHub because I copy-pasted from the cloud version of it. And it is one line for you, but it's a bunch of function that the machine has to load in, right? And also keep in mind that this has a lot of optimization also for CI/CD. Like if you need to run your code through pen testing, regression testing, all kinds of testing before it goes into production, it makes a difference if the code is small or big. And programming language. The choice that you make in terms of programming language makes a big difference. Compiled languages like C, C#, C++, take less than virtual machine languages like Java, and even less than interpreted languages like Python or Node.js. And as you can see from the numbers, the difference is big. So for instance, in AWS Lambda, there is the possibility to develop in C. So if you do know how to program in C, go ahead, teach the angels how to fly, and do that. Oh, and cache. Whatever cache, processor cache, browser cache, leverage this as much as you can. It turns out some researchers think that requests to the RAM rather than to the cache are even more energy, they lead to more energy consumption than flops, like math that the computer do. This is an example of an experiment that I made. I made two approaches to do the same task, and I use CodeCarbon to measure. So CodeCarbon will give me all the details here in the terminal, but also it will save the information in a CSV file. So again, I can build a dashboard out of it and check how I progress into making my code better. And I made many examples, but I only will show you one. Vectorized operations. Vectorized operations are something that NumPy makes available for you, and basically they rely on underlying optimized C code. And we said already, C code, it's a compiled language, is more efficient. And you know, to a programmer, it could look like the same. I mean, plus or add or sum, they're doing the same thing. Why should there be a difference? The difference is huge. I made an experiment with a file with 1 million rows and 100 columns where I asked my code to sum all the items of each column. And in the first method, I went through each item and used the plus operator. And in the other one, I took the full data frame and I used sum. And the difference is that the vectorized operation was 102 times faster, and it reduced carbon emissions by 225 times. And finally, small actions that you can take as digital users, as people, not as data practitioner. So as I'm sure you do, you don't leave the water running when you brush your teeth. Don't abuse of LLM. I mean, you can use it. I love it. But you know, if you need to find out what the capital of France is, please Google it. Like a Google search takes 1/3 of energy compared to the same request to ChatGPT. And sometimes, you know, ChatGPT hallucinates, it doesn't even give you the right answer. So might as well ask to Google search if the question is simple enough. Something else that I stopped doing. So I bought a kilometer and I started making all kinds of experiments with that as well. And what I did was to keep my laptop connected to charge, fully charged, but still connected to my socket with the screen down. And then I went to sleep and I waited the next day to open it again, and I consume 46 watt hours. Sorry, 460 watt hours. That's kilowatt hours. I made the math wrong, sorry. So that doesn't sound like a lot, but then if you, let's multiply it for all the people that are in the DataVis channel in Measure Slack, which are about 25,000. And then for the full year, it amounts to 420,000 kilowatt hours, which is enough to keep a light bulb on for almost 800 years. And it produced the same carbon emissions that almost 40 cars would in 1 year. And it takes recycling 60 tons of waste to have the same mitigation effect. And finally, some small daily actions that you can take. Some are really like, they impact almost nothing. I try to put them in, the first one is more impactful in decreasing order. So device manufacturing and disposal is very polluting, so try to extend the life of your devices as much as you can. Take care of your devices. Video streaming, gaming, and social media, video in general, are also very polluting. So if you can reduce high definition, that's an option on Instagram, do that. I mean, for movies, it makes a difference, so I want the high resolution. But when I'm looking at kittens on Instagram, I don't really need, you know, to have that big of a resolution. And if they ever bring back the stop video loop, that's also going to be a game changer, so apply it. Cloud storage and data transfers. I started deleting all the pictures and videos that really don't spark joy in my heart anymore, and I just keep the ones that I really want to go back and look at. Online meetings, the absolute value is sort of negligible, but did you know that video consumes 40% more than audio on online meetings and 113% more on mobile devices? I'm not saying that use videos, because I think it's very important to improve communication and make the other person feel heard when they're talking to you. But if you are 100 people in a call and somebody's sharing the screen and doing a demo, nobody's looking at you. So in that case, I suggest that you take away the video. Web browsing, prefer green website over red ones. And then finally, emails and subscribe. An email can pollute from 0.3 grams to 26 grams, depending if it goes into your spam folder or if it has an attachment. Again, it's negligible, but I had to spend 10 good minutes on LinkedIn going, yeah, I don't want this, I don't want this, I don't want this, I don't want this. It was difficult. Like, I had to make so many clicks. But you have to consider that email is going to be saved on LinkedIn servers, then it's going to take electricity to be transferred to my inbox, and then stored in another data center. So, you know, it's a lot of stuff if you then amount each little drop for each one of us for all the kind of junk emails that we receive. So, conclusions are, first of all, pick the right location. Try to prefer locations that have access to green energy, that are water-rich, and possibly that are naturally easier to cool. Measure and optimize. Use the tools at your disposal to find out what is the biggest driver of emissions in the work that you do, and optimize towards that and focus on that. Write efficient code. Now you can shame people not only for writing dirty code, but also polluting code. And try to reduce waste in any way you can. Thank you for your attention.
So today I'm going to talk about attribution and towards marketing modeling and where we are today, and I might have some news towards the end of the presentation. And as I do have quite a few slides, I have to rush a bit through these slides. But just maybe a quick introduction of myself, who I am. So my name is Timo. Many years ago, I used to work for Google in Hamburg. That's where I'm based. And when I joined Google at the very beginning of 2006, I was responsible for Google Analytics in some countries in Germany, Austria, Switzerland, and Scandinavia. And as you probably know, GA, or Google Analytics, initially was launched at what date? The exact one?
Oh, 2006, March. 2005.
2005 is better? November 15th. That was the official launch of the free GA version at that time, and I joined in January 2006 and was working like the very early days of GA. Then after about 2.5 years, I left Google, and together with a friend I met at Google, we started a company called Tracken. I don't know if anyone knows that. Maybe not, doesn't really matter. So we ran that company for quite a while. So after 7 years of doing it alone, we sold it to the Omnicom Group. And then we stayed within the Omnicom Group as being part of Tracken for another 7 years. So in total it was 14 years. Then after 14 years, we stepped back and left Tracken. And then 3 years ago, we started another company which was called, which is still called Digital. Yeah. So with Digital, we are basically 2 units. One unit is GMP, we are GMP sales partner, and the other unit is Cloud, where we focus on CDPs and data warehouses, building data pipelines, and so on. And we are 45 people, which you can see here, across multiple offices. So we have a remote first approach, headquartered in Hamburg, but mainly operate in the German-speaking countries. And so on, but we also have a nice office in Barcelona. Anyway, that's about us. I was already presenting last year, and I took some slides from last year just to cover everything and to have a nice line from last year. So basically, competition is quite easy. You just have to be better than the competition. And a good thing to be better is to have accurate data, as you know, and to have nice setup processes and to really make use of the data. And not only to have the data because it's available and you can technically track them, because if we see it, and it's also a slide from last year, the majority, like we have tons of data everywhere in all kinds of data silos. It's like distributed across the entire company, but the majority of data never gets analyzed. And if it's not analyzed, we don't really use it for optimizing things or to optimize campaigns or for optimize the website. So the majority of data is never really used. And that's a pity because there's so much you can do with it, as you know. And if we look at it and if we look at the development, so when I was working for Google, there were many people who were called account strategists, and their job was, it was all studied, very clever and smart people, and their job was to search for keywords from campaigns, to optimize this little text boxes for search campaigns and like change the order of words and so on. There was all manual work. And over the years, more and more things got automated. And now we can compare it pretty nicely with the iceberg. So if you're a campaign manager now taking care of marketing campaigns, it's basically just to set up the scene, to steer the overall campaign, to manage it, to do the account monitoring, but the majority of work is below water level. So all the data which goes into the automated campaign optimization, the selection of keywords, the optimization of campaigns, the modeling behind that. So everything is basically below the water level, which is not that shiny marketing world. It's more like our world, which is like data focused. And we just need to make sure that we have the underlying technology and infrastructure and data to make sure that all this automated processes and modeling really works so that the campaigns can be optimized. So, and what's important for that? It's a first-party data strategy. We have talked about that a lot, and I'm going to rush through a few slides. So we know third-party cookies are not that valid anymore, so it's super important for our clients to set up a first-party data strategy, because with that data and all the information you have with that, you can go into prediction and modeling and use all that data. So it's really key for the future to have set up a first-party data strategy. There's also a slide from last year, because last year I covered more the left parts of the maturity framework. So saying like you need to have a safe and privacy-safe foundation to really track the information. I talked about consent mode and enhanced conversions and all these things. This is really essential to do the other things, because the most important thing when having all the data is to work with the data to optimize campaigns and to activate them. So last year I touched the CDP topic. I'm not going to touching that today. But today we're going to talk about like marketing mix modeling and attribution, which is a hard word to pronounce for a German. I don't know why that is. But and if we think of it, if we think of larger companies, not only FMCGs, but automotive, like all kinds of industries, the largest budgets they usually spend is not on tracking, is not on analytics stuff. The largest budgets are usually for media, for TV, for radio, for print, for display advertising, for YouTube, for whatever. So it's super, and that's like millions of euros they actually spend for their campaigns. So it's super important to measure all that and to work on that media efficiency. And you all know that, so I'm going to skip that. So if you think about attribution, you can see that someone is passing the ball to someone, and that's who is scoring, and the scoring is the conversion, so we all know that. Basically, when we talk about attribution, it's, we look at the past data, and we try to use that historical information to predict it to the future and get some learnings out of this historical information to turn that into the future, and with that information try to allocate the budgets accordingly. What I did, or what I want to do now, is to give you an overview of the different approaches which are there to evaluate media efficiency. And we'd go from left to right. So you have many chances to take pictures if you want to know that. We're going to start with the GA4 attribution reports. Every one of you who's using the GA4, you know that. So there are attribution reports which are rule-based. There's the data-driven, which is like available in the GA standard version. And yeah, you can see that in the interface. And as you know, also from Universal, when all the attribution reports were introduced, we got all kinds of first click and last click and bathtub and linear and time decay and so on. But the ones which are used now in GA4 is last click and the data-driven being the standard model. So as you probably know how it's calculated, it basically looks at all conversion paths, and if there is a different, like in this example with search, display, and then conversion, and then suddenly there's an email in between, and that has an impact on the conversion rate, that calculates the data-driven attribution rate. That's how it actually works. And it's not super complex. It's a bit of a black box because you don't exactly know how Google is doing that. So you somehow have to believe it that the data-driven model is true. Second way of doing that, or looking into that information, and that's how we also do that for our clients, is to create a marketing performance dashboard. So the way we do it, we sit together with the different stakeholders, we look at the KPIs, what are the dimensions and metrics, what information do they have, how shall we visualize it, and then we try to connect everything with another in BigQuery to connect all the different marketing channels and data silos. And then we connect it to Lukas Studio, usually, and then things come up like this, where we have a cockpit where you see all the performance of the different marketing channels in one central place, and this is given to the marketing managers, and I guess you're going to do the same probably to present all that information on a campaign view, on a monthly view, whatever they would like to have, with all the information about CPM, CPC, and ROAS, and so on. So that's all visible in the dashboard, and then we usually approach the see, think, do, or see, think, do, care sometimes approach, where we have different parts within the dashboards for all these people who are still in the evaluation phase until they finally convert, and we have all that information in one place. So this is pretty easy to set up, and a standard thing, I would say, for probably everyone to evaluate marketing campaigns. One thing further is not only to visualize like the basics from the different data silos we already have, but one thing further is to go into advanced analysis. We do have a data science team which goes into deep analysis, usually in BigQuery, and answering questions like what is the duration of user journeys in terms of visits or in terms of days, and what the true direct impact or true impact of specific campaigns. So they really dig deep into the data of BigQuery. And the way it actually works is like sitting together, talk about the KPIs, what's important, what time of, what time series for conversions do we have, how many visits do they take to convert, how many days, and so on. And then we try to visualize that in these kinds of reports, where we can then connect it with different channel groupings, device usage, and so on. And then you have all these kinds of different reports which are nicely shown. So this is, I would say, also very more or less basic. It's either already there or some manual work to be done to do these things. As the data-driven attribution in GA4 is pretty much a black box, we have done a lot over the last years with the custom attribution modeling. So we built our own model based on the click path. So we look at the different click paths, analyze them, and then we have quite a few attributes which can go into the different attribution modeling. So we can look at different metrics, we can define the channel grouping, we can reset a conversion path after the conversion has taken place, we can look at the different categories of a website, talk about navigational traffic grouping, and also to integrate cost data. And with that, we can actually model our own attribution model, which is individually and specifically done for that client. And then we have an outcome, again, also usually in Lukas Studio or any other visualization tool where the different models can be compared. We can see the decomposition over time, where we can see the effect of each marketing channel per day in comparison with another. We can see the evaluation table or the overview of the input data. And that's already very much valuable for the different clients, since it's more individual than this black box thing. So that's quite interesting, I would say. And then, but it's still attribution modeling, and it still doesn't take into effect all campaigns. It's only pretty much limited to the digital channel. And that's why marketing mix modeling comes into the play. And marketing mix modeling itself is basically a very, very old thing. So market researchers are doing that for decades. So it's not a brand new thing, but it's actually coming back now in the digital world due to a few facts. So if you look at that, the rule-based attribution, as we have done a few years ago, is very easy. It's not very complex. It's easy to set up, but it's not the real world. The data attribution is a bit better, but it's also still not the perfect solution. And marketing mix modeling is way more to the realistic world, but it's also pretty complex to set up. The difference between marketing mix modeling and attribution is marketing mix modeling is usually slower to get information off. So usually you do that on a monthly or quarterly basis. Attribution you can do at a kind of daily or weekly rate. The data you need for marketing mix modeling is way more. So you have aggregated data from all kinds of different marketing channels, not only online, but also TV and radio and out-of-home campaigns. So all kinds of campaigns you're doing, you can use those information for your marketing mix model. And you have to have minimum 1 year of data available for all these channels to go into this modeling. For attribution, you basically just need like a minimum of 3 months of data to go into that modeling. For the method of analysis, usually we used the regression analysis. There are also others. I'm going to touch one later. And the data-driven model is usually based on the Shapley value. And as I said, usually it's monthly or quarterly, whereas attribution is on the daily rate. So what kind of questions can you get answered with marketing mix modeling? It's like, what is the value contributed of each marketing channel to conversion, so the real value of each channel, and not only digital, but also with the offline channels, such as TV or print or out of home. What effect do other factors, such as seasonal effects? And that's very interesting, looking at longer periods. So if you are, for example, a client in the travel industries, you have a strong seasonality over the course of the year, and that should be a factor also going into that model and can influence it. And then, of course, in the end, as a marketing manager, you want to evaluate how to optimize your budgets and your spends according for the different channels. The approach is we don't have that much very accurate third-party data information anymore. That's why I said at the beginning we should focus on the first-party data strategy, because third-party data is not that relevant anymore, and marketing mix modeling works without third-party data. So you can completely build it on your first-party data infrastructure, and then you can set it up within Google Cloud, but I'm going to show you later. So the reason to do that is, in the past it was quite easy. So we had third-party data, we had cookies, we could do the attribution modeling, and we were not really dependent on first-party cookies. And that was one of the reasons, I don't know if you remember it, when the Google Marketing Platform was initially launched with GA360, Display Video 360, and all these tools of the Google Marketing Platform. There was also a tool from Google which was announced, which was called Attribution 360. I don't know if you remember that. It never got launched. It was never there. And the reason for that was the left side of the slide, because they already, like they had this product pretty much ready, but they never really launched it due to privacy reasons, and they already predicted and knew that third-party cookies are not going to be the most stable source of truth for those kinds of things. So they never really launched that product because they knew it's not going to be there forever. So right now we have some issues with ITP and GDPR and so on. So it's going to get more and more difficult. The data is not as it was like 10 years ago when we could do like everything. So now it's more and more difficult to really make use of the data because it's not 100% accurate anymore. So we have to go more into that phase of prediction and modeling, and without third-party cookies to go into the era of machine learning and AI. And the marketing mix modeling can be automated pretty nicely. So it basically always works in the same way. So at the beginning, we just need to check what kind of data do we have, then we set up the model and about the outcome. And that can be done completely with Google Cloud, or like also with AWS or Azure tools, where all these things can be set up. And let's go through a hands-on approach how it can be done to set these things up. So basically the first part and the most important part, and the part which usually takes the longest, is the data phase. So at the very beginning, to sit together with the different stakeholders and check what kind of data do we have, what kind of data silos do we have, what kind of marketing campaigns are you doing, what channels are you playing with. So, and then to get all that data from all the different data silos within the company and try to get that data into that model, to send it somewhere through via various pipelines, and to centrally have that in one place, such as BigQuery. And then, if we have all the data, then to work on that model and to create that model, to individualize that model, and then having the insights via Lukas Studio, for example. And so at the beginning, the first decision you're going to take is, what period are we looking at? Are we looking for like the last 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? And what region are we looking at? Usually the models are like on a kind of national level, but you can also go like to a non-national level. So it depends on what region are you looking at. It also depends again on your campaign structure. So once you said what time are we looking at, what region are we looking at, and the next thing is, what channels are we having? Online, offline, whatever you do, to check what channels we have. Then usually there's a carryover effect. I have a slide on that later to explain what that is, which is automatically checked or automatically measured and goes into that model, as well as the saturation effect. And then of course looking at the cost data. So what additional cost data do you have, which should also go into the model to calculate things such as the return on ad spend. And then it's a step-by-step process. So first thing is, what's the period we are looking at? What's the region we are looking at? And then try to automate it. Either we take that information manually from somewhere, or document that information somewhere, or we automate that process. So we need a minimum of one year of information. The region, as I said, is usually national. And then we need to try what information can we get from what tool and from what data source. And this is how it can be done. So we can actually put together a sheet where all the things go in, from like data from Google Analytics for the conversions and revenue. Then we have the offline media, which of course we need to get from the client and then share via a spreadsheet. We got other online media from tools which are out of the Google space. And then of course we need to talk about seasonality, which also goes into that information in that spreadsheet. And that's like the main database, which can be done manually if you just do it once, or you can automate that process. Then you talk about the different marketing channels: online media, offline media, seasonalities, conversions, and revenue. So you need to check what information do we have. Usually it's impressions and spendings per day, per channel. Yes, and all that information basically goes into that model, but it's still the model input phase, and it's still the data gathering phase. And as an example, if you think of ice cream, it's not the right temperature outside, but still, So ice cream revenue depends on the price per scoop, what the temperature outside, and is it a weekday or weekend or so. So usually it's maybe more at the weekend. And then if you think of the marketing examples, what kind of online conversions do you have depending on all the different marketing channels you are planning with. And if you put that together and build a regression line, then it looks like this. So you have the target variable, which is the revenue, you have the input variable, which is the temperature, and that's closely connected, and all the little points draw to this regression line, which gives the combination of those two factors. So this is basically how the standard kind of easy manual regression analysis is done for marketing mix modeling. And this is how it might be set up with, in this example, with Google Cloud. So on the left side, you can see all the data ingestion, so TV, budgets, seasonality, all the markets, all the things I just said, which go into this the data warehouse, or a kind of data warehouse, built on BigQuery. And then you have the machine learning with Vertex AI and the AutoML models from Google Cloud, and then visualized in Lukas Studio, and you have all the orchestration and monitoring at the bottom with all the Google Cloud products. And this is basically how it goes. So you have the data ingestion to really look what information do we have, how do we get that into the system, into BigQuery, for example, where it's all connected and set up together in one central place. Then you put the machine learning on top, the visualization and the orchestration and maintenance. And the outcome, no, not the outcome. We are still at the carryover effect. So the carryover effect is the time difference of a user has seen the ad impression until they finally convert. So if you think of a display campaign or these campaigns from the upper funnel, it's more or less usually a very long carryover effect. So they see the ad, but they not convert immediately, and it takes some time. And if you think of lower funnel campaigns, then it's usually the other way around. So the ad impression and the conversion might happen at the same day. So that is an important information, of course, to evaluate the effect of marketing campaigns. And we, of course, you can also take that into consideration for your model, because upfront, you don't know what the carryover effect for the different marketing channels are. So what we do is to calculate for each campaign all the different direct, medium, and long carryover effects, and by testing, see what's the best fit for each channel, and then we take that best fit for each channel to calculate the carryover effect. The saturation effect basically says how much additional more money you can spend on a channel to get more conversions, or if that's already fine. So you already overspent on a specific channel, and if you spend more, you maybe won't get any more conversions. And this is nice to see, like, for what channel and what marketing campaign it's useful to maybe spend more, and where you maybe can reduce the spend because it's already maxed out. So that's an important information to get. And then, of course, to have and ask the client for the cost information, because otherwise, of course, you can't calculate the return on investment for the different channels. And the outcome, in the end, it's again a Lukas Studio report where you have all the information we already touched, and you can see that there in terms of all the effects, the data input, and the model outcome. So this is quite interesting for clients and for managers to understand what the effect and the interplay between all the different marketing channels are. And as you can see with all the setup, there are some challenges when it comes to marketing mix modeling. You need lots of information, you need lots of data, and lots of data which is not centrally organized within one department within a company. It's like multiple departments, multiple stakeholders. It's not that easy to get all that information from the clients and then to automate that process. So it takes time. That modeling can be complex. It's a very manual process still to set all these things up until things are getting automized. So you need some person days to set all these things up. And of course, it needs to be privacy compliant, which marketing mix modeling usually is, because you're working with aggregated data and you don't work with individual personal data. So that's basically the status quo of where we were and where we are at the moment, and what most of the companies have done in the past, and I guess that many of you are also doing the same things. And now there's one more thing, which came up yesterday. So, ta-da! There it is. Meridian, correct. So who of you knows Meridian already? I was expecting that. So Meridian is a marketing mix modeling tool provided by Google. There are a few things which are really nice. First thing, it's free. It's open source. It's actually already available for a while, but never got communicated by Google. It's been around for a few months already. And we played around with it for a while. And it's really, really nice. It's very, very powerful. And yes, there are also other models out there. So there are models from Meta's Robin, which is also there for a while already. But Meridian is really, and it's free, so you can play around it. It makes sense to play around with it. And a few reasons. So it's not based on regression analysis. It's based on the Bayesian model. So it's a bit of a different model. And Google is playing around with that model already since 2017. And it's an updated version of the lightweight MMM they introduced a while ago. And as it is open source, there's no black box. So basically you can use that tool, you can use all the material and everything which is there around Meridian, and you can individualize that model completely according to your needs. So it's not black box, you can basically do whatever you want with it. And here are a few examples why it is really nice. So what you can do with that model is you can integrate so-called a prior information. So for example, if you have concrete already known knowledge of seasonality, so you know, for example, each year in, when is it, November, is Black Friday. So you know that it's always the same and you know that peak already up front. You can put that upfront information you already have from the past, you can put that information in the model for the future forecasting. So you have the prior information, which is like the orange line on the left side. And then you have the evidence. So once you have tracked all the information, which is the green line, and the mixture of the green line, which is the actual data, in combination with the prior data, is this blue line, which is like the combination of both. So this is really powerful to optimize the model. In addition, the most difficult thing, as I said at the beginning, is the data gathering and collecting all the different data and information. There's a tool called Marketing Mix Model Data Platform provided by Google. And that makes it very easy to go through all the steps I just mentioned. So at the beginning, you can define what's the time period. You can define the region, and not only national, you can also go down to geolocation. So it's not only on the national level, you can go actually further down to geolocation, which is provided by Google. And you go through all the steps I just shown earlier in the hands-on part, and Google provides the Google Query Volume in the data platform. So the Google Query Volume goes into Meridian, and with that you can basically do incrementality experiments to see how the original numbers to the control group. So this is quite interesting to have that information available. And then there are tons of reports and visualizations you can get out of it. There's a budget optimizer, and that's especially interesting to work on the budgets, where you can see what effect do the different campaigns have on another, and how do you spend your budgets on the different channels. You can see the budget optimizer and play around with it. It's actually where you can forecast and see how much more can I spend until I reach a certain limit and until a campaign is maybe maxed out or the channel is maxed out. You have a model fit, you have a channel contribution, where you see what's the value of each channel with all a combination with all the other channels, which you can see on the right bottom side. What is the contribution of these different marketing channels? You can see the ROI performance per channel. You can see the saturation, which I already mentioned on the right bottom side, per channel, and see how much more can I spend per channel. And, which is very nice, you have a scenario planner. So you can basically play around and forecast. So what's happening if I spend a bit more on display or if I spend a bit less on TV, or if I spend a bit more on, I don't know, YouTube, and you can see the effects immediately on these different results because they get remodeled. So this is really, really interesting, and I think for marketers, and just some more examples of how a scenario planner looks like, really, really interesting for marketers, because that's where the huge amounts of money and euros really lie, and you can optimize on that because there are really millions around that and millions behind that when you optimize and work on that. And with that, I'm done.
Good morning, hi everyone, I'm Katie. This is my first Super Week, so yeah, very honoured to be able to speak. I saw everyone yesterday and everyone was absolutely amazing, so thank you all for the warm welcome. And that's probably enough sucking up, and I'll get on to the presentation now. So that's me with shorter hair. So I'm based in London, originally worked in Sydney for a few years before coming over. And now I'm lucky enough to be mentored by the amazing Elena, who is my manager. And yeah, I work in analytics, like everyone else, makes sense. Anyway, let's get on with it. So today I want to talk to you about a project I worked on last year with a client who had us on a retainer. And when we're on a retainer, you know, every month we're obviously trying to, you know, deliver value in terms of maintenance and in terms of with reporting and things like that. But we also want to find new ways to create value. And this particular client, we were asking them about issues they were having, and they came up with one in particular. And the solution we came up with, I think, was quite clever. So that's what I want to talk to you about today. So this client is a retailer of mechanical products for consumers and businesses. They have a large user base in the UK, but they found that a lot of users were either just purchasing one item or making one purchase and then, you know, never coming back. And what they were interested in doing was trying to increase the basket size or the return purchase rate because they had a really broad range of products and they weren't confident that their purchasers were finding everything that was possibly available to them. So the caveat with this was that they wanted to work with the existing tech stack, which makes sense if we're on a retainer. We're not there to, you know, sell them more platforms. And we basically just wanted to figure out what we could do with the data they already had. So in other words, no more platforms, which I think is quite a common thing for a lot of businesses. They kind of, in the past few years, have just acquired lots of different platforms and tech and made a bit of like a Frankenstein of different, you know, bits and pieces of technology, but aren't necessarily using it or don't necessarily know how to show its value. And so in this case, it was like, all right, well, you've got all this technology here. Instead of us going and spending more money on, you know, a recommendation engine or some, you know, CDP software, let's see what we can do with what you already have and try to be a bit innovative with the data we have available. So our approach was to sell additional items by improving the relevance of product recommendations. And we wanted to do this just using the technology available to us, which was GA4 and the Google Cloud stack that they were using. So the first thing was to look at the data they had. Fortunately, they had very good tagging set up for their products. And so we started by, you know, getting all the user IDs and getting the historical purchase categories and the number of purchases within each category. So again, this is all just from their GA4 data, just, you know, chucked this together in BigQuery. And yeah, got all the past purchases by category for each user ID. From there, we wanted to figure out the best kind of model we could use to come up with recommendations and to analyze the category crossovers that we could find within their you know, library of items. So we wanted to choose something appropriate that would, you know, score the crossovers between these categories. And in the real life data set, they had over 700 different categories of items. They have this huge warehouse of all of their different products, and there's a big range. So it was obviously something we couldn't just do by hand and say product by product, you know, this is the crossover category. So we had to get a bit more technical with it. And And thank you to grade 11 calculus for this graph that I've drawn here. We decided to use a cosine similarity metric, which is something that's in sklearn. I don't know how to say that out loud. Is it just sklearn or is it sklearn? I never know, like, sklearn, yeah. You know when you just kind of read these things online and then you say it out loud and someone's like, that's not what it's called. So we used sklearn to calculate the affinity between the product categories. And something I really liked about using this approach was that it was something we could explain to them in simple terms, because I think with this client in particular, they would get a bit frustrated with some of the out-of-the-box models that they would have in their technology. For instance, like the GA4 attribution, for instance, that for them, they didn't like the fact that they didn't really know what was going on under the hood. So for them, it was good to be able to say, here's what's happening at a very basic level. We're taking 2 categories. We're looking at all the people that have purchased from each of them. And that gives us an idea of how similar they are. We don't have to go into matrix multiplication. That's what the robot will do. But at least now you know like what the robot's doing. And the robot isn't just like mysteriously plugging away in the background, which I think helps because, yeah, at sometimes I think it can be quite overwhelming for a client that's, focused on marketing to have to just have all these products and black boxes happening and not knowing what's going on with the model underneath. So to actually get this thing going, we put a little script together in Python, and it's quite simple. It just takes that table I showed you guys before with the user IDs, categories, number of purchases, put it into a pivot table. Obviously, this is a very simple fake version of it, but this gives you an idea. User IDs, categories, number of purchases, multiplied by millions and millions of users and 700 different categories. From there, the transpose of that flips it upside down, obviously, and we get the column being the category, the column being the user ID and the rows being the categories. And from there, those user IDs will be the coefficients that are used to map the similarity between the categories, right? So again, nice simple version on the left. This is how we can basically explain what's going on with the bigger table in a smaller version. And over here is an example of what is spit out by the cosine similarity package, which gives us an idea of how similar all of these are with this like relative score. So again, really simple example, but you get what's going on here. They're saying lights and oil are similar because they've been purchased by both users. Everything else gets a 0, except obviously the diagonal, which gets a 1. So this shows us how often different categories are purchased together. From there, we basically get this output that we can then manipulate a little bit with our script. And for each category, just iterate through and say, find me the top 3 most similar categories, right? Based on this past purchasing behavior of our other users. So simple example here, we can say we've got a primary category of lights. The most commonly purchased by users who purchase lights is bulbs, then wires, then batteries. And so we just limited it to 3, keep it simple. For each category, let's get 3 crossovers that could be used as a recommendation. From here, we then assigned these back against a user ID. So pretty simple, we have each user ID, we've already got their past purchases, put that in a little array of purchase categories, and then the recommended categories are basically just created using that output that we showed before from the category crossovers. And so we get this array of categories that would be recommended to that user based on what they've previously purchased. Obviously, we're taking into account, don't include any categories that they've purchased before, so doing a little bit of cleaning up and things like that. But the logic is pretty simple, it's pretty straightforward. Once we were happy with that, we deployed it just in Cloud Run, so we're still just using the Google Cloud world. This script can run every day, and every day it can bring in new data of purchases, add that to the model's knowledge base, and keep building and building and building upon what we know about these category crossovers. So this is just triggered every day by a scheduled query, which is where we're saying, here's all the new data, let's incorporate that into our existing set and readjust our model from there. And again, it spits out a more refined version of that category crossover array that we have for each user. So from there, this is the part where we said, all right, let's actually put this back into GA4 so that it can be used by our client and by their media agency to activate what we've done. Because this is the point where usually I think with projects we'll stop and we'll say, here we go, there's the crossovers, have a nice day, you know, like here's the dashboard, it looks amazing, see ya. So this is where we said we need to try and find a way to activate this so that it can be used further and actually put a little $ next to it in the end. So what we did here, if any of you have used the GA4 data import, you will know it's not as simple as the UA version. But there is a way that you can import against a user ID in an automated manner by using an SFTP server. That's something I don't know anything about, to be honest. I had to get someone else to set it up, but it is quite simple. What's that? Yeah, it was, Ahmed. Anyway, it's got someone else to set it up, and basically every day it's open for an hour and it will send the CSV that we've created in Cloud Run and put back into BigQuery. It'll send that back into GA4, join against the user ID, and assign these categories as custom dimensions against that user ID. So what it looks like in the end, if I go back, is basically you have in GA4 these two user properties, so purchase categories and recommended categories, and these get fed back into GA4 assigned against the user. So for every user, they will have these assigned against them, and that can be used for further activations. So it's not quite as easy as it used to be in UA with like the way that we could do like an automated CSV upload. You have to use this server. Maybe that is really easy and I just don't know anything about SFTP servers, so that's why it seems harder to me, but there is a way to do it. So the final architecture for what we were doing here looks like this, right? So we start just with GA4, the events go to BigQuery. From there, we do our purchases by user ID with the category level and then the number of purchases. From there, we run our little model. We spit out the recommendations against user ID in another table. That then gets exported back to GA4 and joined against the user ID. So that's everything that's happening. It's all within this little GA4 out and then back in again. Okay, so from here, this is where we wanted to actually activate it and get to the so what of all of this, right? Because at this point, whoever is signing the check is saying, okay, cool, nerds, you made a little table, we don't care. So that's when we have to say, here's how it's actually valuable to you. So because these are back in GA4, and GA4 obviously is linked to these marketing platforms, this could be used by the media agency and by the client to then run campaigns against the user ID. So a really simple example here is that if we create an audience, we can say include users with the recommended category that contains oil, right? Where we can basically like put in the category value, and that will include anyone who has that recommendation against them based on what we've just done in BigQuery and spat back into GA4. So yeah, again, this is a very simplified example, and we'd want to put more constraints on this to make sure we're targeting the right way, but you get the idea. We're just using that new user property, and that audience will then be shared with all of the marketing platforms, Google Ads, Campaign Manager, whatever it is they're using. So from there, the client basically said, all right, what we're going to do is we're going to run a pilot campaign based on what you've done and decide if we think it was valuable or if we think it worked. And then we'll analyze the results and decide if we want to keep going with it. And so what they did is they ran a few campaigns against specific categories that they wanted to increase sales in, right? Where the idea was, let's target people for whom this is a recommended category, because people aren't purchasing, oil filters or whatever it is you buy when you have a car. People aren't purchasing oil filters, so let's run a campaign targeting people for whom this is recommended, right? Make the audience in GA4, off you go, put a coupon code next to it, and that way we can track how much money it makes. And so they came back after a few weeks and they were like, oh, it's amazing, it was really successful, we're happy, but we wanted to look at the actual incremental uplift there as well, instead of just looking at the results in isolation. So what we did is we identified the items that were purchased using these coupon codes and compared to the sale of these items with the preceding periods, so that we could try and get a better idea of the like-for-like purchasing behaviour. And what we found was that once the promotion was live, after a little bit of a slow start while they were still rolling it out, there was a significant bump in the sales of these items. And that this was basically just saying, with the coupon applied, did we see the value increase? Obviously we did. We also looked at the impact on revenue, which was adjusted for site traffic. So this chart here shows revenue per session, and we saw that there was a steady increase there due to the promotion. And we also saw an increase in conversion rate. So we saw that these recommendations for returning users were working in terms of getting them to actually make a purchase instead of never coming back and purchasing again. So overall, we found there was a 30% increase in the average order value as a result of these campaigns, which was great because it said to the client, we've just run away and done all of this really nerdy stuff, you know, and now you actually understand why it was valuable. And so from there, this has become a basis for us to try and automate further the campaign activation using those recommended categories. It's just, instead of just doing a manual run. I think I've spoken really fast. That was pretty much all I wanted to talk about.
And we are back together at Super Week TV. In this specific occasion, I have not Super Week attendees, but super important invitees to the interview. I have Tim Wilson with us. So hi, Tim. His line, you can see it on the screen, and he will be with me today, and he will be one of the last interviews of the day. We also want to say hi to a person, is Julie or Jamie? Julie? Julie, perfect. Hi, Julie. It's nice to have you looking at us. And thanks a lot, Tim, for that. We have a bit of a problem yesterday. We wanted to have it yesterday, but due to the fact it's live, at the end we were able to manage today. So thanks a lot for being here with us. And the title, I really love it because it's kind of a but it was kind of a different subject than the usual one. Instincts and feelings in analytics. Why this title? Because Tim Wilson, I think that a lot of you know him for the podcast that is going on for a long time. I don't know how many years now.
We just hit 10 years.
Wow. So Power Hour, the podcast. So if you don't know it, I really suggest you to follow it. He also got out with a book a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Perfect. Analytics the right way. And one of the other titles that we thought was like, there is a wrong way. But I thought that also another thing that was really interesting about him is the new business he's founding, his own brand, I can tell, is Facts and Feelings. And feelings is really a word that you don't see a lot in analytics, no? And I really wanted to focus on that and maybe ask you why you put that word and what it means for you, and also trying to go on from that point and see where we arrive at the end of the meeting.
Sure. Yeah. And I mean, yeah, not a sales pitch for the company, but Facts and Feelings was the point of view that my co-founders and I felt was trying to elevate the human side. Like we feel like there's a little bit of a analytics hangover. One of the co-founders refers to it that way, that 20 years ago, digital came on the scene and we all got excited that we could capture so much more information about what our customers and prospects were doing. And it just became this unstoppable force of chasing more and more and more data, with this idea that if we just have enough data, then, we have the answers, we have the truth. It's that's going to tell us everything. And the whole industry kind of blew up. The thousands of companies that are basically in the business of collecting or managing or piping or governing data, and forgetting that really the data kind of has to go hand in hand with creative thought and human ideation and gut instinct, that we've watched so many companies that, it's always 6 months out. Like earlier this week, I was talking to someone about kind of this bringing in the human, the thought component. He's like, yeah, we totally need to get that. But we're implementing the Salesforce CDP. That's going to be a 6-month project. We're going to implement that. And then we're going to get to actually, doing stuff with it. And I've just have seen that time and time again, where it's always chasing the next. There's always more data to chase, wiring it up, or GDPR, or server-side tracking, or something. And it's always, we're just kind of forgetting that, well, to actually use the data, you have to have some thought of ideas of what you want to do with it, as opposed to treating the data as the end goal in and of itself.
Yeah, so actually it reminds me of a couple of things that came up during the conference, but also with the interview I had before with Artem. I had an interview like the one before yours, and we were speaking also of the future of analytics, where we are going, and he really stressed out that maybe it also be the time to focus on what we like, due to the fact that a lot of things will change in a short time. But you're speaking also about data, and it's kind of everything mingles a bit, because also what we hear here at Super Week is a lot about how to manage those data. And there was a talk about that of, if I'm not wrong, of Matthew, that really spoke about the right question to ask, and not just begin a task and then a client comes to you and asks you like, Reyes, I want a dashboard on Power BI, for example, about the sales of this specific product, or I want to see how many people reach this page. And then some people just do it and began to grab data about this information. Well, maybe the objective of the person is completely a different one, or you don't really understand why he wants to do that. So maybe it's also related to instinct and feelings as well. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's, we've talked about it for years. Like, we have to be aligned with the business objectives. We have to understand the business question. And I think the great analysts that I've known really, when we talk about communication being so important, on the one hand, it's like, well, when you're presenting analysis results, you have to present them effectively, and that's communication. Mm-hmm. But there's the upstream component of like actually getting a true connection with your business partners as to what are they really trying to do. When they ask you for a dashboard, or can you add something to the dashboard, that's not what they really want. I mean, they even may think that's what they want, because even they have been conditioned. Our business partners are also conditioned to think that if I just get the right filter, or the right segment, or the right slice, or the right breakdown, insights are going to emerge. And so it's like, it's not just the analytics industry that I think is kind of hurt by that. It's also our business partners. They get into this, what was the Deming quote, in God we trust, all others must bring data. That's been like wielded like a cudgel, like don't give me your opinion. I don't want your opinion. I've got the facts. And that elevates the data being too high. Like, somebody sat down and said, and we know who the somebody was. Zoli sat down and said, I think it would be valuable and useful and generate a bunch of good to actually in a town, and in the mountains outside of Budapest, to start an analytics conference. Like, I don't think there was no amount of data was going to put that into his head. And like, you can apply that throughout business. If you want to differentiate yourself, the next level of data is not where that spark's going to really come from.
It's not really also something that maybe AI can do to suggest you to create a conference in Budapest about analytics. So it's really also feeling that part that is still stick to us as human beings. And it's another thing you said that also, I'm really relating a lot with other things that happen here, Super Week, and different interviews that I've made, and really a bunch of them. I really love them.
I've spent the whole week, missing Super Week and catching little glimpses and pieces of it here and there on the live stream. So now as you're just reminding me, you're making me feel worse.
No, no, come on. It's one of the reasons why you are here. So the next year you can remind it and return back. But because also it would have been your 10th year or something here, or maybe kind of?
No, I felt like I was a late arriver.
Ah.
So I think I went 4 or 5.
Ah, really? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not one of the
earliest, like Julian was one of those. But it's nice because it's really connected with a lot of subjects we touched in the interviews. One of the things is also related to the fact that a client comes to you and asks for something, also related to tools, and it just asks you to implement. We had an interview with Ugur and Christian. Okay, I have some issues with name, we know that, but we spoke about being tool agnostic, and if someone comes to you with the idea, yes, I want to implement that, that, and that, and maybe it's not really an analyst or a strategist or an architect or whatever, and he really knows the thing, and you think that his idea is the best, and then he arrives to you, you're not just someone that do the things, but also think about them and to say, no, let's speak about what's before. Let's speak about what your objective is and try to understand if that is the right tool for you. And maybe is that something that is the important part, and maybe also what you want as well, no? It's more like consultancy. Really understand the user needs and try to give them the best option for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of it's heresy to say it, but I think most organizations have enough data. The data is clean enough. Even if we said stop collecting all the data, stop worrying about the data, no company could. Like, there is so much momentum behind that. As soon as it pivots to, so rather than taking the framing of what are we really trying to do, and now let's figure out what tool we need to add to get that, I kind of like to take the framing of we're not going to go gather any new data unless we're running an experiment, because sometimes, I mean, that's the other challenge, is because we've collected billions of rows of data, we somehow just expect that we have all that data, there must be value in it. And so if somebody's really trying to understand if offer A or offer B would work better, then you should probably run a test if you're really trying to figure it out. And there are lots of cases where all that data we have is not, it would be cheaper and easier to run a survey. If you have a question about, why are our users not interested in using this feature? You could go and try to crunch all your digital analytics or product analytics data, or you could just, ask them. But that really starts with this, and it doesn't mean you have to go and buy and roll out a fully super robust, survey data collection tool. I kind of want us to be a little scrappier. Say, if we really got a question that's really, really bothering us, or an idea that we can turn into a hypothesis, and then say, okay, if that idea, we know that we could do something useful and interesting, if that idea seems to be true, then let's ask, okay, what are our options for actually, validating that idea? As opposed to, can you give me more reports and, bring the insights when when they come? This idea of give me the monthly report and include the insights and recommendations is just so broken, because it's like the data is going to generate insights. I'm like, no, I think the data supports insights, those instincts, the ideation, the creativity. I think AI as a ideation companion is great. Asking AI to give me insights or tell me how that campaign ran, I think it's going to fall very, very short.
So we still need people, and it's kind of nice what you're doing here. Like, every word you say, it really reconnects me to the conference itself and some of the speeches we have seen, and I've seen the one from Steen, that it was about AI and how people and AI are collaborating right now, and other things that are coming up, like also, for example, that tool, there is a presentation of Christian and that was interesting, the GA4 data form tool that they managed to do because they really needed to solve a problem. And also another thing I was thinking, if we just grab data for having this report, as you said, like a monthly report with tons of data that we don't really need, and is also kind of linking to the sustainability speech of Elena and money, because if you have tons of data and you have used just a little fraction of it and the others, I don't know, maybe just in case, just in case I need them. And then Matt Gershov, and we spoke about it. So it's kind of nice also to have you here, because we are kind of connecting everything that happened during this week through your talk, and it kind of a wrap up of what happened with you, and you were not there. So it's kind of nice, because whatever you say is also something that came up during this week. So it's something that maybe is also really felt all over the analytics community. And I really want to stop 1 second on one of the last sentences you said, these weekly reports. Maybe it could be nice, what's your suggestion? Because I really heard a lot of people having the request from us consultant, can I have the weekly report and tell me what's happening, and what's maybe I will steal your ideas, but it will be nice to have your point of view.
I mean, this, and I feel like I've done this, and it does take a transition, but to me, it's fine to have a weekly or monthly or whatever that cadence is, interaction, like a schedule. But when I approach the weekly readout, to me, it should be, the way it works most effectively, a very, very short, here's how we're performing against the targets that we set for our outcome-oriented KPIs. That is just how are we delivering against the expectations that we collectively, not the analytics team, the analysts with the business said, this is what we expect this channel or our website or the business to do. And it's got targets set, they're good metrics, and it's like, here's how we're doing. This is working, this is not. The rest of it is much more hypothesis driven, that says, okay, and these were the hypotheses that we had agreed in the last week's meeting that we were going to try to validate. And we can't validate them all in a week, but becoming much more of this is what we learned. We had specific hypotheses or ideas that we were tracking, and we want to run through the status of those. This one is a test that's running. This one is a model that's being built. It's going to take 3 weeks. This is one that we actually delivered the results and we validated the hypothesis, and you took this action, and that's good. And then the last piece is, but where are we now? Let's look ahead. What's keeping us up at night? What's not working? We're missing on this KPI. What are our collective ideas? It goes back to that human instinct component. What might be going on? What do we think in our brains might be going on? Let's prioritize those. Let's figure out how we're going to validate those. So, you know what, when we get together in another week or 2 weeks or a month, we're playing that back. So it's not just kind of this passive, the business shows up and says, tell me what you got. The business is very much engaged with saying, what do we think might be happening? What are our ideas for something we could do, something that might be happening, something that might be a problem? And so it's a much more engaged and continuous cycle. And the report is just like, this is working and this isn't. And you know, if you're exceeding a target on a KPI, I don't need to explain why we exceeded our target. Like, we had a plan, we exceeded the target. Maybe we just got lucky, or maybe our plan worked. It doesn't really matter. That number's looking good. We need to focus on the stuff that's not hitting our targets. But that also means you have to have set targets, which is another human exercise.
And I will have 2 points out here from this. I understand why they put your name in the program of Experimentation Island without you, because really that is like a way of thinking that is really experimental and is more similar to maybe a CRO approach. I'll be testing, understanding which are the perks of some approaches than others, no?
I mean, somewhat, and a plug for the book, we talk about kind of anecdotal evidence, descriptive evidence, and scientific evidence. And scientific evidence is experimentation, and that's where you get causation. Descriptive evidence is the world of the sea of data that we're working with, where we can do model. There's a lot of pitfalls with that, but there's anecdotal evidence can be fine too. We may have an idea that we say, if this is true, we could do this thing and it would work. And maybe the best way to actually, it's not super high stakes. Maybe we should just call up 5 customers and ask them to validate this idea. So splitting up is this a analytics function versus an experimentation function versus a research function? Like the silos happen in the wrong spot. Like it shouldn't really matter which mechanism is being used. We should have a really, really well-formed idea and then say, okay, we have an idea. We know what we would do if that idea holds up. Now, given the nature of that idea, that hypothesis, what's the best way for us to validate it? How strong of the evidence? How much can we spend? And then we decide, should we run an experiment? Should we just go, run a regression on the data we already have? Should we actually go out and survey our customers? But all too often it turns out, what's the research team delivering in their monthly report? How many tests did the experimentation team run? It feels wrong. It's weird silos of analytics and experimentation functions as opposed to just supporting the business.
But another thing that came to my mind, and maybe also from the people at home that are following us, that is really, it was crossing in my mind, but also that it requires a lot of effort, no? Because it's not just, yes, my weekly report, I already know what's, not weekly, monthly, whatever, I already know what to do, and there's definitive, and maybe also with AI it's really easy, no? Because after a while you can also implement a solution that can go on by yourself, by itself. But right now you're taking another point of view. It's kind of also a switch of mindset that maybe people already have, but it really requires a lot of effort, and also not just from the consultant, but as you say, also from the business, because it's a process that really involves the business inside it, no?
Absolutely. I mean, it is a much more human function than, so it does take the need for an organization to say, this isn't working. Our reports are just getting longer. I mean, I've had multiple cases. There's one that's very recent of a client that says, I just need to go through and find everything that might look odd that somebody might notice and ask me about. I need to find it before they do. And I'm like, what kind of running scared, non-collaborative way are you working? That's terrible. I had a client years ago who said, we do a biweekly report to our brand partners, and I just have to dig around and find something interesting to tell them. And it's like, is that really that is so broken? And the brand partners hated it. I mean, so it just winds up being, AI can do anomaly detection really, really well and say these things look odd, but most things that look odd are kind of one-time anomalies that you can't actually act on. So you just wind up chasing, and it's again thinking that the tooling is going to give us, we're going to have more efficient anomaly detection. It's going to tell us, Northern California had an uptick in paid search for brand terms, last week. Do you really want to spend cycles? What are the chances that actually matters? But it is this draw to say, but if I could just get a tool to generate all of these for me, somehow that's going to move me forward. And it's like, no, that's not going to move. It will occasionally find just enough to let people feel like that is the path forward. But it's actually, I think, horribly, horribly inefficient and ineffective.
Okay, so I think we need to wrap up and leave and give the mic to the stage, to the live stage. But I will try to sum up a bit what we have said in the last part, and tell me if I'm wrong or right, and you agree or not. But we can say that actually we we need to use a bit more what is really related to our as human beings and can be feelings and so on, but try to leave those activities that are more boring and repetitive to maybe an AI tool, and maybe focus on something more difficult. So it's really communication and trying to speak with each other and understand what really matters for the business, but it requires a bit more of effort, right?
Yeah, or use the AI to have a hard conversation. Don't just say, I can ask the AI the right prompt and it's going to give me everything. No, like really engage with it, but make sure that you're thinking about what it's actually giving you back and processing it.
So thanks a lot for the time. Thanks a lot for connecting with us, and also for the time there, because I really think it's quite early. And
next time I'll see you in person.
Yes, I really hope so.
Thanks
and it will be awesome. Sometimes my English gets stuck.
All right.
And but luckily I made people laugh. So thanks a lot, team. Again, it was really nice to have you at least online. And I leave the stage, did the word to the stage. Thanks you. Right. And it is the last for me, and we will see next year. Thanks a lot to everyone.
I have so many different t-shirts, gloves from the sponsors. I'm wearing them not to represent the sponsors. It helps me to, I like the designs. SPWK has great t-shirts. I like the designs and I'm wearing it. It solved my problem to be good looking. The evolution of the digital analytics tools, it's not so old area. It's almost starting from the 90s with the early web analytics stage. Similar age with me. Web trends and the analog was using the logs of the website. Then in 20s, we start to use JavaScript based tracking issues. Of course, we learned the Origin. I didn't, but I know. Google Analytics and the Omniture. It's a funny story about the Omniture. Who used the Omniture before? Okay, of course. Who used the Adobe Analytics? Please. Okay. Omniture is acquired by the Adobe Analytics and renamed as the Adobe Analytics. But in Turkey, almost none of the experts using Adobe Analytics for the tool. Rebranding was unsuccessful in my area, and we are still using the Omniture to Adobe Analytics, but it's the same tool. In 2010s, we start to discuss about the tag management systems to make everything easier for the marketers. And we start to call technical marketers to link between development team and the actual marketing team. Then we start to discuss about the privacy, and we start to see some nightmares about this one, and they focused on using first-party data to overcome these legal issues. And the future, who knows? We are in discussion about using AI technologies, automated report system, predictions, whatever. It's so dynamic sectors, and in this dynamic area, we have tons of the tools. At least just, count yourself how many tools that you experienced before. That's the similar situation that I try to explain. It's not the situation, being tool agnosticism. It's a decision. At least for a client, let's count together, one web analytics tool we are using, at least. If there is a mobile application, we are using one MMP or mobile measurement platform as well. It happens to two. One CRO and the UX tool in use. One CDP or DMP solution if it's mature enough to use first-party data for marketing initiative, or if there is some consent issues to use any third-party solution. Of course, at least one reporting, and if we are aligned to new tech and the up-to-date solution, we are using one of the jokers that, I'm calling these tools as the joker because they are so early adapted industry and to focus different kind of solution. And if you count, at least we are experienced 6 to 7 tools at least. And if we are working on the agency side or consultant, we have different clients, and they are choosing a different solution. And the average in 2 years or 3 years in digital analytics area, we experience more than 10 tools. That means we are almost near to be tool agnostic. If we stay in this way, we have to be. I mean, it's not an option. In general, I would like to describe our environment in 3 pillars and the 3 stakeholders. Who is from the vendor side? Perfect. Thank you so much, being sponsors. Also, we are really supporting the community, and I guess, yeah, it's really thanks for you. They are inventing the technology to solve our problems and to make us a better player in the market. There are some sentences that I put for the Tony Starks. It represents the vendor in my presentation. I can build everything. But we should ask this question. What's the need of the client? What's the need of our partner agency? In general, we are missing this question. We are building some rockets to go on the new cities. On my first experience, we used really good tech to collect data from store analytics, and we had a competitor, and our technology was so far away from their ones, and it was really nice. But we didn't focus on the client needs. We just prepared some reports, and when we went a meeting with the director of the marketing team, he asked the team, are we gonna use this data in any marketing initiative? And they look at each other and say, no, we have never used these inputs in our life before for activation. And we couldn't get the pitch, even if we have the best solution. And then we understood that it's not about to build the rocket. We need to make a tool that helps to needs, not overachieved. Or we have to teach how they can use in tool in daily routines. So, I mean, what's the benefits of this tool? For the consultants of the agency, we are the natural leader. We are trying to lead the teams with the best practices. We should bring the best options to them, even if they accept or apply in their solution. And we should be linked between client, vendor, tech team, marketing team, whatever we call. It's I mean, from my perspective, it's the responsibility of the consultant. And we are in fight as a team. We need to support each other to improve this community, improve this area. And for the client's brand, with great data comes great responsibility. We have so many data that we can investigate and find the solutions to our problem. But clients have their own problem. We can't see from the outside as a vendor of the agency. There is a civil war inside of the brand. They are in discussion with the legal team, with tech team, implement something, with marketing team, whatever we call. And we need to understand how we can support them during this process. Just an example, if you start to discuss to use a new tool, it's a completely new one for the company, it takes approximately 2 or 3 months for the legal approval process. And if you would like to start to charge fee for this tool before, it doesn't make any sense for the client side. They didn't start to experience this tool. And we need to understand their needs and what they are fighting to be supportive. And each of us, each of the stakeholders have their own responsibility, as I start to mention. For the vendor side, the tool should be flexible and adaptable for the other solutions. And it's a key to disrupt the one-stack companies to new tools. Also, of course, now we are talking about the GDPR compliance or COPPA compliance or whatever legal issues should be chosen before starting to discuss about the pitch and the market initiatives. And for the For the consultancy side, we don't run for the reselling the tools in our partnership. we should be solution partners. And to be honest, I don't know any of the company gaining the most profit from the reselling tools. I didn't get any experience like this one. Both of my previous agency, the global ones, were the Google reseller and most of the tools resellers. But we were reselling most of the case lower price than the Google's own to get the consultancy as the cross-sell services or upsell for our performance marketing consultancy to client. We were giving almost free this kind of solutions during the reselling process. And we shouldn't focus on reselling. We need to be a solution partner. We need to give the steps of the solution to clients in easy way. And for the client, of course, we need to prioritize our business goals. The name of the tools are not important when you're reporting to your head levels or C-levels or boards. They don't care about which tools that you are using. They care about the outputs of your actions. And we shouldn't forget about it. In that case, what's holding us back to being tool agnostic or staying tool agnostic? The first case is the time, obviously. We have so many daily routines to prepare. Even if we are trying to optimize some reports, we are spending so much time for our daily routines. But we shouldn't forget about it. At least 10 to 20% of our time should be spent to learning process. It's an unbelievable project for all of us, but it saves the company's life in the long period and your life in the career, of course. Another one of the lack of expertise. It can be handled by agency side and the vendor side together. If there are so many great documentation or a great community that's the document about the solutions, you can learn everything and you can improve your expertise on the tool. Don't hesitate to use the demo of the tools. It doesn't take anything from your life. Just give your experience and don't be afraid to convince your clients to use the demo of the tools. And resistance to change. Of course, especially for the old age companies, they started digital from the offline activities. It's really hard to change some kind of new improvements. Especially for the technologists, legal teams are really restricted to use the same valid solution. And they didn't want to, not for the legal team, mostly, they didn't want to change anything in their life, not only for the business perspective. But we need to overcome this issue to learn new things and to make it another step to front. Is there any World of Warcraft player here? Wow, that's the first time. I see more than 30 people and there is no one. Okay. I started to play in just last year. It's a common game. I'm pretty sure you see World of Warcraft on any series or something like it. It's one of the most played game in the world during the 10 years. And this is the opposite of the explanation. Background picture is the opposite of what I try to explain. There is a cost of tool dependency. If you are just stuck on the one tool, you should pay whatever they want on the next year. If they would like to increase their service fee, you have to pay because you are stuck inside of this tool solution. Also, risk not innovative enough. Maybe the other competitors are making a great job and the innovate tool, but your tool is not compliant or not using server-side solutions, not bringing new ideas to you, but you are stuck. These kind of things are the cost of using, cost of not being the tool agnostic, not open-minded for the other solutions. And there are always common mistakes that we did during the process. One of them is the choosing based on the popularity and price. Everybody is using this tool. There should be a reason. Okay, let's use this one. Or in the pitch, clients, when you offer a new product to clients, I hear, unfortunately, this sentence is too much. Is there any one of my competitors is this tool or not? If there is no one is using, why I'm the first one to use it? You should be first one to learn faster and adapt better. We need to convince them, push them. Also, lack of training and adapting is really crucial. When I saw so many new tools, unfortunately, I'm not able to find the documentation of the trainings or certification programs. These are really important. If we would like to suck it, somebody should be learned and convince the decision maker to buy the product. Somebody should explain how this product be important in daily routines of the business. And in that case, I really suggest to all of vendors' products to create their own learning center, build the certification program or solution partnership. We also applied to your solution partnership during this process. And how we can open this path together? As I mentioned, all of the stakeholders has their own responsibilities, and it should be a teamwork. And for the vendor, just build flexible and easy tools, and develop with the client needs and the perspective from the agencies. For the agencies, don't focus on to resell the product. It sells itself. If you explain so well, if it's enough to solve the problem, I mean, if it's a perfect fit, it sells itself. You don't need to make any additional effort for this process. Stay up to date. Don't hesitate to spend time for unbelievable learning process. It's, in my company, I'm pushing to everybody, just spend at least 20 of your time for learning. It doesn't matter we send the invoice for this time. It's going to be helpful for the next step and to bring the new solutions. And for the brands, please don't focus on the name of the product. It's changing. I mean, now it's a kind of discussion about the Kodak, Nokia, and we should be adapt to change during the life if we would like to be survive. And it's coming from the fear of switching tools to changing and adapting. You are going to be so confident when you learn new one. And again, organizational inertia, you should be overcome within the team and take the support from the agencies to learn new products. You shouldn't get the monthly support, but just got the idea, join the webinars to learn new things. Okay. This presentation not means, being tool agnostic or staying tool agnostic not means more tools is better for you. There is a Roman god, Janus. I really love this god. It's a god of the door and the possibilities. It opens the door from the past to future, open the doors for the possibilities. We open for different possibilities. There is a line for the diversity and in-depth learning. It doesn't mean you should learn every tool in the market. You should avoid the jack of the all trades, master of none. Also avoid our I'm gonna do that. Specialization. I couldn't. Not just focused on to learn only one product. It's take you in your career. We got a case of the DHL. They are using a different product other than the Google. If you would like to work with the DHL, you should experience this product, and you should be open. And at the end, balance is the key. Staying tool agnostic and being tool agnostic. If you decide this one, don't lose yourself while searching the new product each day. Just got the logic behind of the tool, because they are changing their interfaces, they are changing the structures, but the logic is almost the same between the competitors and the other tools. Let me just give an example. For the Omnichip Adobe Analytics, was using a reporting user interface. It was so similar GA4 Explorer reports. And most of the people when saw it the first time, I mean, I'm talking about 8 years ago or something like it, they reject to use Adobe Analytics reporting because it was really hard. You should pick your dimension yourself, you should get the metrics, etc., filter yourself, but GA represented built-in reports. But the logic was the same. Now, GA is using the similar interface with the Adobe Analytics applied 8 years ago. We adapt it. It's now familiar for us. We shouldn't be aware of the learning new things during this journey. And to overcome this kind of issue, stakeholders assembled. Thank you.
Well done, Odd. Thank you very much. When you said earlier, in early days, 1990s, tools, etc.
Yeah, I saw your reaction.
Same age as me. That's when I stopped listening to your presentation.
I saw your face, yeah.
And I was talking to Fred, and we're like, well done, well done. Any questions from the floor? Yeah, here we go. Fred.
Hi, great presentation, and thank you. So I don't really have a question so much as a comment. I don't think as an agency we can go wrong staying with GA4. You know, there's going to be business for that for the foreseeable future. But what I'm really missing, and what I didn't quite see up here, is any sense of teamwork with that company. And that's why I'm seriously considering PUIC Pro or maybe Piano now, because I want to work with a vendor who actually gives a shit about us. And I think that was true in the early days of analytics with Brian Clifton in the UK, with Timo in Hamburg. But so I totally agree with everything you said there, but I think the thing that's missing is the teamwork aspect, at least from the agency side. Because that, you know, if Piano or PUIC Pro came to me and said, we really want to team with you, it's what I talked about in my thing. The teamwork is so important. So, but thank you. That was really nicely done.
Thanks for adding. It's really what I missed. It was on my notes, but I forgot about to mention. It's really crucial, being the team. Not just for the stakeholders, be a team with your colleagues as well. I mean, I would like to share one of my previous experience. Yandex Metrika just entered the Turkish market and to promote the agencies being the partners. And we were 3 people in the team, and we were good enough to represent Google Stack solutions to our clients. And we got the exam of the partnership. All of us failed. And then we decided to work together. And we work on the Yandex Metrika documentation and explain each other and discuss how it's going to be work for our solutions and what's the differences behind the logic of the tools, etc. But we handle the subject as a case. And we achieved as a team, all of them passed together in the same day. And we blocked one of the day to our clients and in our calendar for just this partnership process. I mean, one person maybe would take 3 days to handle this kind of process, but we get the powers together and being the team, yeah, it's really important to catch this kind of up-to-dates.
Yeah, here. The earlier slides that you talked about some of the mistakes when selecting a tool, the popularity is a safe option, isn't it? It's an old adage that you don't get fired for choosing IBM. And our competitors are using is, you know, if they make mistake, we're both making mistakes. So that is safe option, still there. We see that, but at the same time, you know, my personal experience of seeing different RFPs coming out, the brands, our customers are now asking really smart questions as to, like, more use case driven, what outcome you had. Also, in your sort of product roadmap that you delivered in the past 3 years,
and what's happening in the next year. So your last point on the bottom right-hand corner was the innovation. If you don't see the innovation, when you're a market leader, you are sitting on the laurel, and you become complacent, and you'll be sort of wanting to monetize your product. But when you are sort of more smaller end of the scale, I mean, piano is we're not small, but you are, PUBIC Pro, they're more agile, and they listen to you, and they learn from what you are asking for, and they can, if they're smart, they will monetize on that. So I think it's very important to have not vendor, but partners who will listen to you, really have your success at heart, because your success becomes next new customer success. Any other questions from the floor? Till, I think you should sit at the front so that I don't have to.
Thanks for the presentation. I feel a lot of what you shared. I have a slight problem with the not being jack of all trades. I've been there trying to be on all the tools, and I see that this is hard and it doesn't work out. But I see also a lot of potential in trying a lot of tools, and with this being slightly jack of all trades, because it gives you a feeling how different tools work, and you get a feeling of what is good, what is bad, what I actually want to, perhaps as a freelancer consultant expert, experience in a tool. So at some point you can say, thank you, piano, I just take it, but you're not my cup of tea because it just doesn't work. But when I'm not jack of all trades, I don't get there because I just focus on GF4 and I never get the experience of how another tool perhaps works. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it can be overcome within the team, to be honest, because as you mentioned, there are so many alternatives, and in general.
Hello and welcome back to Super Week TV. My name is Jomar Reyes from the Brand Leadership Community, your host for this episode. Now, Super Week is an amazing experience. For the first timers, it can be quite overwhelming. So today I have with me two special first-timer guests, Kubra and Milo. And they are going to share with us their experiences of Super Week. You only go to Super Week for the first time once, right? Yes. That's the theory. That was a joke, by the way. So it's really important that that first experience is you make the most of it, because But let's start with you, Kubra. What was the experience compared to your expectations?
My expectations was also quite high, because last year one of our colleagues, he was here, Camille, and he talked about it a lot, and we were like, oh my God, I should be also there. And I went to my lead and please let me also make me also go there. Yeah. My expectations were also high because I heard a lot, but I could say it was what I got is even above my expectations. It was great.
Yeah, and for you, Milo, you've heard of Super Week. I mean, you're probably annoying to hear about it from all of us for many years in your career.
Yeah, I mean, it was Super Week is one of my bucket list conferences, and I never thought that I would be able to check that off that box, so early in my career, 2 years, but still that's as early in my mind. So, I mean, I just feel very fortunate and kind of blessed, I guess, to be here. And expectations were, again, really, really high. 2-3 hours in, I was just enamored and in awe, and that feeling hasn't really settled since. Yeah.
So Kubra, what's going to be, I suppose, your biggest takeaway from this experience?
I would say seeing all the people alive. That
better than the alternative, right?
I learned the analytics from, a lot of people here. I was already following their contents, on LinkedIn. I know the names and they are amazing, and I learned the analytics from them. And now I am in the same room with them. So it was like, this is the biggest.
Oh wow, bit of star power, yeah.
Yeah, it is very like exciting. I feel very, very lucky to be here also, like same at this stage of my career. It is great.
Yeah, and what about you? What's been your biggest takeaway?
I mean, first of all, I can just like agree. Like for instance, my team back home at my company Conversionista are working with Siavash Kanani's Lukas Studio template, Watson, and I was going to miss out on like this session today actually, and they had some questions about it. I was like, but Siavash is actually here. I can just ask him, and so I did. And that was like just like super cool. Again, like meeting people that you look up to, right? And especially if you're kind of early into it, you get a bit nervous, like, am I even worthy of being here and talking to these people? But like those worries get settled so quickly because people talk to each other like, I mean, we're peers. It doesn't even matter at what stage in your career you are. And I feel, so I feel even more lucky to be in this community now that I've been here.
Yeah, no, that's great. And Kubra, what's some of the things that you would recommend someone to prepare themselves before coming here?
Yeah, I was lucky that I had someone already who was here and he gave us very nice tips, tricks. But maybe it was like because of like my first time, I didn't want to like miss out any session, and I forced myself to like see all of the sessions. And then, of course, like a lot of input in the like very short time, and you don't have time to like digest. And then at the end of the day, I was like, my battery was a little bit like low, and I think I made a mistake maybe to have all my energy already consumed during the day, and not too much energy left for the networking, socializing. Actually, like talking to these people, like you are in the same room, I am very excited. And I ask myself, okay, did you spend really like enough time with them, like in person?
Yeah.
So maybe this was a little bit like I can recommend for the people who is like planning to come, like for the first time, maybe they can find a little bit balance between like it is also great to like talk to these people and like in person, and of course it is great to see them on stage, but also like backstage.
And that's one of the unique things of Super Week in our industry. There are a few similar in the sense that you are away for up to 5 days in a hotel on top of a mountain in Hungary, you know. Yeah. So we're all here together for 5 days, like one big family, right? And the whole fact that you can find a comfortable corner somewhere to talk to someone one-on-one, or they're at the bar talking, and everyone is approachable, right? I hope that you found that.
Yes, that's for sure. Yeah, I was just like waiting for my like colleague to like for having, it was lunch or dinner, I don't remember. And because I was only like for a few seconds alone, someone approached me. Hey, you are alone. You just come and join us in our table, and it was so sweet.
Yeah. That's fantastic. The other tip that you can do is just find a big table and sit there, and people will come, and that's just then it's you always say hello, how are you? Yeah. Milo, what would be some of your tips there? In hindsight?
Oh, I mean, I think I did like a lot of prep. Like I went through all of the speakers and their topics. I prepared questions and really like, I guess in a way it would be a good prep for me to kind of decide which sessions I wanted to go on. But once I got it, I was like, I got to go to everything because everything I read about, about them was really interesting. Yeah. A tip in that case would be, I mean, we're here in Hungary. Again, it's a lot of sessions, a lot of networking. As you mentioned, like find time to decompress. There are saunas here. You can go swimming. You can like spa treatments. I took a walk this morning. Really beautiful sunrise. Find those little moments. Because even if you're with your family for 5 days, you need some decompression time. Let's be honest.
No, exactly. And to just talk a bit about those facilities, there's a sauna, there's a spa, there's the pool, And, you know, I met your colleague in the sauna on the first morning that I was here. So
I heard about it.
So that was great. And, you know, it's great. It's
so
like
that's where all the networking happens.
Okay,
Okay. We've been missing out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Networking happens. And just so that was really great to do that. And as you said, you know, really use the facilities, because we are human. We need to decompress, right? We need to be able to absorb things. We need to rest our minds and take it all in to give the energy for the next rounds as well. But that resting can be done with your new friends and colleagues that were once your heroes, right? And that's the great things. If there's one person that has inspired you, you can go for two if you find them. What's Kubra? What is someone that's inspired you? And they might have not even been on stage. They could have been hosting some TV show, for example. You know, and I'm joking.
There are a lot. Like I cannot only say one person, of course, because everyone is so inspiring. But if I should name one person, I also talked to him like in person, Fred. His last
Fred
session inspired me like a lot, and this like being in progress, and because they are so experienced, so like in the analytics, like they are way above, like on the top. Maybe I don't know if this is the like word here, but it was so inspiring to see him. Also, he had the same feelings I'm having right now. So it was great and so inspiring. And I also went to him and I said, I hope to see you again. Like I hope to like anywhere, maybe here in next Super Week, to meet him again. It was so nice to also connect with him. And there are more, of course. But I can name Fred.
Yeah. And what about you, Milo?
I couldn't agree more there. I think his talk is also very fresh in our minds. Just like some key takeaways there being like progress, not perfection. And just, I mean, the whole talk being about imposter syndrome, which I think especially like if you're early on in your career, you have an abundance of. So that was like, I felt lighter after his presentation, which was really, really cool. Elena from Monks had a session on like green analytics and how we can do better as data practitioners to create a more sustainable world, like active, like actionable tips that we can actually do and have like a great an impact. I was really excited for it. It was amazing. And as I mentioned, Siavash Kanani, bit of a hero of mine as well. David Vallejo, for instance, today as well with debugging. So meeting the people that you have looked up to for a long time and not getting disappointed in the slightest, you know, neither by their presentations nor them in person. I'm just, really, really happy.
Yeah, sounds like you've gone through the whole program there.
I literally did. But I mean, I was only here for Krista's session at the end of Wednesday and then yesterday and today. So next time, hoping for all 5 days.
That would be great. So, Kubra, what will you do differently from when you get back to your office? What is there anything that's changed in your work, your mind, your plans to do something because of these 5 days?
Absolutely, yeah. I'm looking forward to actually to like I had a lot of ideas like during the sessions. You can relate to your like daily work, and I definitely there are some people that I definitely want to also take some of their courses or like again also use their methods in my daily work. And I will need some time to digest all this input. It was a lot, and I will need it to like the time to digest and also implement it in my daily work. But yeah, I had a lot of new ideas, like all from this like sessions and what the other people are doing. It is great actually. So, and it is like, I think the difference here, you sometimes go to conferences, you hear always the things that you already know or already like out there. But here I heard a lot of new things that I didn't know like about. And I heard for the first time, and this is so inspiring. And definitely, when I go back, I think I will implement this learning directly into my work.
Yeah, yeah. And what about you, Milo?
Oh, I have like an action plan here. The first one just being summarizing everything. And we talked earlier about like there was a lot of things that, again, like are completely new and kind of outside of maybe my scope. But I know I have team members who would be so interested in this. So what I want to do is, of course, like summarize for myself, because it's a lot to take in, but also summarize for my colleagues, because I know that there are some amazing ideas here that I would love to see my colleagues experiment with as well. Yeah, maybe like re-listening to Fred Pike's session a few times as well, just to kind of really let it seep in about the process syndrome stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And I suppose it's over, and you know this is. Have you managed to find people that you're going to be in touch with in the future? Is there?
Definitely, I found him. We plan to maybe, this year maybe he will come to Berlin.
Yes, hopefully, yeah.
For Measure Camp, and maybe, I
Keep
also meet you in Malmö, One of the persons, and there are also more,
Yeah, yeah. And what about you, Mel? Anyone off the stage that you've connected with that?
Oh yeah, I guess a KPI of Super Week would be like the number of new connections on LinkedIn, and of course, but that doesn't really mean anything, right? It's just numbers. But but I mean, the one I guess downside to your community and maybe a conference like this is like there are people from many different countries, which is amazing. But it also means that we won't really see them in person that often. But what I do love is I remember from when I went to Measure Camp Stockholm for the first time, I knew no one except my own colleagues. And the next year around, people are, oh, I saw you last year. Like, and we hadn't seen each other for a whole year, but we remember each other. And I think that's the same thing here as well. Like, next time we're here, people are gonna like remember us. We're gonna pick up where we left off. Even if we didn't really have an opportunity to like really reconnect throughout the year, really hoping for Measure Camp Berlin though and Malmö though, in our case.
I will let you know.
But I still feel like it's not like there are like lost connections because of time either.
No, absolutely, absolutely. Now let's go into a hypothetical into the future, and you're ready, and you're going to pitch to Solly your Super Week talk.
Oh God.
Kubra, what? Give us some idea what we have to look forward to.
It's a hard question. I don't know, like, maybe you go first if you have any idea. I don't have any idea.
Still, I have a bit of like an old passion project with accessibility, and I would love to spend more time on accessibility and data visualization. But I also have a new kind of sort of newfound love for like data strategy, for instance, or data governance, and those were two kinds of topics that were really prevalent during the Super Week. So I feel maybe I'll do that.
Yeah. But it's something that, you know, I mean, I've been telling Solly for the last 2 or 3 years, I've got my talk ready, here it is. Yes, but it is that next step, I think, that we should be aiming for, right? I think you're taking that journey. Now, Kubra, you've had some time to think about it. I haven't forgotten you yet.
No pressure.
I haven't forgotten you yet.
Yeah, for me, this could be also, because this is something that in my mind, like stick in my mind, asking the whys. It was also the Matthew's session because this is also something that I want to improve myself in asking whys, asking questions, but also maybe it can be in a direction asking how the whys to the stakeholders, because it changes from stakeholder to stakeholder. Yeah, this can be something, because this is something that I will be focused on in next months.
Yes.
This can be.
And I think that's a fantastic angle, because one of the things that I've seen is that to be asked for numbers is one thing, or data is one thing, but to really push back and ask, why do you need it? And to be able to provide more of your value into your stakeholders, not just requesting data out. And I think that's that's one of the things that I've covered a lot in a lot of my talks is it's, you know, asking why before you ask the what and the how.
It saves you a lot of time too, mistakes.
Yeah,
by asking the right questions
and
right
better
away.
quality at the end as well.
Yeah.
So it is the painful, but that's a brilliant. So no one's allowed to steal that topic, just so you know, because it's now recorded on Super Week TV. Both of you guys, it's booked in for 2026, 27. Yeah. I think you'll have a good in a good position after this episode. Yeah.
I love how you started about talking about how kind of overwhelming Super Week can be, and then you're making us decide on future talks right now. Stephen Covey, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People begin with the end in mind, right? Or the milestone in mind, and I think that's the other thing. But I think it's absolutely fantastic and refreshing to hear your feedback. I do remember my first time, and it was mega overload. I do work with data. I do work also with marketing and with brand and product now as well. So it is still overwhelming to see what we see here. So I think it's great that you guys have made the trip. I think it's even greater and more amazing that you've taken the seats here, because I know that it's probably, you know, it's not a small ask to share. So in that way, I'm really grateful to you both for taking the time and the courage to share. Thank you for having us. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that's it for now, and I think this is the final episode of Super Week TV, and thank you once again. So thank you everyone for watching our Super Week TV episodes for 2025. There's also a great back catalogue on the YouTube page. Make sure you follow that. Also, make sure you follow Super Week on LinkedIn, and don't just watch us here on the camera. Get yourself along, make sure you come here, and we'll be crossing over the stage. My name's Jomar from the Brand Leadership Community. Thank you for watching, and I hope to see you in person sometime soon. Thank you. See you all.
Everyday situations which I can use to explain some difficult concept to my client. The football attribution system is something I'm talking about for the past 5 years or so. It's easy to understand. Survivorship bias. Can some of you tell me an example of survivorship bias? Lost, okay. Of course you're going to say this. Of course. Of course. Of course. Of course. This is the one I heard recently. Yeah, I've seen Model T. So no, Tesla lasts that long. That's crap. Tesla, no, they're not that good. It's different way of talking about the same thing. Here's something for reporting squirrels. We love dashboards. Dashboards are our thing. And I had like eureka moment or epiphany in a hot tub with some of you guys, okay, not alone, some of you guys, when we were talking about dashboards, and like dashboards are the real thing. Dashboards are like dashboards in a car. That was the quote, I can't remember who said that, it was some speaker, but like dashboards, we love dashboards in our car. Imagine if we don't have dashboards. Imagine if we don't have this, I don't know, this gauge here and which telling us how fast are we going. How could we know? Eventually, once we have the scale, we can even drive without looking at the scale because we know how fast it is. That was like dashboards. Think of dashboards as a dashboard in our cars. And I was like, ooh, I got the analogy. I got the analogy. Here's a dashboard of my old Peugeot while I was driving at some conference. And there's a ton of metrics here. Rotation per minute, I don't know, temperature of oil, temperature of water, a ton of them, the outside temperature, the time, whatever. A ton of metrics. I love this because I kind of understand that metrics. I knew that if I'm driving at 3.5 thousand rotation per minute, that's the most effective for my car and on the highway. That kind of stuff. That's what happens when you understand the metric and the outcome of metric. How can that metric help you, I don't know, get to some point faster without spending too much fuel and so on. But there is one additional item on my dashboard. This one, navigation. Normal people love navigation in a car. We now have integrated navigations in our car. That's finally a part of a dashboard that makes decisions instead of us. Please turn left, you'll turn right within 50 kilometers or whatever. This is the part of data set that tells the driver what to do next. We usually don't have that in our dashboards. So if you, I don't know, take just one bit out of my presentation, think of your dashboards in a term of where can I fit the navigational part? What can I do with my data set so that my clients will be able to make finally decisions? Because they are stupid, data illiterate, blah, 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 whatever. Navigation system is totally fine because it helps us make quick decisions based on data. Data-driven decisions, definitely. So just think of it that way. So that was actually the analogy I came up with in the hot tub on Wednesday, I think. I'm going to put that in my presentation because that's the way of thinking. That's like putting using everyday situation for explaining even the colleagues or clients how are we dealing with the data, like divergent thinking. And let's see about the journey from setup to strategy. How does it work usually? I usually say that setup is easy. Data engineering, data science, it's super heavy, it's tough, but actually this is the easy part, it's linear. It's linear part. Here's the thing I actually heard like 10 days ago. I heard the quote that Google Tag Manager was the worst thing that happened into the world of web analytics for the past 10 years. I was like, what? And then it hit me. Yeah, that's true. Because we were talking about web analytics, not setup, not engineering. If we are talking about digital analysis, Google Tag Manager or focusing on technical part, it's what keeps us apart from analysis. And we love technical parts. We are geeks here, we love technical parts. Oh, server side, yes! Now we can spend another 2 years moving away from analysis because our clients are stupid and whatever. So any technical part is actually moving us away from the analysis. So yeah, I can relate to that. Because consulting, it is non-linear. Analysis, it is totally non-linear. It involves human behavior and humans who you need to explain the outcomes. It can be hard. It can be tough. It can be lovely. I love it. I love that part. Because for me, ideal report or dashboard, the usual report is like 1 page long, 2 charts, 1 table. That's it. Maybe 2 key metrics or whatever. But it takes me, I don't know, 3 months, maybe 6 months to get to that report for every person involved. It is hard. I love that part. And anytime we are doing something new, I have, let's say, a toddler method. We were talking about that earlier. Asking question why 5 times. So the client asks, can you do blah, 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 blah? Yes, why? Why do you need that? Because of blah, blah, blah. Okay, but why? So only after 5 whys, you are actually getting to what they need that data set for. And the crucial question, follow-up, is what now? Okay, we have the data, so what now? Ibrahim had a nice remark for a book. Ask why, and then what if, and then how are we going to do that? Tim Wilson, who was recently interviewed on SPWK TV, we saw him. Tim Wilson just recently published book, Analytics the Right Way. I strongly encourage you to get this book. Excellent book on web analytics, finally. In his book, he says, okay, what now is the crucial question after why? And then these. If you are speaking with a client and they want some metrics, some dashboard, first you ask them, what are we trying to achieve by this? Before you even start collecting this data, you ask your client, what are you trying to achieve? They need to explain that on paper or by talking to you. After that, you ask, okay, how we will know if we have done that? How will you know that our, I don't know, display campaign will do such and such things? Only after you're okay with your client on those 2 questions, then you go into setup reporting, and then analysis. So you need to communicate with your client. Don't forget to communicate with your client even before you start collecting the data. I love working with e-commerce webshops, and I always ask them a ton of questions before the implementation. Even some stupid questions about stupid questions are here to confuse them and to, I don't know, make them focus on my other questions. I always ask, okay, will VAT be the part of revenue or not? That's a crucial question. Will your revenue metric contain VAT and shipping or not? Because it could be based on your BI systems or whatever. They will usually say that they would like both revenue, both tax and shipping included, because revenue metrics is something they will report to their bosses, and bosses love what? The bigger numbers. So, but okay, that's crucial. What's a single product? If we have a bottle of 30 pills and we put them in a basket, is that 30 products or one product put in a basket? I don't know, maybe it's 30 for you, maybe it's one. If you have a bundle of 3 and those are put in a basket, are those 3 items put in a basket or one? Can be either way. It's not on me, it's on how that client will get report, or which kind of information will they get from their report. It's so crucial while you're preparing your data plan to talk to your clients on that in order to get proper value, useful value actually for them. So that's how you actually, I mean, if you are into that, that's good. It took me a long time to figure out whether I like to be a consultant or not. Maybe ask me in 5 years' time or 10 years' time, maybe I'll do something else. Why not? I mean, I switched. I was 42, actually, when I decided to move to another city. When I decided to move away from web development and partially doing web analytics to finally doing full-time digital analytics. I had some experience before, but I was 42, I was not 27. So it's okay to make such a leap. And a year later, I got fired from that job. Some of you can relate to me. Yeah, I had 7 years of mortgage, that kid who is in high school. I was mortified. They said, okay, we cannot sell you anymore. You're too expensive. Nobody wants analytics. I said, yeah, I know. Nobody ever woke up in the morning and said, okay, I would like to purchase 500 grams of analytics for breakfast. Nobody. There's no person. You need to know how to sell those services. Nobody wants that. Okay, we agreed that I will still be a part of them. They cut my salary, whatever. But that was one of the most horrifying moments in my career. And I said myself, okay, I will never let myself to be in such position so that I'm afraid of getting fired. I would never want to be in the position of being afraid of being let go. Losing job is stressful, but it's all about having control. If you are fired suddenly, then you're in panic mode. But if you are thinking of leaving the company or whatever, and if they fire you, finally, now they push me to go somewhere else. So it's all about whether you have that under control or not. If you are not under control, then it's panic. So sometimes losing job is not that bad. But then again, that helped me realize that maybe I'm better off selling myself. For the past 4 or 5 years, I was in the agency. I was selling my services. I was talking around conferences. I was approaching clients. I was writing quotations. I was actually doing GTM and GA4 implementations. I was not doing invoicing. Okay, I let my accountants offices do that. And I was thinking, okay, why do I need an agency for? Because I'm doing all the job. They're not doing anything apart from keeping the part of my salary. I'm too expensive for them. They don't know how to sell me. They think they do. I'm too expensive. They're not able to sell my services. Once I quit, I think my revenue income is like 4 times the salary I had in the agency before, because I'm the owner of everything that I do. Okay, I'm a solopreneur. Is it a good decision, bad decision? I don't know. We were talking about partnerships the first day. Maybe I'll partner with someone soon. Who knows? It's a journey. Definitely, it's a journey. What do you need for building consulting skills? I think we have some few minutes left. Well, for me, it's educating clients. As I told you a story about the colleague of mine whose team, or it's not his team, it's actually social media and content team who would like to know more about metrics. But the thing is that for the past couple of years, people ask me about, can you make the GA4 working for us? Can you do the GT implementation? You know the regular things, of course. But I noticed that last year especially, there were some clients approaching me saying, okay, somebody's done GA4 setup for us, but can you please come and explain us what now? What can we do now with it? Because we don't get it at all. So for the past couple of years, in my quotations, I do audits, I do setup, I deal with developers, I'm preparing reporting, but I demand to have a workshop at the end with the client. Because if you don't do workshops, or I tell them, okay, you can come to my open workshops in some city anytime, because once they learn on metrics, once they see me talking, especially once they learn about metrics, then they have aha moments. They're like, ooh, we didn't know we got that. If they didn't have the workshop, they're like, okay, he's too expensive, we're not going to hire him again. We got something, but we don't know what to do. The old data analysis is too expensive, it sucks. And it's not correct. I mean, look at our revenue in our ERP systems compared to Google Analytics. It's not, we cannot match that, you know, the regular stuff. So educating your clients is crucial. The more they know, they will ask less questions, but those questions will be brilliant ones. And you will be able to ask them questions about their work, because they know about their job much better things than you do. You are just an outsider. We need to know, we need to have clients who will actually explain us what those metrics, charts, and outcomes are. I can't tell, well, bounce rate or engagement rate is 30%, it's pretty good or bad, whatever reason, blah, 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 blah. But usually when I work with, in e-commerce, when I work with category managers, and I love category managers, I usually invite them to workshops. And when we see the add to cart ratio or add to cart to purchase ratio and that kind of information based on a product, I usually ask them, okay, why is this product so often put in a basket and nobody's buying it? Every category manager knows the answer. I don't, because I don't know the product. Yeah, that's because it's much cheaper at the consumer. Oh, can we have that information? We didn't know we can have that information. Clients actually don't know that they can get such level of amount of information there. That's the way for you to be useful to them. That's how you can be useful. And if you're working for teams, I forgot, I think I'm speaking about that with someone here. If you have a tough boss at the client side, or tough clients, try to figure out which metric can be related to his boss' bonuses at the end of the year. How that guy or person is getting paid bonuses at the end of the year. Can you somehow relate that to some metrics within GA4 or whatever reporting tool you have? And start reporting that to that person. That's how you become valuable for them. Oh, they'll buy you drinks and lunches or whatever, stupid metrics, but yeah, it's about building the trust. Even if the client trusts you, that's excellent. I sometimes get gigs, I speak at conferences, and then some client approaches me after a year with the word, I got it like 5 times so far. We saw you speaking at that conference, you were speaking about this and this. We finally completed the team inside. Now we are ready for you to come and implement that. Will you be willing? Of course I will. There's no quotation or anything else. They will pay no matter what I say, because they trust me, they understand me, they trust me, they are willing to pay. So if the client trusts you, if you are understandable to them, that's good. Try to be understandable. Stop thinking about the clients are data illiterate or they are stupid. They're maybe just not digitally mature yet. And I think digital maturity is something we should work on with our clients. Educate them. As I said, be trustful. And even if you are on the setup side, okay, we need good setup to be good consultants and vice versa. We can be aligned together. It is two flips of the coins, two sides of the same coin. And you need to find your value. If you are into consulting, if you want to see where you are, even if you are, I don't know, team leader, you need to find your value. First, ask yourself, especially here, who are you in this community? Is this community of any value for you? I hope it is. How are you actually a value for this community? Who are you for your clients? Are you a stranger, intruder, or the person they trust, the person they will likely to, I don't know, go to a vacation together? Who are you for them? Do they trust you? And please, I was talking to Jill, and I think, who was Frederick? You told me that you had 6 retainers. I asked you on Monday, Tuesday, when it was a lecture, and I was talking later to Jill Quick. She's kind of in the same situations as I am. We agreed that having no more than 4 retainers or 4 clients on a retainer is pretty much maximum you can have in a moment, because you cannot handle 10 clients at the same moment. It won't be that good. If you are a top-level consultant, aim for not more than 4 clients at the moment, because then they'll get the quality you can deliver. More than that is, no matter how much they are paying, okay, it's all big money, super, you'll end up, I don't know, working from 8 a.m. till midnight every day on the, just to finish that. Yeah, but they're paying just to finish that. No. 6 to 4 retainers. And how to figure out, okay, of my salary, or how valuable how much will they pay? Am I too expensive? Am I too cheap for them? Sometimes you are maybe even embarrassed to put some figure on your quotation because too much. The great Jim Stern told me, well, Robert, okay, you are afraid you are not able to get all your things done. What's the percentage of your quotation that gets rejected? I was like, 90%. Jim, well, raise your prices. Okay, I will try. After a couple of months, I can't swap with work, raise your prices. I did raise my price, Jim, I did. I'm almost embarrassed of my price. What's the percentage of your quotations? Like 70, 80%. Raise your prices. Until 50% of your offers are not rejected, then you are still cheap for them. They are willing to pay you at the moment. And he said you need to evaluate that statement, those prices of yours, every couple of months or every year. Because if you're rejected for 50% of your quotation, then that's your current value. And Jim says, hi to all of you. So think of that if you are trying to evaluate that. And here's another short journey. I hope I'm okay with the time. A professor of mine told me this when we were driving together, when I was driving on every Monday and Friday to Zagreb. He was like 15 years older than me, and he also, when he was 42, he's not my neighbor. He was my professor at college. He's actually my neighbor. And 15 years before me, he actually also moved to Zagreb to work on a weekly basis with governments and institutions and so on. And he said, yeah, okay, you wanna be a consultant. Okay. Well, in your 40s, that's a good time to decide. I want to tell you all before that, if you are in your 20s or 30s, this is the time where you can decide whether to be a team leader, a boss, or not. Try. Try for a year or two, and then you'll see whether that role actually fits you or not. And don't be an asshole boss, please. Yeah, that's the last one. And then, in your 40s, it's the best time to be a top expert in your field. You have your, I don't know, GTM under the hood, you know everything about that, and you are building the trust towards your clients. Julien, bear with me. He said, once you reach 50, in a month or? Yeah.
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Once you reach 50, you realize that you're able to move with your pinky, or do with your pinky finger, as much stuff as the bunch of juniors are doing in a week. You can do that in an hour. You will start realizing that that's your value. You can, I don't know, move mountains or whatever. And if you start growing gray hair or losing hair, then you can be trustful to your clients. And the youngsters, the juniors, will love to work with you. They will want to come to you to the agencies where you work. The problem is that at that time, probably the agency will say, oh, no, you are too expensive for us, you'll get fired, which is what actually happened, we know that. And once you reach 60, you're the king. You can do work with governments, with different I don't know, countries or whatever. Then your body starts aching, and it's a little bit different. And it's true for me. It is true. I told that story to Robert Johnson, who is not here with us this year. I told him that story last year. He started crying in front of me, and he wrote a big note in my booklet on them, because that's also what's happening to him. And it can be a good way if you want to think of becoming a consultant. It's not late. In your 40s, you can start thinking of that. Consulting, well, it's a journey. It's just a journey, and I just wonder what's your next step. Thank you.
What is your next step, Robert?
To drive back home for the next 7 hours, and to go to Tenerife with my wife for a week, because finally we can go on some vacation. Yeah, that's my next step.
Like 2 fuel tanks later, you're home. That's good.
Yeah.
Cool. Do we have questions from the audience to Robert over there?
Oh, the colleague. A psychologist in the audience, another one. Okay.
Not a certified psychologist, just pointing that out.
Me neither, totally fine.
But yeah, Milo, thank you so much. A great finishing session to 5 amazing days. This could be a session in of itself, but I was wondering, you mentioned having workshops with stakeholders at the very end. Do you have any tips and tricks for those workshops? Because sometimes you can have a workshop and it just doesn't really give anything, I feel like. So do you have any kind of quick tips and tricks? Yeah.
Well, I do go through GA4 interface, but before that, in my basic workshop, we spent 3 hours talking about metrics without even looking at the interface. So just explaining what's different between user sessions. I'm trying to explain how if somebody has a show for 5 days in some venue, then you can just add the numbers like 5,000 people, 5,555. It's not 25,000 people actually saw the show, but 20,000 people because somebody may be coming recurring. Then I use these everyday examples of explaining them on some metrics, and we actually finalized with the official report from COVID in Croatia. We got that report on a daily basis, and together we are trying to figure out which sentences are wrong in the official report, or government official report, because it's PR, they don't get the data, they are totally interpreted in the wrong way, and nobody bothers. And after, when half of the audience actually know which sentences are wrong, then okay, this is a good start. Now we can move to GA4. That's kind of it. As I said, everyday examples. This is what I try to find on a daily basis. Thanks, great question.
Cool. Another victim.
Another is a Slovenian guy. Matej, lahko po slovensko, ne? No, we'll do it in English.
English, please.
Yeah, we'll do it in English. I actually just wanted to ask, how do you provide value with retainers? With retainers, because you said you can have like 4, and I guess you can convince some clients that they give you whatever kind of retainer, but how do you actually provide the value without, just invoicing them that money? Like, is there like a way to do it? Is it different for every client? Do they have, do you recommend what to do, or do they do it?
Good question. I think you'll get something. It depends, of course. It depends. I have a huge client. They have data science team, data analyst team. They all data engineers, data science, BI. They have BigQuery. They are 360 client. They have in-house data analyst, web analyst, and I'm the one on the outside who is there just as a guiding hand. We should have been together for 6 months. we just prolonged the seventh retainer in a row, so it's like 3 years I'm there. No, you're going to be here with us. They need someone who will just guide them. Are we okay or not? And so depends definitely on the client. Good question. It takes some time to see the value you're providing. Sometimes it's just 3 months or 4 and they don't get it. Okay, you cannot satisfy everyone. But it's depending on the team they have and the knowledge they have. So that's why I demand workshops with them as well at the beginning to figure out, okay, what are their weaks and strengths and where can I help them? And where can they help me understand their data better? It's mostly on understanding. And hope I'm...
Hi there, I'm Vlad, I'm CEO of OWOX, and I'm really happy to talk to you today. This is the first talk of Daniel in Europe and in the US. I want to support you here.
Thank you.
I was really happy to have a chance to convince Daniel to share his amazing experience to support and build entire analytics department in Semrush, which was the early stage startups back those days. And as we know, the challenges and the problems that we face during the journey, during the company growth is a way different. So I kind of did an interview of Daniel to wrap up all the insights and hope you find them useful. Let's go.
Yeah, so now Semrush is a huge company. We have a lot of more than 1,000 employees, 12 offices, but all this award starts from the 2 professionals who design the tools for themselves and start to propose it to the market. Yeah, that's how. And now I'm director of analytics in Semrush. But my journey with Semrush starts more than 6 years ago when we have only 5 analysts in the company, and now we have more than 40 employees in the analytical division. Oh yeah, that's where I am now. What?
A few words about OWOX. OWOX is a product company. We bridge the gap between data warehouses and spreadsheet users. We have 160,000 users worldwide. More than 300,000 data marts are created by organizations, all sides. We're proud to rank as a leader by GT Crowd 3 years in a row. And Semrush is one of our most sophisticated customers, consistently pushing our product further. So most of the talk and experience will be shared by Daniel. And as we know, presentations are great. However, real data always makes sense. So I'm here to quote some real tickets from help desk that highlight the real needs of Semrush back those days. And whether you data analyst or marketer, this session will provide you real lessons that you can apply in your organization.
Yep.
A few words about us. So we're followers, and we know how hard it is to grow anything. So it's like, just thinking you're on the same page with some colleagues of yours or son or girl of yours. But everything starts working, balance is restored, house everywhere, and it never ends. So you cannot make it done, right? So you always have something to improve, something to admit, something to talk to someone. Well, so the only way is to enjoy the ride. And this is the way we want to share our experience to grow analytics department as nurtured as your kid, as your child.
Yeah, but to be honest, I start to help grow business before I start to grow my daughter. So it was a bit easier for me. So, and when we discussed the structure of the presentation, I cut the path on 5 steps, and we kind of make few topics. One is what business expects from us, like from analytical function. Second one, some points regarding the team management, about the skills is needed there, like
in my experience at least, was useful to have. Another one about tools, which we as a company use on this stage. And the last one was some takeaways, some things which I wish I know earlier than I did. So, and then I hope that you will or avoid some issues or just, understand, realize that you are not the only with the same issues. We all been there, and it's fine to struggle sometimes. So the first, on the zero stage, is the foundation. The main, it starts when someone, somewhere in the head of CEO or founder appears a question, how much? Yeah, and then he starts to look for some guy who could work with numbers, and the first analyst appears in the company. And the main goals here, the main question usually came about revenue, how much revenue we earned, from which direction, from which function, and the goal is to optimize the investments and to grow this revenue. Yeah, what elasticity channels have, what potential in this market we could achieve, etc. So from people point of view, nobody are in company yet, but the analysts whom you will hire, it was kind of common, but still we underestimated a few times. So the communicational fit with the leaders is really necessary, and analysts here will interact on a daily basis with founders because they really are deep dive in the data. They really want to know how exactly it was done to get more profit from it as it possible. This guy should be a full stack analyst. Yeah, there is no resources to cover his kind of engineering needs. So do not cut the budget here. It's kind of most crucial, the major part of this journey, the foundation. On this step, as far as I remember, every tool that could decrease the engineering work for analysts will cost their money. And spend some free time from analysts to bring some insight from management.
Yeah, we joined to Siavash as an analytics partner on our next stage, stage 1. However, this stage is definitely highlight the most popular analytics BI ever for every SMB, Google Sheets, right?
Yeah.
Which everyone starts with.
Yeah. So from what kind of we realized there is that so it's fine to have not data-driven decision, but data-informed decision. Now, on this stage, usually you don't have enough audience to conduct a clean test, and founders are fine to make decision by them own with limited data. So don't worry about it a lot. Quality research could be a good source of information, of data for you. I wish I would have the same huge team of researchers as we heard about from Hilton. Yeah, Paula, if I remember, tell us about. But usually on this stage, product owners or some product guys have interviews with customers, and this information are not, transferred to the whole company. So it's a good idea to start to collect this data and promote it across the teams. And one not obvious thing for me was that we calculate metrics, okay, we formulate the definition of them, but the base entities are also a thing, you need to review them time to time. In my practice, we 4 times change how we define the churn, but looks like it's kind of most common thing, how to understand that customer is paid or not, but due to some technical specification of the business, it could change with the time, so please make sure that you align the definition and review it and actualize it with the product changes. So the second step here on this path was BI development. Yeah, so we shift from Google Sheets. Now all are inspired from the result of cooperation between founder and analyst, and every function want to build their own BI. Each of them have their own KPIs related to their specific area. So for marketing, it could be traffic or something. So it's more, more separate BI for each of them. And you become to have a lot of stakeholders. Each of them have their own requirements, but in general, they'd like to build the BI for their KPIs, to build the metrics tree for their KPI, to test which actions influence it most. And this is a good place to start the most radical experiments, the most innovation one. This is a place where we start to cut off marketing in some regions, to make this incrementality test. In this stage, we hide half of audience from sales reps, and after the results of this experiment, we prohibit them to reach customers before the first payment, before they could sell you the product. But experiments show that they didn't influence a lot on the conversion, so they do pretty well expand the subscription, but not the first payment. So if you have some ideas, if your analyst will have some insights, this is a place where it could be used or realized. From the people point of view, this is a place where I personally joined SEMrush. The big thing becomes stakeholder management. We have a few stakeholders, like founder or CEO before, and now ton of them come, and you need to manage them. You have a lack of capacity. All this requires to develop this knowledge in your team. BI development, Google Sheets fine on the previous stage, but now business, wide audience, start to use your dashboard, so please invest in user experience with your dashboards. And data engineering, on this stage, usually companies has, full access for everyone for the data, and some product people, product owners, marketers become to query by themselves, and it's good to organize your data for all employees. And because the business is quite have high tolerance to complexity, this is a place where complex or ML attribution appears, some complex algorithms.
I would call them sophisticated.
Sophisticated, yeah. Sophisticated attributions appears. We have a Markov chain here, as far as I remember.
Right. Yeah, and one of the questions back those days was, is it possible to somehow pull data on expenses from DoubleClick to Google Analytics Premium, or for example, based on internal DoubleClick management report? So organization was about to collect all the expenses in one place and build trustable reports.
Yeah, and kind of things which I highlight from this is the most clickbait point. A month is the worst cadence to track your metrics. Business wants, because they have these KPIs, they want to know on a daily basis, are they achieving their goal or not? So they want to have more frequent data, more granular one. And firstly, we start with week cadences, week measurements. But the best one, was something we're still using, is a sliding window sum. So we take 7 days sum, and last 7 days, 2 days before and 8 days before, and it gave you the most smoothest trend and really show daily updates, daily changes. One thing I wish I know better and think about it earlier is choose a BI system. It's really one of the most expensive things to shift from one system to another. I did it only once in my career, and all other time, I compare the cost and profit and choose to stay with the same system. So ask yourself before you will choose it, and maybe when you will have 30 dashboards, it's also a place to review your decision, because it's not so expensive there. And one more technical thing is about updating the BI system. So I have 3 times in my career when update of the soft ruin all my dashboards. And so if you're an analyst who manage it in the early stages, do it by themselves and do not run it, like update it in a test environment, it could cause a lot of issue for you. So be patient with the technical engineering things. Cohort analysis was a good thing, was a great solution here, like products love it. Not on this stage, still you could have not enough audience to test each feature your product could publish, but you need some tools to track. So this playing with cohorts with different cohort base led them to see some traction of customers with their new features. I haven't made it here, but start to manage and orchestrate the experimentation in the company is a good thing to start. A bit later, we start just a simple thing. We like create a chat in Slack, agreed with everyone that they will public updates of like this, they will start experiments. Even this data, collect this data will help you in future anomaly researches, etc. So as an example of the previous data-informed decision, we changed our flow because during the anomaly research, we have some drop in our payments. We found that product makes some experiment in which it drop trial pop up in some places in the product, and it caused a drop in payments. Numbers were not significant, so we were not sure that it's really the scene. And we were not able to run a test. But founders make a decision that we will implement trials on the main sign-up flow. And again, it wasn't a test, it was just make it live, and it boosts our payments in the end. So again, it could be a case, it could be a good thing because we found it due to this channel. Moving forward, we start to think more about clarity of the metrics. Yeah, and business no longer wants to have so complex structure of KPIs, so complex, sophisticated models, we were asked to use the same entity in all KPIs. In our example, we use MRR, so as far as we cut sales rep from the early stage for like top of the funnel, the marketers take care about new user MRR. The sales work with expansion MRR, which mean all extra MRR for existing clients, and like retention as usual decrease the churn MRR. So the same entity and different slices. In the end, like all BI was centralized around this kind of entity, and kind of reporting is all the same for all functions. And due to decrease the complexity, we start to shift on some simpler attribution model, some kind of simpler algorithms and approaches. So Markov chain, which is kind of black box from the features which influence on it inside, was replaced by more easier funnel-based time decay attribution. And the article from OWOX, you have some article regarding multi-touch points marketing attributions. So our analyst who designed this internal attribution was inspired by this article. I wasn't able to find it a few days ago. I tried to put it here, but yeah. From people point of view, because you already have some data in place which you prepared for your customers, it's good to expand your capacity by self-services. We start to educate our stakeholders, and some of them cover their needs by themselves. Here, we wasn't able to cover this educational part, and OWOX helped us. And till now, our UX researchers, so 5 years past, as far as I remember, UX researchers cover almost all their needs by themselves using this kind of documentation and videos from the previous trainings. And one thing which again we didn't start here, but and it makes some some losses for us. You start to have a lot of pixels, a lot of integration with external systems for your to push some conversion into advertisement platform, etc. And before it was handled by marketing team or by developers or by analysts if we talk about GTM. But now it's become a huge thing, and we separate the function to develop it. We start to make our own self-server side tracking, etc. And it was really painful because in this stage in SEMrush, some functions start to hire analysts, their own analysts, because they have a lot of, the huge gap between the KPIs they have before, let's say traffic, and now new user MRR. So they need to build this path from one to another. Capacity from core analytics team is always not fully covered. The all asks, and some analyst in function could appear. And the thing is that it's better for you to be in this room when they will hire him. I miss this moment, and only few hiring after, we start to normalize this process with HRs, and we were the part of this process. We confirm the hard and soft skills for these people. And again, because of this analyst appears, data governance across all analysts will save you, because I have a case when CEO on the same day, he has meeting back to back with different function leads, and he got 5 different numbers of new payment for the same period. And I have a tough conversation with him and these leads. So yeah, please ensure that you start to work it before it become an issue.
Yeah, it was a great story. I remember those days because we got the same questions from different people from the same organization. And it was hard because sometimes, because of the context, answers were different. And just one quote of a ticket back those days. This quarter, we're going to spend a lot of money on paid media with manual selected placements, and we have faced some difficulties with impressions tracking. Who has the differences with post-view impressions tracking conversions? Raise your hand. Well, yeah, it is. So while running banner ads using DoubleClick 360, we were using Google tracking solution, but here we cannot process this way. So post-view attribution become a huge challenge here.
Yeah. And some main points here. Some issue we faced was that in this moment, usually data you provide to your stakeholders could become a part of business process. And I miss this point, and they start to use our attribution, in some automated process to change the budget. And a few months after, we realized that our budget in paid search brand increased multiple times. It happens because the automated process and the system sees that attribution gave credit for this channel, budget grows, and it comes closer to $1 million per month. But in fact, the sum of brand search and paid search brand and organic brand was flat. So it just cannibalized from the one channel to another. But there were no people in this process, so they just miss it. So we didn't lost a lot of money, but still it was kind of trick. And workshops helps us to define it. We have regular kind of practice sharing session with our customers, and it helps analysts to be kind of on a customer, on a marketer hat, and see how in reality they adopt this data in their daily life. We remember that we simplify our attribution on this step, but still you need somehow to adjust to recalibrate it. And if we did it once when we choose a simpler one, but now it's become not a kind of one-time event, it's a regular scheduled event. So we do it on an annual basis. Each May we start a huge test to calibrate our attribution and implement some changes after it. And more technical thing, but I believe it's close to a lot of us, is slowly changing dimensions. I how many time I was able to save if I think about it earlier. But if you could, please collect all data, not only the snapshot from external system, but the all log of changes. So what happened usually on such stages, company products become to improve their efficiency from the technical point of view, and they could cut or forget about some data that are unnecessary for their product, like for itself, but is useful for you.
If I may I ask to raise hands of those of you who are familiar with slow change dimensions?
Oh no.
Well, so for those of you who might know, imagine in a situation, then you pull data from an account, for instance, Facebook, Google, or whatever, and you have a status field, like blocked, running, or something, and you rely on the list of possible statuses from this endpoint API. And this API is something out of your control. So the list of the possible data might change at any time. And if you rely on it, you might find some missing gaps in your reports just because the external data source changed their schema, and that's it.
Yeah, in my practice, Salesforce makes some cleanup and they delete some opportunities. We rely on them in MRR calculation. And one morning, my CEO found that the revenue goes down, like not right now, but like a few months before. And it was kind of impressive conversation. So yeah, if you collect this slowly changing dimensions, you are able to make step back and restore the previous values, restore what was missing. And it helps us a lot in like right now and in the past years. To solve the same issue, the data contracts is something in some agreement with the data providers you use about the data, its structure, its like how often it's updated, how kind of what data is like needed, necessary, or like nice to have, etc. So data contracts could also help with it, to manage it. Yeah, this era ends, and the next step in SEMrush for me was right after we become a public company. So we start to list it on NASDAQ, and it gave some brand new requirements to our BI system and like metrics in general. So now, again, next round of simplification. One entity is already become too complex, and business want to have one exactly metric, ideally to be additive, like in part of LTV from each customer belong to this or that function. Now your wrappers, like I used to live in a world where operational analytics could be kind of more flexible, not freezed, but and for example, customer could churn in February because we have this 7-day refund policy, and I just exclude him from January cohort. But now, due to like regulation rules, you cannot do like this. So you need to freeze it. You need to add some extra sub level of MRR, like MRR refund or something like this. So it makes you to review all definitions and the way how you calculate it. And stability became a thing. So like if your dashboard was, wasn't accessible for like 15 minutes, it's not a huge deal. Yes, it's painful, but still, usually it's not something that will stop the organization. But here you have some specific cadences when your data should be in place. And how it changed our team. So we start more look on engineering questions, and it's really painful for analysts because analysts are usually quite creative guys. They want to solve some issue, and they don't. And when they work a lot with engineering questions, you can burn them out. So please keep them safe. And we create a new role, which is analytics engineer. So it's kind of some more technical guys who are more interested in how to do things rather than what exactly to do. And they start to own our main metrics, our main entities in company, and it contributes to data governance across the whole company. At the same time, like we cannot forget about typical business as usual processes, which is experimentation, and we start to separate, like clusterize the experimentation function. We create an experimentation team who manage the internal experimentation product. Time to time, some companies execute it on a product side or even in the marketing side, but in our case, it was inside the analytics division. So yeah, they make some guidance, they build some roadmap how to improve experimentation in company overall. And the last one related to BI function. So before it was, to make our dashboards better, to help support analysts who are not so advanced in it. But now it's it's function that makes some requirements to the dashboards, because some of them will be used in the public report, some should be should be a part of future automation. So yeah, it became a more bigger function.
This stage started 5 years ago, and one of the biggest shifts was to server side. And the ticket was like this: we're considering using server-side GTM for our site, and would like to learn more about potential advantages and disadvantages of this approach. So, as all of you know, server-side migration is something that might be really painful as far as you have millions of pages.
Yeah, one of the requirements of the market, as a public company, was to keep your metrics stable, and we can not longer rely on universal analytics pixel and shift it into GA4, because the numbers of unique visitors, the metrics will be different. So we were pushed to create our own tracking and report in this new tracking system to ensure that we control the future changes of this metric. And few things here. So yeah, if we didn't start data contracts with our data providers before, now with this whole regulation from market, we need to have them. Really, it was a kind of requirement. And the thing that helped us is the dashboard certification. Yeah, we just highlight for our stakeholders which dashboard could be used for external reporting, which could be used for internal reporting, which will be part of your day-to-day inside, let's say, inside findings. I talk a bit about education of your stakeholders, of the data culture in company, but here it's become much harder. Company grows, we have more than 1,000 here already, and was good idea to be a part of typical onboarding process. So each new employee who came in company received some documents and some, not questionnaire, but let's say quiz from us to interact with dashboards, with metrics from his function specifically. So yeah, it helps, it increases the clarity and transparency for the employees. And we didn't implement new tools, but we review our existing and try to unify them. So we had some heat map tools for marketers, we have Amplitude and few other tools for product teams. So we try to centralize it and centralize their maintenance, because the gap in data between them was significant. And when it is managed by different team, you always struggle to align these sources. Another thing that we start here, but a bit later than it potentially could be, start to track analytic maturity in different functions. Last year, this is the second time I am on in Super Week, and last year we have the presentation from Decathlon regarding analytic maturity model, and it's funny, but we choose the same model. It's web analytics maturity framework, and we start to evaluate our function. We start to build a roadmap, what direction, what we need to develop in this and that or that function. Yeah, so this was probably the longest stage I was in SEMrush on this stage, and the last one, the Fos, is kind of the stage where we are right now. So for me, I talk a lot about decreasing complexity from the first step to the next few, but now what I see, we become a kind of holding. We have not only the core initial company, we acquire some new companies, like Prowly is a part of Semrush family, Compite and a few others. And now it's not about like growing a company, it's about growing the set of companies. And the main company also split into 5 different organizations. Marketing work like a separate business with its own processes, with its own world, and it pushes back to it pushes back to provide them, like they ask us to provide them more complex solution. They want to be more involved in the data. Their tolerance to the complexity increased significantly, and to be honest, it looks like we have 4 different organizations we support on this first or second or earliest second stage. So now business wants from us this more sophisticated solution, try to something new. They are ready for new experiments, like with a lot of changes. And the thing with data governance here is that you have a bunch of organizations, you need somehow align across all of them, not only one core analytics tool. So analytics divisions start to be a center of excellence and set some requirements for analytics in holding in general. And again, now analytics maturity development become a request from a business. As I said, I'm right now here, so I don't know if it will change with like few years after. I will realize that no, it's not how it should be. But from today, we believe that we will develop the educational function to support this analytics maturity development, and we will separate and develop this guidance team who will be center of excellence and develop methods for the rest of analysts. One thing that helps us here was this server-side solutions for tracking. Do you remember some latest?
Yeah, one of the challenge was to keep Google Analytics tracking in Universe format live after sunset of Google Universe Analytics, because it's kind of migration that takes a lot of time. And Semrush asked to extend the stream in the same format, and I would say that a lot of customers still using this format. No, nothing wrong with Google Universal, as far as you can match and transform it with comparable format to GA4.
Yeah, we still didn't finish it fully. Like the amount of work on the product side is like unreal, and we step by step go there. But this data in universal analytics format helps us to keep our metrics live on the same level as they're present for the public reports. Yeah, so it's not everything I bring from here. Maybe sometime after I will tell you about takeaways from this stage. So we are right here, right now.
Stay tuned.
Yep. So there are some points that go through all the presentation, and I want to. Sorry, could you?
Yeah, sure.
And I want to go through them. So the first one will be documentation, and like it's not the best work you want to do, yeah, but still it will help you on each stages. You need to focus on. You will be focused probably on different type of documentation, different stages, but still this is something that will help you to scale the analytical function, not only inside, like not only for your analysts, but for the whole company, for whole employees, for analysts from other acquired companies, etc. Yeah, it's something that pretty often struggle analysts and like technical guys, that data inconsistency shouldn't exist. But it doesn't work like this. You always will have some areas where it's fine. It's normal to have different definition of, let's say, first payment or churn, it always up to business, but you need to be clear where and what you use. Adaptation, yeah. In my past, I changed the organization, like org chart, org structure of the team 5 times. It's not the last probably one, and you always try to adjust your process, adjust your team, and adjust your skills to your stakeholder. And your stakeholder with whom you work like during the last 5 years, they change with the time, and how you work with them today is not how you interact with them 5 years ago. So adaptation is always a thing. But there is one corner case I want to mention. Like from today, I believe that there is some cases when you don't need to adopt your solution for the new requirements. It happened with marketing attribution. So what happened? Due to this simplicity request, we have this complicated internally designed attribution. We simplify it a few times, and like we have this brand new product on the kind of initial architecture. But now, with this 4th stage, I had the same request that I had a few stages ago, and looks like the solution we did like 10 years ago fit this requirement. So probably it was a good idea not to redo your, like adjust your existing solution, but create a new for new goal. So it wasn't clear for me because it was more smoother, but maybe you will save some time if you will remind about it. Yeah, the thing related to the adjustment, but not only about it, about your development of your team, and it's kind of intersect with the last one, with experiments. So we do a lot of experiments for our stakeholders, but do not stop. Experiment with yourself, with your approaches, with your team organization, with your process, and this is something that will help you to be more efficient and will keep in tune your employees, your analysts. We just have conversation yesterday regarding the flexibility and like time to react in Silicon Valley. Oh yeah. Yeah, and this is something that you need to train. It's not. It's a good thing to the team to not reject the changes, but like as usual, each team team member want to be safe in the same environment. And if you wouldn't experiment, you wouldn't. Will have limited in the future changes.
That is all about it. Thank you very much, and we'll be glad to ask you a question. Answer a question. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Hi. I'm Matteo Zambon. I'm the best copy of myself without a voice today, just for you. I'm co-founder of Tag Manager Italia, a premier digital analytics company based in Italy. I also have the privilege of teaching at the University of Bergamo, where I share my deep passion for data analytics, of course, with enthusiastic students eager to explore the digital realm. In the recent years, I've co-authored 2 comprehensive manual books, of course, in Italian, on Google Tag Manager and Google Analytics 4, alongside my colleague Roberto. And in case you're wondering, I'm also a devoted chef of spaghetti carbonara, of course, but that's a story of another time.
Hi everybody, I'm Roberto, I'm the co-founder of Tag Manager Italia. I also lecture at the 24 Ore Business School in Italy, where I dive into topics like Google Tag Manager J4, and over the years I co-authored 2 manuals, as Matteo said, on these topics. And yes, like Matteo, I am a devoted fan and chef of spaghetti carbonara. Spaghetti carbonara, of course. A fun anecdote to share is that in 2022 we were thrilled to receive the 2 prestigious awards.
the PUNCHCARD Prize at Super Week and the Quantis Award. We are not entirely sure if we deserve it, or if someone got us mixed up with another team, but we proudly took them home. Joke aside, it was an honor to receive this recognition, which reminds us daily how much there is still to learn and share in this field. Here you see our remarkable team of 20 individuals who made the GA4 Summit a resounding success. Today it stands as the largest global event solely dedicated to GA4 and its application. Looking at this picture, it might seem we weren't stressed at all, but trust me, those relaxed faces are thanks to a well-earned post-event aperitif. So Roberto, let's go with our case study.
Okay. Let's start with the company, and we're talking about CNH Industrial, which is a global leader in equipment, technology, and services, and with over 200 years of history. It is a company that focuses on innovation, sustainability, and productivity, and has something like 40,000 employees that work in a diverse and inclusive workplace. About CNH, we have to say that sustainability is central to the company because the company supports customers with the practical technology and solutions to feed and shelter the world sustainably, and basically it holds a strong record of sustainability recognition. So the timeline highlights the journey of our project with CNH, including all the phases of the project. So we started in 2020 in the United States and Canada, and by 2022 the platform expanded in Meyer and Brazil, and then reached Ireland in 2024, and is set to complete expansion in Australia for January 2025. So this is the ecosystem, and what stands out is how the integration of data and actionable strategies that can transform operational complexities into opportunities. And after all, such a robust ecosystem is not just the sum of its parts, but is the synergy basically that enables them to generate value. And so here is the journey that we took with CNH. So we took over the project in 2022, and starting with team training consultancy. Then by October we implemented the measurement plan and the data layer. And in July 2023 we managed the J4 cross properties, and in September we integrated with BigQuery and Databricks for Power BI. And finally by April 2024 we went with Castle Mode version 2 and migrated to OneTrust for all the content management part. So the challenge, one of the challenges. The first challenge, of course. So one of the main challenges of the project was to creating a unified data structure that could operate seamlessly at a global level across regions and domains. The point is not only to centralize the data, but to make it accessible and easily understandable for all the stakeholders. The real complexity here lay not in the collecting the data, but in ensuring that all the data gets, regardless of the function of the team involved, that gets the access of all the teams. I mean, the point is every team needs to have access to all the data all the time, basically. So I apologize, but my voice is leaving me already. Yeah. So, we are the best couple of... the best couple of speakers. Without voices, yeah. Yes, without voice. So the point is having the right information at the right time. So, let's see the requirements. Requirement number one was to collect more precise and detailed data in order to understand and improve user navigation paths. The system needed to work smoothly across 5 global domains and subdomains. Then requirement number 2 was to optimize e-commerce tracking, allowing precise analysis of each step in all the checkout process and enhancing the performance of Google Ads and Facebook Ads on a global level, of course while remaining compliant to GDPR and all the privacy regulations. Then requirement number 3 was to segment users to better understand their interaction with the various digital assets, and this of course allowed us to improve the user experience based on a truly data-driven approach. Then requirement number 4 was to implement real-time tracking for accurate BigQuery data, and the solution then integrated, as we said, with Databricks and analysis with Power BI. And the first step was J4 implementation, consolidating country-specific web analytics into one property and creating a strong data foundation for advanced analysis in BigQuery. So, once the data is collected through J4, it is then transferred to BigQuery, and here is organized into pre-aggregated tables with a minimal structure, and making it ready for further processing with Databricks. And then once we have data in BigQuery, it is uploaded to Databricks, and from there is it processed and prepared for using in Power BI. Power BI, of course, is the visualization tool, and after being processed through the entire pipeline, then we have the data that are organized and presented clearly, make it inaccessible and actionable for all the stakeholders. So this is basically the overview of the project. So, with the solution, given the complexity of the project and the involvement of multiple teams, we adopted a structured project management approach. And here to implement a global data strategy, basically, it is crucial to start with solid data foundations. This means defining common objectives across teams, creating replicable processes, and ensuring a consistent data structure. The goal was to build a data strategy that was both flexible and structured, and to achieve that we adopted an agile approach, which I will detail shortly. So, as you may know, there is some key difference between waterfall and agile. So while the former is rigid and linear, the latter allowed us to work in rapid iterations, so adapting to the project needs in real time. As we will see, this proved to be a decisive factor in the project's success. This is basically because the goal was always having the data available to every team in real time.
Yeah, because we move to waterfall to agile.
Yeah, this is the main reason. Yeah. And the diagram shows how the agile process works for managing tasks during development, and each state represents a step in the task progress, and tasks can move back and forth between steps depending on the results. For example, once we have a business review on a task that's done, it can be either closed, or if it's failed, it heads back on the first step. And finally, we managed all the developments using a Kanban board on Jira, shared with all team members, and that's it basically for the project management part. So let's see the second part of the solution with Matteo.
Okay, so now let's dive into the operational details and of how we developed a zero maintenance free monitoring tool for R&D. Let's begin with the first point, the implementation of GA4, featuring a data structure specifically tailored to meet the unique business needs of CNH. In this content, we followed a fundamental best practice, of course, starting with a comprehensive measurement plan, and then developing a detailed tracking document to ensure alignment and precision. Currently, the e-commerce platform operates across three primary domains. The main domain is My CNH Store, and the two Brazilian domains, Loja New Holland and Loja KZH. In detail, we implemented three distinct GTM containers because the three websites were built using different technologies. And we created the same data layer structure for all three domains. Data is sent using the step services, Go, stay. To optimize the server-side management, and we designed two custom plans capable of handling up 2 billion each per month each. We also designed and implemented a dedicated GA4 structure to maximize the efficiency of data analysis. Specifically, we created a roll-up property that aggregates data from all three domains, while the two Brazilian domains have their own dedicated properties. Please note that CNH is not running the 360 version at the moment, but we have a lot of reseller here. I don't know. The data collection by GTM is sent to the STAPE containers, and of course from there STAPE forward the data to the individual properties. Additionally, another GA4 tag is configured to send information directly to the rollup property. Thanks to the structure, data flows seamlessly to both the individual properties of the Brazilian domains and the main rollup properties. In GA4, we established dedicated menu entries for each region: Europe, Latin America, North America, and global. Of course, this is a standard report feature in GA4. Each report is pre-filtered by region, enabling rapid and focused data analysis. One of the first challenges we faced was managing the time zone and the currency. As GA4 supports only a single time zone and currency per property. This limitation required a new solution to ensure accurate and region-specific reporting. The two Brazilian properties dedicated to Case H and New Holland are configured to use the São Paulo time zone and the Brazilian real as the currency. The property level setting for time zones and currency are fixed, meaning all analyses follow the default configuration. This restricts the ability to create separate reports in different countries, in different currencies, such as euros or dollar, or adapt the reports to the different time zone. As the wise Sun Tzu once said, opportunities multiplies as they are seized. So, to ensure GA4 reports accurately reflect both time zone and global currency, we created the custom dimensions and metrics, including event local item price, event local revenue, event local time zone date and hour, local item price, and the last local revenue. This report provides a clear distinction between domain and the currency. In particular, the local revenue metric reflects the revenue in the currency used by the customer during the transaction. The purchase revenue metric is dollar-based, as the dollar is the default currency configured in the roll-up property. So this is a great point to understand the local currency. When created a custom matrix, selecting the correct unit of measurement is crucial as it sets the context and type of the data collection. So, when creating a metric for currency, you need to select the currencies as the unit of measurement. Right? Right? No, absolutely wrong. No, absolutely wrong. No. Oh, of course, if you see a dinosaur, of course there is a problem in this presentation, because who doesn't have a problem with a hungry, big, giant dinosaurs? Choosing currency as the unit of measurement is a mistake because the value sent to this metric will automatically be converted into the property configured currency. This result is the loss of the original value. If you select currency at the unit of measurement, GA4, of course, as I said, I will automatically convert the metric value to the properties default currency. For example, dollar in this case is the default settings. To retain the original value in a currency other than dollars, you must select standard. Just standard as the unit of measurement. Now, let's move on to the data management in BigQuery. The star schema is one of the most commonly used data organization model. It is particularly effective for structuring data to make it easily analyzable and reportable. Here is a practical example. In the center, we have the factor table, connects the primary dimension, such as product, customer time, and the promotion. Why star schema? Well, you can understand by yourself why the name is a star schema. It's because it's similar as a star, like a star. We optimize the data set and tables in BigQuery to minimize gigabyte using during queries. The data is structured in BigQuery using star schema based dataset, and it is ready for integration into a data lake. This integration is performed using Databricks. The implementation of the star schema was made possible thanks to the collaboration between Vincenza from CNH and Riccardo, is here, our analytics engineer. This schema made easy the import of data from GA4 to Databricks, reducing operational cost and, of course, optimizing the workflow. Let's delve into the structure that enable data analysis in Databricks, starting with, of course, the data tracking in GA4. The data tracked in GA4 is transferred daily into BigQuery through an automated import job. And this process ensures that the data is always up to date. After being imported into BigQuery, the data is synchronized with Cloud Pub Sub using a system based on sync and topic configurations. To manage data processing, we use Node.js, were developed using, of course, Cloud Functions. And the process concludes with a daily incremental update executed via Dataform. Here is a summary of the dataset created and the partitioned and clustered tables in BigQuery. These elements, such as session data and navigation path, are prepared for ingestion into BigQuery. Photo, okay, your pics are ready. Once the data is processed and integrated into Databricks, the final phase involves the data visualization via Power BI. This is one example of these reports, highlight the data from splash page, used to gain specific insight into user behavior in Europe. The approach relies on key metrics such as the number of the session, page views, and the new user to assess the effectiveness of regional settings. So, Roberto, what are the problem and the solution?
So, problem and solutions. So as we seen before, every problem brings with it the potential for new opportunities. And specifically, thanks to the agile methodology, the team maintained a consistent 21-day publishing cadence. And in other words, each publication sprint lasted 21 days. And so the first phase of each sprint was identifying the features to develop and prioritizing them for the release. Then the second phase was focused on implementing the features, which were then released at the end of the 21-day sprint or during subsequent ones. Then in the final phase, the team conducted a thorough review to verify the proper functioning of the release features. But the point is that during the GA4 event checks, the primary focus was on analyzing data and parameters to confirm that every element adhered to the required specification. The point is that we had some challenges as a dinosaur.
We have the dinosaur.
Says. And so there was recurring challenges that was encountered during these checks. And so new releases always, not always fortunately, but often resulted in malfunctions. So specifically the checks revealed three key problems. And first, that was some functionalities were not published, and other did not meet technical specification, and some other contained implementation errors. The ultimate irony is that even functionalities that had previously been considered as stable then began showing anomalies. So it became more and more funnier. And even worse, after each release, the team had to review the entire data layer to ensure that every functionality was correctly configured and operational. And of course, the process was time-consuming, it was resource-heavy, and it was unsustainable, basically. So at first we tried to carefully check the system after every update, and this worked well, but eventually it became too expensive and too difficult to keep doing this because the system got more and more complicated. And so we needed to find an innovative solution to address.
So we decided to build windmills.
Yeah. And in 2023 at the GA4 Summit we introduced Data Wellness, which is a service focused on monitoring and ensuring data quality for our clients. With this dashboard, Data Wellness offers a clear overview of the latest reports and tag activation statuses, and allows our team to have a rapid identification of problems and to intervene on problems that are identified. Here are some features of Data Wellness. And the fact is that Data Wellness was engineered to be an internal tool for our team. But however, in this specific case, it was essential for all members of the international team to have visibility into the data that we monitored. So we needed to develop a custom version of Data Wellness that avoids generalized analysis of the data layer and can be used by all the team members, basically. So the name of the new solution that we engineered is Data Wellness Lite, which is a streamlined version of our monitoring tool to ensure faster and simpler access to the most relevant information. The dashboard showcases the monitoring of the e-commerce events and search events, enabling users to select domains, time intervals, and specific events for focused analysis. Together with CNH, we identified the critical data point to monitor, focusing on e-commerce data and search data, and we identified the key domains, data range, and events. And we, of course, allowed users to analyze the frequency and the behavior of events over time, helping to identify trends and to find anomalies in no time. So how did we build it, Matteo?
Okay, so do you want to know how we build it? Okay, so actually we made a heavy re-engineering process designed to make the tool accessible to all the team involved in the project. The process begins with Google Tag Manager, which collects the information tracked in GA4 and prepares it for subsequent stages. The events are selected, structured, and transferred into Google Sheet, where they can be easily reviewed and managed. With Google Sheet, we use AppScript to automate the data cleaning and enrich the information. However, it is important to know there is a technical limitation in Google Sheet. You can use just 2 million cells for Sheet. But thanks to AppScript, we delete the whole data, the history data that we don't need to check again. Thanks to AppScript, so it's possible to create, customize the structure for advanced analysis in Lukas Studio, eliminating irrelevant data and optimizing the organization of information. This slide shows the complete workflow from Google Tag Manager, data flows in Google Sheet through an automated process using AppScript, and is subsequently visualized in Looker Studio. Here's a practical example of output in Google Sheet. The data is organized with the column for date, time, event name, page URL, and missing parameter. The division by day is visible in the tab below, simplifies log management, and allows for quick isolation and resolution issue. So this is the log where there is all events and then divided by date. To make analysis more straightforward and organized, we divided the data into separate sheets for each day. This approach enables a rapid identification of anomalies or trend specific to a given date. Beyond daily division, sorry, we also structured the data by different analysis entities. For instance, we see two main categories, search and e-commerce event. Each entity has its own set of sheets organized by date. When working on a large-scale project involving multiple domains, it is essentially to segment the data not only by entity, by day, but also by domain. In this example, each domain has its own separate structure. This approach enables the analysis and optimization of each domain's specific performance without confusion. Now, let's look at a real-world example of an issue following a release. So this is our internal conversation. So Angela is our PM, Luca is our technical guy, Aurora is our girl technical, so we have a girl technical. The internal conversion highlights the challenge is associated with releases. Through the collaborative discussion, we addressed and resolved this critical issue efficiently. Looking at this chart, we can analyze the missing parameter over time and clearly visualize the peaks and variations. This is, for example, I select add to cart event name, and in the graph below, we can see the price, items, quantity parameter are missed. Of course, you can check the URL and check why that specific article have that problem. This is the view item list event, which price, items, and quantities parameter are missed. So,
thank you, but not thank you, actually, because we have, as in the best rock album, a ghost track. So there is an hidden gem waiting to be discovered by the final, after the final song. By the way, anyone recognize this album? Which album is it? Abbey Road, okay. Year? 1969 by the Beatles, and of course Robert. A big round of applause for the connoisseur, Robert. And
the Rolling Stones.
Rolling Stones, right.
Of course,
and yeah, and which is the ghost track in this album?
Which is a ghost track. There is a ghost track.
There is a ghost track in this album. And it is the shortest song by the Beatles, and the name of the song is Her Majesty, okay? And is the shortest song by the Beatles, clocking in at just 25 seconds. Let's see if the control room guys can play it for us. Wow, here's for the Rolling Stones. Yeah. No, our ghost track may not be so mystic as the Beatles one, but we believe is somewhat intriguing, and we will be talking about conversion attribution using BigQuery. So this is of the previous presentation, so we can jump in depth in this second case. So this is the story of a bank's marketing team that needed something far beyond standard tracking, and by utilizing BigQuery we can create customized attribution models that address both compliance and performance optimization, which as we see is so important for this client. Naturally, the bank doesn't operate a conventional e-commerce platform because it doesn't sell products or services online. Instead, it runs an advanced lead generation process, targeting prospects who seek information about complex and high-value financial products. So for the bank team, understanding which acquisition channels works better is absolutely critical. And so here is a simplified overview of the process. So when a user denies consent, direction of course cannot be directly tracked. However, using J4 and GTM server side, we can pseudonymize the session. And in BigQuery we can reconstruct the conversion session. And finally, with Lukas Studio we can make the constructed attribution section accessible. And so, Matteo, how does it work?
Yeah, so in this report we compare the total leads with actionable leads. The interface allows user to filter and quickly view the most relevant data, empowering the bank's digital advertising team to make informed decision with confidence. So this is the profile user and the session pseudonymized in the same report. In J4 and BigQuery, we can access dimensions that identify acquisition channels, but not all touchpoints are included. Some remain hidden, and there is no straightforward method to reveal them. So, for instance, in this example, the third session ignored because there was no inactivity exceeding 30 minutes. As a result, all subsequent touchpoints are excluded from the attribution. So there is no Facebook CPC, partner affiliate, and email as attribution. In other words, according to GA4, 100% of the parties attribution session is assigned to organic, of course. Roberto, can we use tree thinking to find a solution?
Yeah. The answer is always yes when we are talking about trees, as you may remember from the last year. But first, since we have so many faces this year in the audience, let's quickly recap what trees is, because we talked about it last year. So trees was created by this guy, which is Gerrit Altschuler, which is a brilliant Uzbek inventor, born in 1926, and he developed trees, an engineering system to solve almost any kind of problem, and he is also a striking doppelganger of Marlon Brando, so this is the real.
Okay. It's the same.
Absolutely the same guy. Okay, and TRIZ is built on 40 principles that provide solutions to a wide range of engineering challenges. But for more details, I will refer you to last year's presentation. And the principle relevant to us today is principle number 2, which is taking out, which means basically take out a part of the system in order to make it work. So, Matteo.
So, returning to the slide on hidden attributions, we asked ourselves, how can we take out the last 3 touch points from the conversion path? So how we can take Facebook CPC, partner affiliate, and the email. So the solution is BigQuery. Thanks to BigQuery, we can analyze all the lost touch points. And to achieve this, we analyzed the conversion path. The segments you see are simply views in BigQuery, where we built a custom structure. Using BigQuery, we compared the effectiveness of individual channels against combinations of channels. Naturally, we also accounted for hidden channels. Specifically, we leveraged BigQuery to reconstruct conversion path across all touch points, of course, both visible and hidden. To determine which Google Ads campaign were the most effective and deepen the analysis, we linked a Google Ads table with BigQuery. Another example, which channel combination drives the most conversions? In this case, we observed that the two combination is the most effective, so is the 30 in this case, and specifically it was Google Ads and the direct. This is an analysis of all the touch point user engaged with throughout the conversion journey. So this is replicated the old linear attribution, model. In the green is we see the session attribution that GA4 assign to the conversion. In this case, we can understand what is all the touch point for the conversion. And of course, you can build your data-driven approach, your model, your conversion approach. So it's really, really interesting. After seeing our implementation, the bank's team asked, can this be done in real time? Of course. We created a reporting scheduling system that delivers update twice a day. And so this implementation enabled to the client to independently manage their campaigns and optimize conversions with confidence. So let's see. If you want more about spaghetti carbonara, this is the website. This is the GA4 challenge. So this is thanks to Julian. The name is thanks to Julian Coquet.
So I want to take a minute to describe the scene here at Super Week for people who might be watching a recording of this at some point in the future. So I'm in this room, and it's filled with this amazing group of smart and knowledgeable and fun people who have traveled here from all over the world, and we are united by our shared interest in data and analytics, and it is so much fun. It's dark outside. It's actually been dark for a couple of hours already, and it's cold, and it's windy, and it is the winter. And outside, there's, on the balcony, there are flags from all over the world that are whipping in the wind, and there are bonfires that are going on, and we're in this room that is basically on a cliff, and you look out, and there's a forest, and that's all you can see. And I'm about to give my talk, and it's almost 6:30 p.m., and we haven't even had dinner yet. And then afterwards, the program continues. And this is just the first day of a 5-day event. And I'm so thrilled to be a part of this. This is so exciting. So hi, I'm June. This is my second year at Super Week. I know many of you here, but if we haven't met yet, I'm looking forward to getting to know you over the course of the week. Professionally, I am a data leader at a large tech company that is headquartered in Seattle, Washington. I work in the media and entertainment division. I've been there for 9 years. Most of my work these days involves music, but also podcasts and audiobooks. And mainly I work in product analytics. So that's who I am. Outside of work, I'm also an angel investor in data startups. About 3 years ago, I co-founded an angel collective called Invest in Data. And for me, that's been a really fascinating way to stay in touch with new technology in the data and AI space. And that was actually the subject of the talk that I gave last year at Super Week. But this year, I have something completely different, nothing to do with that. It's true. And finally, I'm a writer. And I realize you might be like, June, everyone's a writer. We write all day long, every day. Why do you say you're a writer? But for me, I put this here because in the past year, I've made a very intentional shift to write more for public consumption. I started a LinkedIn newsletter about halfway through last year, and so far I've published 35 articles, and I'm just getting started. So writing has become a really important part of my professional identity. So I'm a writer. To start my story, I want to take you back almost 9 years to the day. I was out of work. I had just gotten and accepted a job offer to be a data leader at a live streaming video platform company called Twitch. And it was a startup. It was about 400 people at the time, and it had just recently gotten acquired by a big tech company. And I was super excited about it. I was nervous and I was excited, and I was doing my best to go into it prepared. I was getting my ducks in a row. And so I did a few things. First, I made an effort to learn about the video game industry and video game culture. I went shopping and I bought a new work wardrobe, because why not? And finally, I reread the classic business book, The First 90 Days. And if you haven't read it, it's a really good resource for whenever you're entering into some kind of new environment, whether it's a new job or a new role. It can help you get started in the right way, and I felt like I needed that. And so fast forward about 2 weeks later, I started my new job, and I decided to take a concept that I'd learned about in the first 90 days and use it in my new job, and it was a listening tour. And basically what that is a series of one-on-one coffee chats that I set up. I set up and held about 30 of them with people throughout the company. And these were my peers, these were my stakeholders, there were some executives in the mix, and I asked everyone I spoke with the same set of questions, and I listened very carefully, and then I synthesized their responses to figure out what my approach should be in my new role. And here's what I found. People wanted more trust. They wanted more trust in the data, and they wanted more trust in the data team. And this came through, it manifested in a few different ways. There was confusion about dashboard reliability. Like many places, there was a bit of dashboard bloat that was going on, and people weren't sure which dashboards were reliable and which ones weren't. Next, there was a lack of confidence in self-service tools. At this company, there was a big push toward self-service enablement. Everyone in the company was supposed to get and use data on their own. And yet people were kind of timid about that. They're like, I don't know, should I use this table or that table? I'm not really sure. I don't know. And then finally, although this wasn't spoken as directly, I felt like it was a running undercurrent, which was there were doubts about the data team's priorities. We only have a finite number of hours. People weren't really sure we were using our time in the right ways. Trust. And so it was at that point that trust became the underpinning of my work as a data leader. And looking back on that, I felt like I arrived at it a certain way. I arrived at it through this listening tour, but it could have come to me in many different ways. It could have been a different company or a different moment that led to this, but this is how I found it. And actually, just, watching the super important for me as a focus area that shaped the work that I've done since then. So what I have for you today is a series of short stories about we people, data folks, engage with our business stakeholders and how we build credibility, reliability, partnership, and trust along the way. And I do this through 3 different stories. The first is about data quality. The second is about strategic alignment. And the third and final one is about data literacy. Oh, and everything I'm presenting today is based on articles I've written and published over the last few months. And so this QR code will take you to a Google Doc where I've listed the full details, the full text of all the articles that I've referenced in the material I'm presenting tonight. And I'm going to show this QR code at the end too, so if you miss it, you'll get it then. Is it a Rickroll? No, it's actually a Google Doc with articles. It is. I promise. Trust me. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, you ruined it for everybody. So first stop on this journey is data quality. Oh, you might be wondering, June, why are you showing me this creepy painting of a goat? Well, there's 2 reasons. First of all, I love any excuse to turn the topic of conversation to goats. And if you know me, you know that I do this. That is a story for another time. There's a second reason, though, and this one is actually on topic. This painting isn't just any goat, it's a scapegoat. And it matters now because when it comes to trust, data quality is an easy target. It's a scapegoat. There can be a lot of problems that are going on behind the scenes, but often the conversation that you will hear is one about data quality. So that's where we're starting. So with that, and for your amusement, I present to you a short opinion piece, and it's called Data Quality is a Mess. And it's all your fault. You should have noticed it. You should have noticed it months ago. You should have noticed it before the marketers did. You should have noticed it before the customers did. You should have said something when you noticed it. You should have set alerts. You should have taken those alerts seriously. You should have told us you were using that data. You should have been using different data. No, the other different data. You should have read the documentation. You should have written documentation. You should have written better documentation. You should have gathered requirements. You should have gathered all the requirements. You should have known what we wanted even if we didn't. Yeah. You should have told us the schema was changing. You should have told us the business logic was changing. You should have told us before you deleted it. You should have QA'd it. You should have QA'd it more thoroughly. You should have followed the specs. You should have written specs. You should have written better specs. You should have been more careful. Now look what you've done. That was cathartic. I'm sorry. I am blowing that out of proportion to prove a point. And the point is, the blame is often placed on us as data people for all aspects of data quality, right? There's just tons and tons of responsibility and that is weighing us down just because we manage data, whether we want to or not, we also manage data quality. So my advice to you, because we actually are all in this situation, is that you need to approach it head on. You can't just say, well, shit happens. You have to own it, own part of it. And one thing that I've found really helpful when talking about data quality is to remove some of the ambiguity from it and give a little more structure to it. So I came up with this framework that I use. And it has 3 parts: prevention, detection, and resolution. And I think that all aspects of data quality will fit in one of these 3 categories. The first one, prevention, is where you put controls in place to catch data quality issues early before they hit production. And if you were here during Keo's talk earlier this afternoon, and he spoke about data quality quite a bit, and all of what he presented actually was in the prevention category. This is the gold standard. This is where you want to be. it's much harder to clean up the mess afterwards, right? The next category is detection. This is alerts, setting up alerts. Not plastering alerts on every possible surface, but setting up the right alerts so that you're catching the things before your stakeholders tell you about them or before your customers tell you about them. And then finally, there's resolution, because no matter how good you are at prevention and detection, there's always going to be some stuff that's going to slip through, and you need to deal with it in a sensible way. And so basically what this boils down to is a list of all the major data quality issues that impact your business. I'd say keep it in one place, and a standard operating procedure for how you apply fixes. And that's it: prevention, detection, resolution. Seems simple. That's enough about data quality. Let's talk about something else. Strategic alignment is what's next. All right, so imagine this. You're sitting at your desk or wherever that is, and you hear from a business person. They come up and they say, "So, how'd we do?" To which you respond, "How'd we do what?" Has anybody ever been there? It's a terrible feeling. It's an awful feeling that there might have been a major launch or an important marketing campaign or some kind of strategic business pivot, and the data team doesn't know about it until it is almost too late, right? It's a terrible feeling. And this happens because data needs are often neglected until they become an emergency, right? You don't hear about it, you don't hear about it, you don't hear about it, and then it's urgent, and then you often have to scramble to get things done, and honestly, it's a dumpster fire. Oh, it was about halfway through my talk, and I just wanted to take a little diversion. This is intermission. I was going to ask who's a vendor, who's a consultant, who's a practitioner, but Julian already did that in his opening talk. Yeah, thank you. So I learned that a little bit less than a third of people in the room are practitioners, but if you are a practitioner, could you raise your hand? Yay, I see you out there. It's good. This material is for you, actually. I have this idea that people will receive the message I'm delivering here differently depending on what their perspective is in the work that they do. And by the way, personally, I've been a practitioner for more than a decade now, but prior to that, I spent 7 years as an analytics consultant. And very early in my career, I worked for analytics vendors for a couple of years. So I've seen that, but these days, like, my mindset is with the practitioners. And so I'll be interested to see what you think of this. I think that vendors and consultants will see this material and be able to understand what their practitioner clients are going through, maybe a little more deeply. But practitioners, this is our problem to solve. This is the challenge that we face, and it is not something that we can outsource. All right, back to the dumpster fire. It's an emergency. Why? Why does this happen? Why does it keep happening? For a few reasons. It happens when there's a lack of integration between a data team and the broader business. If we are separated from one another, we may not know exactly what the business has planned or has in mind for us and what they need from us. Next, there may be insufficient appreciation for the value of analytics. And by this, I mean it in a couple of different ways. One, leaders may not fully understand what they will get if they have well-formed and thorough data to support whatever it is they're trying to do. And second, leaders may not understand just how much effort and planning it takes to get things set up to be done and executed well. And lastly, even if you do have those other things in place where you are well integrated and leaders already believe in the value of analytics, that you may face time or resourcing crunches. Maybe the data team isn't brought in soon enough, and then they have a compressed window of time to get all their work done anyway. Maybe you don't have enough people to go around, and the person that you assign to something critically important is the intern. When really you ought to have your most senior person leading it, or you might want to have a team of people working on it, and whatever, you wind up with a shortfall. But I'm here to tell you that it may be hard to achieve, but strategic alignment is possible, and not just as like a one-off story that happens occasionally, but it can happen in a systematic way, and it can be really powerful. So if you do have strategic alignment in place between the data team and the broader business, what do you get? You get a situation where the data team is always aware of the major launches that are happening in advance and is involved super early in the planning. You have business folks who think through the data that they're going to need, and they communicate their requirements clearly, not just what they're going to need on launch day, but what they're going to need a month later, what they're going to need 3 months later. And any data gaps, because there will be data gaps, are not seen as data quality problems, but instead are seen as intentional prioritization decisions, right? We chose to collect this. We chose not to collect that. And then finally, you have a situation where business leaders recognize the value of analytics and ensure that it is properly funded, so the data team has the tools and the people that we need to get things done well. That's what you get. Well, what can you do? What can you do if you want to head in that direction? First, be proactive. You need to lean way in, build strong connections with the business. In the beginning, when I mentioned that listening tour that I did, that was a once-off. That gave me like a window into what was going on at a point in time. But I think a well-run data team will find ways to make sure they are well integrated now and always, so they won't be surprised by what's going on. Next, be vocal. Data needs a seat at the table. If you think about a big launch that's going to happen or a big marketing campaign, legal's going to be involved, design's going to be involved. Data should be involved. So if there is a launch playbook, data should be listed in there always. And that may require a cultural shift, depending on where you're at. And last, you need to educate leaders about the value of analytics. So proving the value of analytics is a topic that I'm really passionate about, and I've written about it and I've spoken about it. And actually tomorrow, Kelly Wortham is doing a panel on the ROI of data, so we're going to talk more about this as a group. But the one thing I'll say here is that it's not just something that you do once. You need to continue to show over and over, here's what the data team has done for you lately, business, and keep at it. So say you're doing all these things, and yet you're not really seeing any change. If your sustained efforts don't lead to improvement, quit. I realize that that's a little cavalier of me to say and suggest, but the point is, life is short. And if you're working and working and working to say, look, this is the value of analytics, this is what we could do if we had a seat at the table, and it doesn't work, there are plenty of other places that would appreciate with someone with that mindset. Enough about that. The last topic I'm going to talk about is data literacy. So I work in, and have worked in for a long time, a very data-savvy environment. And while it is a great place to be for a data leader, it also leaves me in a bit of a bubble when it comes to understanding what my peers who are not in the same environment as me are going through in their day-to-day work. And not too long ago, I heard this story from someone outside my company, and they said, I don't need data to do my job. And I was like, what? Like, who would think such a thing? Like, who would say that out loud? That was just mind-blowing to me, right? I can't believe that someone would think that. And that story came up in light of a broader conversation about data literacy. And I realized at that point, I didn't actually know what data literacy was, because it didn't come up as a topic in my work environment. I didn't hear people speaking about it. And I was like, is that really a thing? Is this just a made-up term that consultants use to sell their services to clients? I didn't know. So I thought it was time to find out. So I set up a chat with my friend Joe. He and I have known each other for a really long time, and I knew that he had given some public talks in the past about work he had done on data literacy, and so I felt like if somebody was going to give me the straight story, Joe would be a good person. And so I had this conversation with Joe, and he told me his story, which was that back when he was at a major nonprofit, he led a multi-year initiative to improve data literacy in his company. And he did this because he noticed that stakeholders were struggling to understand and use data in their work. And so he and his team launched this upskilling program that consisted of this whole series of courses on different aspects of data and analytics. And there was this cohort program where you had to enroll and get selected. And then these people met over the course of 6 months to take all these courses. And at the end of it, they, upon completion, they received some kind of certificate. It was a pretty structured thing. And after running this data literacy initiative for a couple of years, 600 employees in his company had participated in it. And of the people who participated, 70% said that their data skills improved. And I was really impressed. That's like some major impact there. And at that point, I'm like, okay, data governance or data literacy is a thing. I'm not, and what's more, Joe didn't make it up. It has existed as a discipline for the past 10 years. People have written books about it and all that. And I was just extremely late to the party. I was telling it the way it is. So at that point, I decided it would be good for me to define what data literacy meant to me, because it can be kind of a wiggly term. And I think of data literacy as the ability to read, work with, and make decisions based on data. But I think it's a little bit more than that. It's not about math. Isn't it just about understanding numbers? Instead, it's about knowing how to interpret, question, and act on data in your daily work, no matter where you are in the company. It's about using data to do your job, right? And the thing that was really striking for me is it's not just 0 or 1. It's not all or nothing. It's more of a spectrum of understanding, and that even in incredibly data-savvy environments, there's still work to be done, right? And so at that point, I got over my bad attitude about data literacy, and I recognized that no matter where you're at, in terms of data literacy, there's always room to grow. So if you, as I do, work in a data-savvy business, how can you approach data literacy? What can you do? It's not going to take the form of like the major visible company-wide initiative like the one that Joe led. It's going to be a little more nuanced than that, but there are certainly techniques that you can use. For instance, you could pinpoint specific gaps in understanding that exist in your company. There are always going to be kind of local highs and lows in understanding and competency. And just for example, think about a marketing department. There's going to be all these sub-areas of marketing. And let's just pick on brand marketers for a minute. Maybe brand marketers have a lower base level of data literacy than the other parts of marketing. You could run a focused data literacy campaign just for the brand marketers and bring in folks from the other parts of marketing to show them what they can do to use data to do their job better. Next, you can use data literacy techniques to improve self-service effectiveness. Often in data-savvy businesses, there will be a big push to get everyone to self-serve and use all the data that they need on their own. And this is a great way to apply a structured training program to make sure that everyone who is expected to self-serve is well equipped to do so. And I think the data teams have a lot of like institutional knowledge and lore that we know that maybe our stakeholders don't know, and that those are the kinds of things that people who are expected to self-serve could really benefit from learning about. And then finally, you can use data literacy techniques to address recurring questions. And you see these at all levels. Even executives might ask, like, what's the definition of this important metric over and over? Or they might not completely understand the limitations of what can be measured or how we measure things. And it's possible to address those on a once-off basis, but I think the better approach would be to run a training for everybody who needs to know, say, what retention is, how we define retention, what makes it up, to have a structured training that helps everyone arrive at the same understanding of that important metric. And I've reached nearly the end of my stories about building credibility, reliability, partnership, and trust. I hope it's been relatable and useful, or at least a little bit entertaining. And if anything I've spoken about here has piqued your interest, I invite you to read the articles that I've published that go into a lot more detail. But before I go, it might seem like these were three completely separate, unconnected stories, but they're actually related. And here's how. I'm going to illustrate this through two examples. So you remember back when I shouted at you for a few minutes? I said, you should have QA'd it more thoroughly. What's really going on here? What's the problem? The problem is that data was not prioritized early enough, and that led to like really rushed QA and maybe something slipped through, right? That was the problem. So what can you do about it? Make sure you get data included in the launch playbook alongside legal and design and everybody, and work really hard to earn executive support so everyone understands the importance of well-formed data in a launch, right? And where do these solution ideas come from? Ta-da, strategic alignment, that section. All right, second story. You should have known what we wanted even when we didn't. What's going on here? The problem is stakeholders gave the data team vague requirements. That's what happened there. What can you do about that? You and a data team and stakeholders could work together to provide education on how to frame clear goals, define the data needs, and collaborate effectively with one another, right? Help people understand what good looks like. And where does this come from? Ta-da, data literacy. Wow. All right, this is not a Rickroll. This is really the articles. There's a Google Doc behind this. It's 11 pages long. It has all the details. Please read it if you want. Thank you, Zoli, for having me here. Thank you, Conductrix and Piano, for sponsoring this event.
Round of applause, round of applause.
Yay. And thank you, audience, for listening.
And thank you to June. Oh, June.
Does anyone know what that song was? Yeah, awesome. All right, Conductrix Box. Wait, whoever knows, raise your hand if you know what that song, the name of that song. We're going to extend pub quiz. The name, because no one knew any of the songs last night, and we totally botched that. The name of the song and what it was a theme song to. Okay, Jacob and Doug. Doug, you're going to get Conductrix Bucks because I believe you know the answer. And I know Jacob knows, but let's have Jacob. Jacob, why don't you stand up?
Of the song, but it is the theme song to the 1980s Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy TV show, as well as the movie from 2005.
Correct. And it was also, what's the name of the song, Doug? The name of the song? Oh, rubbish. Okay, okay. It's the Eagle. Okay, it's the Eagles, and it's Journey of the Sorcerer.
Journey of the Sorcerer.
And well, the reason why I picked it is because everything I learned about, not everything, that's ridiculous, but a lot, the way I think about things, about the multiverse and experimentation, I learned from Douglas Adams. And so I highly recommend reading The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy if you want to have like a good mental model for experimentation and the fact that in a way when we're running experiments or we're doing multi-armed bandits, in a way we're kind of like creating different worlds that people are going into and seeing which world has the highest performance or is the greatest efficacy for our customers. Okay, bandits bounce back. It's gonna be a joint discussion. Oh, do we have a clicker?
Oh, no, second.
We're just gonna do it old school? Okay. Oh, yeah, maybe we'll use a quick clicker so we can move about. But I don't know if there's, do you have the little nib? The nib is over here? We're nibless. It doesn't matter. No, it's not in the clip. Oh, is it? Oh, this thing comes out? No, that's just the batteries. All right, whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, Ezekiel. Ezekiel's gonna be talking about research that he's done. So this talk is really, I'm gonna set up, way Ezekiel. So this talk will be a little bit different than most of the bandit talks that we've talked about in the past. I'm going to give a quick overview. The way it's going to go down is I'm going to give a quick overview of what bandits are, what the problem is. I'm going to contrast a couple of methods. There's a zillion different methods. I'm going to contrast two that represent two different classes of approaches, just so you have a good understanding of how it works. You'll have the vocabulary, and you can go and learn more if you're interested about it. Also, we'll be here all week, and so if you want to talk more about bandits, you can always come to me. I'm always happy to talk about it. Jordan already hassled me for always talking about bandits, so more than willing over drinks. So Ezekiel's going to talk about some research, and what's exciting about what he's going to present, hopefully he'll convince you of its utility, is that you're going to be able to leave here and actually do your own DIY bandit when you go back to the office. So we're going to give you an approach that has the same efficacy as some of the much more complicated methods, and you don't need any technical software or anything to do it beyond A/B testing software. Okay, me, I'm co-founder of Conductrix. Thank you. And as you'll see, I love really, really huge pizza. Okay, so what are we going to talk about? We're going to quickly talk about multi-armed bandits. We're going to talk very quickly about how they're different from A/B testing. That is an evergreen source of confusion, A/B testing and multi-armed bandits. One of the issues is that sometimes folks use A/B testing approaches to solve what they really have, which is a bandit problem, and the issue there is that it's extremely inefficient. But we'll tell you why they're inefficient. And this is actually something that folks get wrong a lot. Even the Google Content Experiment blog from a while ago, we'll talk a little bit about that when they were talking about some of the methodology. They kind of implied that it's the approach, which is where the value comes from, and it really isn't. It's just that we're solving a different problem, and it really isn't the analysis, it's just how we collect the data. We'll go over some bandit methods, and then we'll talk a little bit about that DIY bandit that you can do, and Ezekiel is going to cover some of the results around that to help you get a better feel. This is from 2012, and bandits were popular back then. There was like kind of a big push to use multi-armed bandits, and even here in the, I don't know if you can read it, but learn the basics of A/B testing and recognize when it's better to use a bandit algorithm, which is what we're kind of talking about now. And this came out in 2012. It was written by John Miles White. I was one of the technical editors of the book, and the point is that this bandits kind of, there was like a big push, they were kind of really hyped, and then because they didn't really meet what the expectations were, because perhaps it was over-exaggerated, like maybe some other technology that's coming out, I don't know. It is coming back though, and it kind of left the consciousness, but it's sort of, there's renewed interest in it, so we thought it'd be good to like give you all a background on how it all works and how it's different. Okay, this is the giant pizza. That thing is 62 inches. I'm sorry, I don't have the metric. 60, that's 5 feet long. So anyone here, is anyone here? Well, I won't actually ask, but anyone who's like 5 feet-ish, you could lie across the pizza and you wouldn't like extend past the pizza. And that's also in 2012. So this is the same time. And
158 centimeters.
158 centimeters. And actually, I mean, I'm pretty excited there. I'm not gonna lie. I was so excited about how the size of it. And actually, the pizza was pretty good. You'd think it'd be really terrible. So that's the biggest pizza I've ever had. But what I was really excited about, this is a eureka moment. So it's more than big pizza. But remember, I'd been working on Bandits beforehand, and so it's something that was in my mind. And then it clicked. And it's like pizza is like a roulette wheel. And a roulette wheel is like a way better way to think about probabilities. Usually they're always talking about dice, rolling dice. And Ezekiel will probably disagree with me because he's a huge D&D person. And they're always thinking, but think about all the dice they have. They're all crazy, 20-sided, 6-sided, 8-sided, 10. It's ridiculous. But if you have a roulette wheel, you have infinite cuts. So you can have any distribution you really want. And in a way, I realized, oh, a roulette wheel, or the construction of a roulette wheel, is essentially what a bandit is. Like what different bandit algorithms are really, or one way to think about it, is they're creating a roulette wheel. And depending upon how the roulette wheel is created, will have different probabilities for selecting different experiences. So keep going, you can see different distributions are different behaviors of the bandit. Okay, pizza's great, but let's talk about bandits. So, next slide is going to be Ezekiel, and he's a competitive guy, and he's trying to figure out, of those slot machines over there, which ones should I select? And that's why it's called the multi-armed bandit problem, because a one-armed bandit is a slot machine. So those things are called one-armed bandits, and if you have multiple one-armed bandits, you have multiple bandits. And so the question, the multi-armed bandit problem is, how do I select? How do I make a decision? How do I learn the payoff structure of each slot machine so that I can play the best performing slot machine? And so it's really about a balance, and there's this inherent trade-off between exploring and learning about a problem and exploiting your knowledge. That's just sort of an inherent problem that we have, which is like short-term gains versus learning, just like education. Do I go back to school, or do I go to work right now? If I go back to school, maybe in the future, I'll accrue much more resources. Or maybe I should just start learning now. So it's this inherent, and actually Astrid talked about, she mentioned this in her talk yesterday about the explore-exploit problem. Just really think about experience versus applying what you've learned from your experience. And this is the inherent problem with the multi-armed bandit problem. Okay, so the problem is, how do you find this balance? And there's different methods. And so there's non-adaptive methods, which are simple, and then there's adaptive methods. And adaptive methods are much more complex. And this is where people want to gravitate to. But again, if you're thinking from like the complexities of cost, I think really, if you can use a non-adaptive one, and we're going to talk about a non-adaptive approach, but there's a lot of times when adaptive is appropriate. Okay, what are some of the algorithms? Well, there's epsilon first, which is what we're going to talk about. Normally, I also talk about epsilon greedy algorithms, but we can talk about that offline if you're interested in that, because I want to make sure that there's time to cover that novel approach that you can all use. And then there's adaptive approaches. This current state of the art is what's known as Thompson sampling. That's really kind of derived from Bayesian statistics. It's kind of like the Bayesian analog, or the Bayesian A/B testing analog to multi-armed bandits. There's also UCB, which stands for upper confidence bound. That's sort of like a frequentist analog. And then there's, from physics, there's Boltzmann or softmax selection. So anyone who's worked with neural nets knows about softmax. And it's really also a way of explicitly deriving an adaptive distribution or selection payoff distribution. Okay, so what do I mean by epsilon first or explore first? It's just kind of like A/B testing, where for the first period, we're just going to randomly select the options. So it's exactly the same in terms of behavior as A/B testing. And then we're going to pick the winner. So this is very similar to what you would do with A/B testing. But it is not A/B testing, okay? Why? Well, instead of doing a t-test or some sort of hypothesis test, which really underneath the hood is is favoring a control. So really, it makes it more difficult to pick an alternative when you're running an A/B test because we care about type 1 error, which is false positive, which is to pick an alternative experience when it's actually not any better than the control. Here, we don't care about that. So a main takeaway of this talk, if you walk away and you haven't remembered anything other than a poorly run pub quiz, is that there's no p-values, but there's no type 1 error control, and that is the main reason why bandits are more efficient. It's not a test, okay? So people talk about bandit testing. You're not really testing, okay? And so almost all of the value, or the reason why this is going to be faster, is that you are giving up something, and that's the ability to control for type 1 error or false positive. And if you care about false positives, you don't want to use a bandit, okay? So that's the main difference, and that's an important distinction. And that gets overlooked often when people are promoting bandits. Okay, 1, why use explore first? It's super simple. Like, we're going to show you how simple it is. 2, it actually can be very effective if you've thought about the problem properly. It's not always effective, but it can be. And it has a known finishing time. Do not underestimate this. Because I totally underestimated this as an issue. So when we started Conductrix back in 2010, and the system in a way was actually much more sophisticated. It was more complicated. And I did not appreciate the need for clients to want to know, when is this thing going to stop? And when you are using adaptive methods, your answer is like, I don't know. The thing's always running. And that is often not acceptable to how most clients or most businesses work. So the fact that there's a known stopping time can be surprisingly important. So it's like an external constraint that maybe you're not thinking about, or someone who's very involved with this type of work maybe is not really thinking about. It leaves sort of information on the table. It doesn't use any measure of uncertainty or variance, unlike the other method we'll talk about. It's not adaptive, so if things are sort of changing underneath, the environment changes a bit, it won't be able to pick up on that, just like an A/B test wouldn't be able. And in some more complex cases, it's not really optimal. But it could be fine, so it can be pretty good. Okay, adaptive methods. The way when they're working, because they're fiddlier, is when you start off, it's going to explore more. Just like any problem, when you are going to try to learn, like you're trying to pick a restaurant, you go to a new town, you're going to explore more restaurants at first, because you don't really know what's good or what isn't. And then over time, you're going to start sort of homing in on the ones that you kind of like, and you'll start converging and using your knowledge. So it's kind of like picking restaurants in a town is a good example. And if you're doing well, and if there's structure, if there is something to learn, I mean, if all the restaurants are crappy, you're just going to basically be exploring all the time. But if there is actually better restaurants, you'll start converging onto those better restaurants. So over time, you should be exploiting. You should be using your knowledge. You should have learned something. Okay. So there's Thompson sampling. That's what we'll talk about. There's the Boltzmann selection. As I said, that's from physics. And then there's the upper confidence bound. So if you're interested, you can look up those things, those other ones, or if you want to talk about it. But we'll talk about Thompson sampling. And we have a blog post on Thompson sampling that sort of covers it all. But I'll go through the algorithm really quickly so you can understand how it works. Okay, the way it starts is that we calculate or construct a probability distribution for each arm. So we have, let's say in this case, we have 3 things we're trying to select from, an A, B, and a C. And we're going to construct really a posterior distribution, but just think of a probability distribution. We construct it using what we've learned so far, so the current mean value. And then we also use a measure of the variance that we've collected, so how much variability. And that helps us construct this. If we don't have any information, we use our prior distribution. Usually that's a non-informative prior, but it could be some sort of prior that you have, some sort of subjective prior. And the way to think about it is that each one of these probability distributions is kind of like the Excel function random. So you're basically creating a little function that you're going to call. And there's going to be 3 functions that your software is going to make. It's going to call the random function A, call the random function B, and call the random function C. And you're going to draw a value out of those random number generators. And the random number generators are defined by this distribution. So in this case, A on average will yield a higher value, but not always because of this distribution. So in this case, A returned, we call A and it returned 4.9. We call B and it returned 5.1. And then we call C and it returned 4.6. So you make 3 calls each time. So a user shows up and you call 3 different random number generators and you get 3 values. Then you take a look at those 3 numbers and then you see in the next slide that the maximum was B. Now, even though you know the distribution that B is way over on the left-hand side, and you would think that maybe A is the best, in this case, we're gonna pick B because it got the highest number. And so this, in a way, is implicitly mixing our uncertainty as well as what we know about the problem. So we're adding a sort of stochastic component to it. And so we pick B. We see how that user does, and then we update our distribution. So if the person buys something or they convert, B will shift over, the mean value will shift a little bit to the right. If they don't, it'll shift a little bit over to the left. And regardless, the variance will shrink a little bit. And then we just keep repeating it. So each time a new user comes in, we call 3 random numbers, we see which one is the best, that's what they get selected. In a way, it's super simple. It's both kind of complicated to implement, but it's also super simple conceptually. Implicitly, right, given those fixed, when you have those fixed 3 distributions, implicitly you're drawing from this payoff distribution. So A is going to get selected 67% of the time, C 25%, and B 8% of the time. So in a way you are creating this roulette wheel, but it's dynamic because each time you update one of those distributions, Townsend sampling in a little bit more detail. Do you need special software? And as I said before, actually you kind of don't, even though you may think that you do. You don't if you use this really simple approach that we're going to talk about. So, you do it yourself bandit. So, I highly recommend you play around with this. The explore first period, you're just going to use an A/B testing sample size calculator. That's it. They're online. We have it in our software, but you can just go online and get it. Okay? Or you can use an R function. It's a zero analysis approach. It's all about collecting the data. You don't really have to do any analytics, really. And this is an example of where collecting the data is way more important than the analytics because there really is no analytics. Okay, sample size calculator, but there's a trick. There's one little simple trick that you have to use. Okay, so you put in your minimum detectable effect. So that's the difference in the selection, in the arms that you care about. So maybe it's a 5% lift you want to find. Then you put in the power. And in this case, the power is going to represent the probability that your bandit is going to find the better arm. If there is a better arm, it's going to find that better arm 95% of the time. Okay? Just by no analysis, no anything else, you just have to plug this in. The trick is that instead of in your alpha, which is your type 1 error control, instead of putting like in 0.05 or 0.01, you put in 0.5. And that implicitly is making it slack. It's saying, I don't care. And that putting in 0.05 is the same thing as saying, if there is no difference, just pick randomly. Because I don't really care. So let's say you have like, here, if those 2 slot machines have the same payoff, and you're gonna play the slot machines anyway, you don't care. If someone's using slot machine A or slot machine B, you'll just use the other one. You're totally indifferent, okay? So, that's really all you need to do. So this thing is going to require way less data than if you were going to run an A/B test, like way less. In the 2-arm case, it's going to perform as if you were doing Thompson sampling. So instead of doing like a complicated approach where you're calculating posterior distributions and updating those posterior distributions with each user, you don't have to do anything, okay? And you have a stopping time. You know when it's going to end, because you know how many samples you have to collect up front. You don't have to do any analysis. There's no math really to do other than calculating which one has the highest average value. And Ezekiel's going to talk about how you can extend it beyond 2 arms. It's a little bit more complicated, but it can be extended beyond 2 arms. We'll talk about instead of Bonferroni adjustment for alpha, we're going to talk about a Bonferroni adjustment for power. So it's this notion of adjusted power, which really is not, I don't think there's much discussion about that in the literature. Okay, so Ezekiel's going to talk about, he's going to go these results with a 2-arm bandit case versus if you were to use an A/B test. He's going to extend it to a 10-arm case. And then if you have a situation, let's say you have like an exploratory A/B test. So let's say you had a control, an existing control, but you had like 9 other things you wanted to try out and to see if it was better, but you really have no idea. This is a method where you can both kind of do the bandit on the first stage and then apply an A/B test on the second stage. So you do have type 1 error control versus the control. And you'll see that that's actually much more efficient than if you just did one big A/B test.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So first time speaker, if I choke and die, just bear with me for a couple of minutes. Okay, perfect. So as Matt was saying, remember the multiverse and all that. So right now we're going to live in a world where there is no control, right? And to put that more explicit, think about cases, for example, where you might have like news headlines, right? The news is going to be very perishable. It lasts for maybe a week or 2. And you can have like, I don't know, 2 headlines. You don't know, there's no control about which headline is already best. This is, again, perishable. So we're going to live in that world for a sec. So we don't care about type 1 error. We can either pick one headline or the other. That's completely fine. We're going to do what Matt just mentioned, setting the alpha to 0.5 instead of 0.05, setting power to 95, and let's call this bandit the power pick bandit. Why? Because ideally it will pick the right arm to the same rate as the power. So if we do that, well, we coded all these procedures and we ran like thousands of simulations just to kind of validate whether they were working as expected and how they fare against each other. So you can see on the right, the power pick bandit, when there is a better arm, right, between A and B, when B is actually better, it picks up to the power rate, right, the better arm. Same as the A/B test does, right? But where's the catch? That if you do it with the bandit, since you're not controlling for type 1 error, you can do this 4 times as faster. So that's kind of like the main idea that Matt said, that sometimes A/B test is inefficient for certain cases. Well, the bandit is one of those cases. Since you don't care about type 1 error, you can come up to the same performance, right, when there is an actual better arm, just 4 times as faster. That's kind of like the main benefit. But thank God we have Franklin the Wise here asking the right questions. But what happens when we're not living in that world, right? What happens when we're living in that world where A and B are just the same, right? There is no better arm. Well, again, since we're not caring about type 1 error, the A/B test will still control for it, right? But the power pick bandit will not. It will just say, well, just pick randomly or pick uniformly between your arms. That's it. That's what you decided when you set the alpha 2.5. You're willing to take that risk, to put it in a way. Mentioning the adaptive method. So this Google post, right, mentions the Thompson sampling, which is this kind of like more complex adaptive method where you have to draw code the roulette and call all these random generator functions. But for this very simple case, the power pick bandit, which is much simpler, is just inputting a different parameter. It performs just the same as the very complex Thompson sampling method. So yeah, that's kind of like to explicitly show that sometimes the most complex solution is not best or better in any way. You can do something simpler. And there's a link to the blog post also if you want to look at it. Okay, so pretty great with 2 arms, right? So with 2 arms, it performs better. It's 4 times as faster. Awesome. What if we want to scale that? So instead of just 2 headlines, well, we have 10 headlines. Okay, so what happens? Again, we coded the procedure, ran many simulations with 10 arms. And it still performed well, like it still picks the better arm. We're still in the world where there is a better arm most of the time. But it doesn't do it up to the expectation that we want to, right? We set the power to 95, and it falls short a little bit. It's picking the best arm only 77% of the time. And it makes sense, because this is a harder problem. Instead of just having to pick between A or B, suddenly we have to pick between A to J, whatever, right? So for those familiar with like A/B testing and stuff like that, this is analogous to a multiple comparison problem, right? So it's harder to pick, and we're inflating some type of errors when this happens. So it is to be expected that it doesn't perform as well. Oh, and you might think, well, but if with 2 arms it performs so much faster, why don't we just like do the power pick bandit with just 2 arms, get the winner of those, get another challenger, do another power pick bandit, and then going on and on until you finish the 10 challengers? Well, it doesn't work. You get the same performance and you have to use double the sample size, so it's not worth it. Just stick to do it all at once, all your arms in one single run. Okay, so what do we know so far when we try to scale this? Well, it performs pretty well, but it's not up to the target rate. The reason mostly is because it's analogous to the multiple comparison problem in A/B testing, and it's not worth doing it sequentially, just better to do all the arms in one single run. So, since this is analogous to the multiple comparison problem, can we do anything to kind of like bump the bandit up to the expected rate? And surprisingly, the solution is the same as the multiple comparison problem. You apply a family-wise error correction, but instead of doing it to the alpha, you do it to the power. That's the formula for the Bonferroni correction. So family-wise error rate correction, this is Bonferroni, Sidak, Taki, Tuki, I don't know how that's pronounced, but any of those would work. In this case, we stick with the Bonferroni. But again, instead of on the alpha, you apply it to the power. That's a formula here, so just as the example, our target power here is 95, we have 10 arms, so yeah, you do all that, and you'll end up with a set power of 994. And we run the simulations again, and now, surprisingly, the family-wise error correction works, and the power pick bandit starts working up to the performance rate. Even a little bit better, because Bonferroni is a conservative method of correcting, so it overcompensates. So it performs even a little bit better than the 95 target rate. So you can see here that, okay, like if we hadn't had any adjustment made, right, the sample size is very, very small, right? Like it's very efficient in that way, but it doesn't perform up to our expectations. If we do the family-wise error rate, the sample size more than doubles, but even then it still has a 40% reduction that if you would do this with an A/B test alone. So it's still being more efficient. Even if you go over the troubles of correcting for family-wise error rate, it still performs better than, it's still more efficient than the sample size with the same level of performance. Okay, so again, all that was living in a world where there is no control, think news headlines. What happens if we switch worlds and now we have a control? So maybe think about you have your safe, familiar homepage in your app, site, whatever, and the design team comes up with 9 different versions of that homepage, right? But then you're taking some risks there because you don't know how those perform, so you want to be kind of like extra cautious, more risk averse about whether you're changing your safe, familiar, everyone loves and likes homepage. Is there any way that we can leverage these bandits to still achieving the target power that we know that we can do, we just covered that, but now controlling for type 1 error, which we were not doing on the other world, and still keeping the benefit of reducing the sample size. So for that, we come up with this 2-step approach, and you'll see what it's a 2-step approach in a sec. The first step is we run a bandit. We run a bandit, a power pick bandit, just as we just covered, right? 10 arms, alpha on 0.5. We adjusted the power with Bonferroni, right? We do that. And then if that step picks a winner out of the 10 possible arms, right? If there is one arm that is performing best, we take that and we do an A/B test against the control, just the control and that winner of the first stage. So there's a catch. Since this is a 2-step approach, right, the overall performance of this approach is going to be a product of the performance of the first step and the performance of the other step. So we kind of have to do some algebra to pick what the parameters are. In this case, we kind of like first need to say, okay, what do we want the entire procedure performance to be, right? So let's say, well, we want it for so that it can control for type 1 error up to the 0.05, and we want to control for type 2 error or set the power to 80. So if you know that, and you know the power of your bandit stage, you can just do some simple algebra and rule out what should be the power of the A/B test phase. We can, if anyone has any question of that, we can cover it later. But it's very simple algebra. You just need to know your parameters beforehand. And again, just see that for this, we're using the target power, not the set power that we're setting on the bandit, which is the Bonferroni corrected one. Okay, so again, we ran all the simulations, and let's see what happens. So for power, so we're moving now to the world where there is a better arm, right? So B is better than all the other arms, including the control. They perform equally well, right? So we're comparing this here to what the alternative might be if you don't want to use a bandit. We're just doing a Bonferroni A/B test. That means it's just one single A/B test with a 0.05 type 1 error rate and a power set to 80, adjusted, the alpha being adjusted with Bonferroni. That's kind of like our baseline. So the two-step approach performs equally well overall to picking the right arm when there is a right arm, right? When there is a better arm in here. And what about type 1 error? So we said that in this world we wanted to be able to control for this. We wanted to be able to control for type 1 error rate. Okay, so how they perform? Again, Bonferroni, as expected, it controls for type 1 error rate. You'll see that it even over-controls for it, so it's around 4% instead of 5%, because Bonferroni is conservative. And the two-step approach also controls for type 1 error rate. It's less than the 0.5% that we wanted to. But here's the catch. So you can still get the same level of performance both for power and both for type 1 error rate, but a 32% reduction in sample size. So you could be, if you want to do this, like if you want to control for type 1 error and you want to control for power for this particular case where B is actually better, right? You can do this at a 32% savings of the sample. So you can do this a third faster. But, okay, so there's a thing. This is just one scenario, right? So we simulated both methods, Bonferroni A/B test, again, two-stage, on other, like many multiple scenarios, just kind of like to see what happened. When you can see the first two columns, so when instead of living in a world where there is a better arm, all arms are equal, what happens when actually control is the better arm, right? Which, for those that might have been running A/B tests, sometimes more often than not, that happens, like control is the actual best performance thing. So when that happens, you would be able to call the kind of like the futility of all this and have almost like two-thirds time faster than the Bonferroni A/B test. You save also like a 35% of the samples. But when you start living in like more complex scenarios, right, more complex worlds that have more noise, so for example, the 4 columns in the middle is like when there is one better arm, but there's also an arm that is better than the control, but not as good as the true arm. Or for example, when all the other remaining 8 arms perform better than the control, but not as good as the true arm, it starts performing a little bit worse, right? Neither the Bonferroni nor the two-step approach start reaching the target power. You still keep the savings in samples, but you don't no longer like reach the target power that you want. But if you end up living in a world where from all these 10 arms, 2 are actually good arms, right? 2 are better arms, you can still achieve the target power and you can still keep the 32% saves in, around 32% saves in sample size. So, what we're supposed to take away from that, aside from the cute pictures of Franklin. Simple bandits, not even this two-step approach. Like even the power pick bandit, the simple bandit that we covered in the first scenario, is surprisingly effective, right? We've seen that it could be 4 times as faster as an A/B test given certain conditions. A/B test, like the whole reason there's a savings in sample size when doing bandit is that bandit is not controlling for type 1 error, right? And there might be situations where you want to do that, and A/B test.